Okay. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite graphics card enthusiast, Adam Friended.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Today we're joined with a very special guest, NotSoErudite. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
So you were telling us a story about how you horribly embarrassed yourself, and we said, "Don't tell us privately, tell us publicly."
As you
That
do,
way
right?
everyone can know. So,
Yes.
gosh, I'm so stupid. I'm so embarrassed. I literally can't believe. So I'm writing my Discord notification like 2 minutes before going live, and I was like,
Mhm.
"Wait a second.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's two Adams that do like major podcasts in this circle." And I was like, "Oh fuck, I didn't check. I just typed Adam to make sure that I like knew. I don't know how I messed this up." But I found Adam 22 come up, and I was like, "Okay, I guess this is the no jumper."
Oh yeah, I'm not Adam 22. This isn't no jumper.
I'm so sorry.
So
I'm
that's
so
not
sorry.
that is not
But I
what
got
we
the title
suspected,
correct.
but
What did you guys suspect?
well, this is a Sitch and Adam show, but people often call it the Adam and Sitch show. Destiny calls it the Adam and Sitch show, so it's kind of put a meme
Yes.
out there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
we thought
well, maybe
that
that's
that
why I
might
put
have
it
been what
wrong.
you did, but no, this is
problem
not
is
no
I
jumper. I don't have as
no-
many tattoos, and well, I guess Sitch technically is a shadow person, so I don't.
That's true.
That's true. The worst part is I tweeted about it to like let people because I usually tweet out my like schedule.
And
So
they're
everyone's like, "Oh, crazy! You're on no jumper," and it's like, "Nah."
Like, nope, how
That's
disappointing.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Just
No-
so you know, it's all me being super dumb.
No
That's
Jumper
fine.
does have like 4 million subscribers, but I looked them up. I hadn't heard of No Jumper until recently, and I mean we're comparable as far as views go, so it's not that big a deal.
That's
Yeah, of
it's
course.
true. You guys, when I re-googled Adam podcast, like both of you guys came up, and I was like, "How did I not look through and make sure that I like clarified which one it is?" Oh,
And actually, we took inverse roles in our conversation with Mr. Girl than the no jumper people did.
Let's
that's true.
so I put together a bunch of questions, but we don't necessarily have to stick to these questions. I just thought they'd be interesting. The thing, I mean, maybe you want to give a little of your background first. You're like a clinical psychologist, correct?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of misconstruing to the point where now it's just on my Twitch feed so that people can like find it.
Well, I'm
a
glad we're
licensed
having this
addictions counselor.
conversation ahead of time.
Hey, you know what? I thought this was no jumper, and you thought I was a clinical psychologist.
How is
Nobody
this-
knows who
There you
anyone
go.
is. It works out.
What
with
is
all of it.
so? I guess what is the difference between a clinical? What you said a clinical addiction counselor?
So I'm a licensed addiction counselor, and
Okay.
I'm a psychometrist, which is where I think a lot of the confusion comes from because nobody knows what the fuck a
Right.
psychometrist is.
Can I guess?
So
It's
go
like you
for it.
measure psychometrics.
that's pretty good. So
No.
a psychometrician is the scientist who makes measures, and a
Yes.
psychometrist is the one who delivers. I'm actually trained in both, but psychometrist is just what I say more often.
So do you
Oh.
do you measure stuff or do you make up ways to measure stuff?
I've done both. So I have developed a technology measure for my government, and I kind of validated it. And the whole
Can you
gambit.
really call it Canada's government a government? Like, I mean, that's the question
true.
people want to know here.
It's more just like your local neighbors, and they like agree on some stuff. And,
Right. It's
you
more
know.
like a homeowners association, right?
Right.
Truly, yeah, it truly is a homeowners association with all the bougie, obnoxious behavior as well. Yeah, so I've developed a measure. So I am a psychometrician, and then I also got trained in psychological evaluation. So like IQ tests, stuff like that.
Oh,
Those are
wow.
racist, I thought.
Well, we could get into that.
Did you develop a IQ test?
I didn't develop an IQ test. I developed a technology screening measure. So I was screening for the comorbidity expression of substance addiction with technology addiction. We were trying to basically internally evaluate if our substance abusing teens in certain programs across my province were also expressing high levels of technology use, and then what type of technology
Wow.
and systems are they using? Yeah,
That
so I
sounds
developed
pretty
that.
interesting. So
Yeah.
you're looking for a link between addictive personality and seeing if that maps onto social media use, which it seems like, of course,
100%
right?
does, yeah.
Yeah, it was super
Intuitively.
cool. It was a super fun study, and we did a youth and a parent measure. So we had
Hmm.
two measures to compare against to see what do parents think and what do the youth themselves report as well. So that was a really cool study to work on.
Did it? What was the result?
Basically, the results were mostly the results were it is really hard to get clinicians to turn in measures. That was the main thing.
Oh, no.
And even harder to get complete measures. So I was able to validate the youth measure. And what we
Hmm.
did find is, yeah, higher substance abuse, higher technology use, dominantly social media was the biggest
Right.
correlate. I couldn't even analyze the parent data because it was so gappy. Like
Hmm.
I got like I got like four of them actually turned into like over like 75 measures of the youth, and they like didn't answer half of the questions, and I was just like, okay, this is literally, I can't use any of this data.
That
So
sucks.
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me though. I would be curious too to see if that correlates with video game addiction too, because I feel like that's kind of something that isn't studied so much, but is a big issue right now.
Yeah, it's a really new area. There's a researcher called Griffiths who's kind of leading. He's leading generally behavioral addiction, and he's leaning a
Hmm.
lot into the video game technology
That's
addiction.
good.
Yeah.
So the questions I have, I mean, you're under no obligation to answer any of these. I believe you mentioned on your channel that you had read Haidt or you were a fan of Haidt. Is that the case?
I love Haidt. I love
Okay.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we talk about
Based.
Jonathan Haidt a lot. So
That's right.
so you're familiar with like moral foundations theory and the social intuitionist model, those kinds of things.
Yep. Yeah. I've read basically every one of his books.
Sweet.
I don't think there's a
Awesome.
book I haven't read, actually. So I'm not an expert on it by any means, but I can report to you my feelings about it for
Well,
sure.
I just
Hmm.
when I listen to your commentary, I'm like, this woman knows what's up. Like she definitely is not like she has a base of knowledge here that a lot of people don't necessarily possess. I think one of the biggest things is most people assume that other human beings are rational actors. Most people assume that they themselves are rational actors, which I mean, you really have to fight to be a rational actor, which we try to do, but if you just assume that's the case, you're kind of missing a lot that's going on psychologically. So I think it is super helpful, and we talk about it a lot, and I think like our audience talks about it a lot. So, do you have any? Is there anything about Haidt that you dislike, or
Um, Honestly, not really. He's just kind of what I think most academics. He's beyond trained. Like he is a very, very dominant researcher. He does really, really good research methodologically. He's come up with some really interesting theories that are criticized, but any good theory should be criticized. That's actually like the process of science at action.
Hmm.
I mean, his H index score is insane. It's like, I think I looked it up today. It's like 91 in his entire career, which is
that
like,
that's citations, right?
yeah, he's got like 97,000 citations,
Yeah.
right? Like this guy
Damn.
is prolific. And beyond that, he's doing like the next step that I think academics need to be doing in like the age of misinformation, which is that he's getting public and he's talking to like normal people and he's making his ideas and his science extremely easy to like consume and observe and understand. And I think more academics need to be doing this because there's such a problem, especially with psychology, as I'm sure we'll get into. There's just like tons of what I call pop psych, that is really not good psychology, not very well established findings being peddled as like fact. And it's really important to kind of educate people on good
Hmm.
psychology and some elements of, he also like does a little bit breaking down of like how statistical norms work and how we like come to the findings that we do. Yeah, I just respect him a lot.
Yeah, I agree with you on the pop psychology stuff. The One of the things that bugs me a bit is a lot of people conceptualize evolutionary psychology as pop psychology, and I don't like that characterization. I feel like evolutionary psychology is the future of psychology. So that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. Maybe it's not as relevant because you're. I mean, does evolutionary psychology come up in IQ testing or any of the tests that you're working on?
Not a ton. EvoPsych is definitely its own kind of unique branch. They're going to work a lot more in departments like there's departments like comparative cognition that looks at like animal brains and animal functionality. You're going to see evopsychologists more operating in these areas that do comparative cognitive psych or kind of evolutionary biology as well.
Hmm.
So my training is more in like the clinical direction. So I'm not as much exposed to it. I've like read it. I've read a fair bit of it, so I'm decently familiar with like some of the literature, but I'm by no means like an expert on EvoPsych.
What is your personal take on evolutionary psychology?
Um, there's just like clinical psychology, there's really good EvoPsych and there's really bad pop EvoPsych. And the problem is pop EvoPsych becomes really popular, becomes very it's
Hmm.
confirming your bias very
Right.
nicely, right? The red pill group really loves EvoPsych. Um, the issue is you need
Well,
to understand how they come to conclusions and hypotheses that they do.
sure, sure. The you mentioned the red pill like manosphere type folk.
Yeah.
How do they misappropriate evolutionary psychology? I hear them talking about evolutionary psychology from time to time, and I feel
Yeah.
like they get a lot right and are completely just dismissed on the fact that, they get 10% of it
I
wrong or
completely disagree with you. I'm shocked to hear you say that.
really?
I think
What?
they get most Evo Psych stuff either completely wrong or partially wrong, and then worse
Mhm.
than that, they use it as like a moral prescription as opposed to just describing something that
Right.
exists.
So Sitch, maybe you want to answer first. What do you think they get wrong about
Well, no,
Evo Psych?
the worst, of course, is that they always say like, oh, men are evolved to have a bunch of mistresses and women evolved to have one man.
Okay, yeah,
And,
that's obviously
that
garbage.
is, first, it's not really true. And then on top of it, they say that that justifies, men basically fooling around, essentially.
Right. Yeah. No, that's obviously garbage. They people have multiple mating strategies. Obviously, human beings do. So
Right.
you want
Yeah.
to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the dual mating strategy is like Red Pill's favorite thing. That's kind of what Sitch was actually outlining. It's called the dual mating strategy, which essentially it comes from actually this one study where they had a bunch of women. They were basically measured across their ovulation cycle and to see which faces of men that they preferred.
Hmm.
And when they were ovulating, they reported preferring men with much wider set jaws, which is typically a marker of testosterone. Whereas when they were not ovulating, more like in the later phase of their cycle, they would prefer men with slimmer jaws. The issue is that, so one criticism that people who hate EvoPsych will make is that it's not falsifiable. That's not really true. A lot of EvoPsych is very falsifiable. The problem is it's actually a pretty small field and there's not a lot of money that goes into it. And we have a
Right.
replication crisis in and of itself. So like EvoPsych definitely has a replication crisis. We repeated that study with a larger volume of people. The finding completely disappeared once you had a large sample size. So the
That's
dual
interesting.
mating strategy that red pills use to basically be like, look, women prefer these high value males, but then they want to cuckold like lower value males to raise their children doesn't seem to be super well borne out.
Hmm.
And then the problem with red pillars is they'll take like one small finding of a study and then they'll extrapolate that and generalize that to like a universal claim about like women dating strategy. And
Right.
it's like, well, the like markers of a face are very different than like how women in the day to day, like modern Saudi Arabia versus China versus North America actually engage with the opposite sex and go about determining who they want to be like partnered with. So they don't map onto like actual dating reality very well either. They're interesting, but yeah,
To be clear, the theory you were talking about is that the red pill idea that a lot of women or most women want to basically have sex with some hot guy, some hot stud, have his baby, but then trick or cuck some intelligent, guy with a good job to raise the child as his own, essentially.
right.
And yeah, which I don't think I mean, I'm sure that happens. I don't think there's a lot of evidence that that is a thing that normally women are seeking consciously or not.
Sitch and I argued about this on a live stream, and
We did.
we actually went in and looked up the numbers on single mothers to try to get a better read on whether or not this was accurate.
And it turned
And
out I was right, didn't it?
it turned out it was all bullshit. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. There's
Mm.
like not a giant number of single mothers running around looking for some cuck to
Well, I
be
mean,
their
I think
stepdaddy.
I assume this idea comes from all the dating apps and that idea that, the top 10 or top 20% of guys get 80% of the women. And I think that kind of emotionally transforms into this idea about women are all looking to cuck men, essentially.
Right. And the issue is that, like, again, like the dating app studies for themselves, again, online dating doesn't actually generalize very, like, we shouldn't assume that one study just generalizes to all of the world. So,
Right.
generalizability is a really important facet of good empirical research. And a good researcher will tell you where it does and doesn't generalize, right? So, like, if
Hmm.
I take a study and I look at a bunch of like young adults and social anxiety, I can probably assume with a large enough sample size, like if I have a sample size over like 300, I can probably assume that my findings probably generalize pretty well to most young adults, especially college aged young adults. And probably it would be somewhat similar to the general population, but we shouldn't assume that. We should do like another study to confirm that it generalizes. But the problem is, like, you never get studies, you don't get money to do just repeated replications, which is a problem. The online dating studies, online dating doesn't actually mimic IRL dating very well at all. In fact, it forces everyone to look at one major cue, which is visual aesthetic. The problem is, like, do women actually select for visual aesthetic in IRL dating? Right? We don't really
Hmm.
know, because there's not a lot of good research on this, but I suspect that that's not actually true based on the fact that, like, it's so common to see very attractive women with significantly less attractive men. Right. So
How
this is the
dare you?
problem. Yeah. I know. So spicy. Yeah.
So you're kind of splitting the middle on evolutionary psychology. Would you, if I was a college student and I said, "Look, I'm really into evolutionary psychology. I think I really want to study it and do research," what would you tell them?
I would say make sure you get under a supervisor who does really good empirical research, right? I don't have a problem with it. Just be mindful. Do good
Hmm.
Right.
research. You can do good research anywhere. Um, I I personally don't find EvoPsych overly compelling, but I think that's because of the limitations that we have with like technology and stuff. Like there's just so much of EvoPsych is fundamentally like adjunct findings, right? So like there's interesting findings about like skin sensitivity when you see like ticks and bugs. So we have one theory of essentially around disgust, which is that disgust is a uniquely evolved human emotional reaction that's essentially like immunoprotecting. So we can have our immune system fight diseases, but it would be better if we also develop behaviors that protect us from diseases getting in. So one thing that happens is that if you see like a cockroach or like a tick, your skin sensitivity will increase. That's why when you're outside and you see like a mosquito for the first time, after that you're constantly like itching and swatting at your legs because your skin sensitivity is increased. So like every blade of grass now feels like
Oh,
another
okay.
mosquito biting you, right?
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that's an evolutionary adaptation that comes from EvoPsych. That's a really, really interesting finding. Doesn't map onto much more than just like how we
Hmm.
experience bugs though, right? So when we get into more like complex stuff like social dynamic stuff, I think as a world we want to dismiss the level of biology involved in like some of our social proclivities, and we don't
Why?
really have, probably because biological essentialism has been used to like bludgeon
Hmm.
minority groups, and like try to prove that they're lesser than.
Right.
So I think for good reason. Um,
Well, I mean, I guess the problem would be I understand exactly what you're saying, that there's, for most of human history, we looked at things through a biological essentialist lens, and it was used basically tribally to screw over the outgroup. But if a lot of like it's weird to me because, evolution, obviously, when we look at other animals' behaviors that are non-human, we don't assume that there's that much super cultural aspects to a lot of their complex behavior. It's like, oh, well, they evolved this behavior. And yet when it comes to humans, we kind of throw that all out the window. We kind of perceive ourselves above these other animals. And from my perception, that seems to be not the case, that evolution plays heavily in a lot of human behavior.
mhm.
And we should be able to figure out the answer to that question and be able to discuss it without obviously falling back into like being bigoted towards people or bias against people on that level.
Yeah, the issue is that unlike any other species on the planet, humans have used their like capacity for abstract social like engagement to create the world that we see around us, right? Like
Hmm.
cats don't have fucking like vehicles that they're driving around and education systems that they've set up. And these are all
Right.
deeply abstract, socially construed things.
Hmm.
And so like the issue for humans is like where does our biology end and our social culturation begin, and how much do these things actually kind of cyclically feed into each other? And then we realize things like epigenetics. So like this relationship is even more complex and more
Right.
cyclical, and now neuroplasticity exists. So it's like, who knows how much of brain differences that we see in different groups are caused by like neuroplastic socialization. And we don't really know the answer to this. Like over time, we'll figure it out. But I think this is why there's that hesitancy to just be a biological essentialist, because in our biological essentialism of the past, we've come to extremely dogmatic axioms in biology and neuroscience that were just wrong. They were
Right.
just so wrong, and they limited us for so long in our research because we just assumed, for example, that the brain was fixed and it couldn't be changed after 25. That's just not true. That's wildly not true.
Hmm.
But because we assumed that, we limited our research for years and years and years because of this like essentialist axiom.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a really good point. That's definitely an issue. I guess like the way that I look at it is not that, people are fixed because of their biology, more that a lot of the underlying systems and ways that people act are probably rooted in evolution or biology. Like the one that we talk about a lot is, tribalism. I firmly believe that humans evolved and all animals evolved essentially to have this kind of tribal mindset in how they view, enemy friend distinction, family, food distinctions, and that's kind of the epistemology that guides almost all of human behaviors through this tribal lens. I mean, we see this very much in politics, why often, facts don't really matter when you're talking about stories or whether something's fake news or not. It really matters, what side your team is on in determining what is true or not.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely true. This like tribalistic nature. The question is, to what degree can we overcome certain biological proclivities?
Right. Right.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I think we can overcome, well, maybe not overcome. I think we could sublimate and learn around a lot of our fucked up biological things that kind
Mhm.
of guide us in wrong directions. But I think we as a species have to be aware that we have these biological processes kind of foisted on us in order to learn how to get around them in our minds.
Mm.
and,
Yeah,
and to build cultural
possibly.
systems to fight against them. Obviously,
Right.
you're
Right.
using when you create some sort of social stigma around something, you're basically using tribalism as a way to prevent some sort of other behavior that's motivated biologically. So you're kind of pitting biology against biology.
Yeah, it's actually it's really interesting that you say it like that because that's true. And like a good example is, I think part of the problem is a lot of people on the left generally seem to have an idea that humans are born like innocent or blank, and that all these negative things like racism are taught to them by society. And I feel like it's the opposite, that we're all kind
Totally.
of born, horribly, or at least have the potential to be horribly racist and sexist and bigoted. And we need,
Selfish, egotistical, keep going.
right,
Lying, cheating,
exactly,
stealing.
exactly. Right. And that you need society and culture to kind of tame the human animal to not
Yeah.
engage in those behaviors.
Socialization. That's what they
Right.
call it.
Right.
Right. And so then the question is, altruism also seems to be a little bit innate to human beings, and
Right.
some level of like moral virtues seem to be decently innate.
Sure.
And so there's, yeah, I
For,
would
for the in
agree.
group, not for the out group,
Yeah, for the in-group,
obviously.
right.
No, for outgroups as well to some
Really?
extent. Yeah, you can take babies as young as basically as young as they can like see properly and
Hmm.
orient their eyes towards things, and you can show them a puppet show, and
Mhm.
they'll have three puppets. So there's puppet A, who's the bully, right? And puppet B is trying to get up the slide, and puppet A pushes puppet B down, and puppet
Right.
B is like, oh, and he runs away
Yeah.
crying, right? And then puppet C comes along, and C's up here, B comes along, is trying to get up the ramp, and then C reaches down and pulls puppet B up. And then you held up A or C. Who do you want to play with to the kids? Kids always want to play with and interact with the kind puppet. And
Of
even though
course.
these puppets aren't in groups, like they're
Hmm.
fucking elephants and
Mhm.
Right.
rams and like random things like that. And we see this like over and over. This is a very, very replicated finding, that there's some element of like moral kindness that we view as like intrinsic to us, right? And so the question is like, how much is this the nature, and how much of this is nurture? The
Hmm.
answer is frustratingly more boring, but also like
It's a
As a
combination.
scientist, we're interesting. It's always both. It's
Yeah, I
always
know.
both, which is
I
why like
know.
everyone's always going to get mad at me for being the middle liner. But it's
Right.
like the problem is I'm not going to sit here and just say nature. That doesn't make any sense. I would be a
Well,
science
how
denier if
can
I
it?
No,
did
that's
that.
good.
How
That's
can it
good
not
though.
be nature though? If you're talking about a study with babies, like it's got to
So
be
in that
something
case,
biological.
yeah,
Yeah.
in that case, it is nature. But
Right.
then when we go to questions like how 20-year-olds treat each other, well, it's probably now a more complex thing of
Right.
nature and nurture, right? How much do we train babies to be kind and how much is innate? Well, there seems some level of innateness, but also like that's a little bit personality based as well, right? So babies that are like much lower in agreeableness, for example, are going to be maybe less inclined to be like kind and empathetic and like altruistic. So there's other studies with babies like have to give treats and snacks to like crying monkeys around them. And some babies will, usually
Hmm.
babies just will give their snacks and share, but some babies are kind of greedy and they keep that shit to themselves, right? So this is like the complexity of the nature and nurture as well. Is like,
Hmm.
well, mostly we fall this way, but people seem to be, there's noise, there's the spectrum of expression. And then also how much does our social culture that we train people to be kind, how much of that is biologically engineered and that we want a society where we train and how much is socially engineered?
Right.
Probably it's both.
Well,
What?
I think the baby crying and giving or the baby giving snacks to another crying baby is a better example of altruism than the puppet show because that could just be, who do you want to play with? The guy who's a jerk or the guy who's nice? Like
Yeah.
that could be completely selfish.
Yeah,
But
the treats is altruism. The first one is actually moral, basically like moral judgment.
right, which would make sense that humans would obviously have to like evolve to understand like very quickly, who to trust in a kind of group situation like that.
Mhm.
Um,
I feel
but
like I feel like we put so much emphasis on the nature nurture thing simply
right.
because if it's biological, we feel like we have a rationalization for our behavior that we don't necessarily have if it's nurture. And I really don't feel like the nature nurture thing is that valuable from a scientific perspective, but it is very valuable from like a moral political perspective. And I just think
Mhm.
that's why people focus on it so much. Like,
Well, I
we're,
mean, I think you're completely correct in that. Well, in the past, people used the biological explanation to justify behaviors or to
sure.
justify not changing behaviors. And now it's kind of like the opposite, where people will heavily lean on everything is learned because they want something to be changed in a specific way, kind
Right.
of to
Mhm.
justify taking sledgehammer to certain systems. But
And people love this is why people love psychology. Like we're constantly obsessed with like the question of ourselves, right? And when we look at something like the nature nurture question, it's fundamentally like it's a creation story. It's like
mhm.
where do I come from and what am I and why am I and who am I and what's changeable, right? Because if it's nature, it feels like a little bit less changeable. Where if it's nurture, well, theoretically I could move these things around, right? So like people's preoccupation with nature and nurture and just psychology is fundamentally like a self-driven thing of just like we like knowing about ourselves. We like learning about ourselves.
We're,
Right.
we're kind of drifting into identity creation, which there is some overlap with psychology, but also sociology. Uh, and
Yeah.
I think our society's very much focused on, like, obsessed with identity creation right
Hmm.
now. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it was such a big deal in past societies where, your identity was just kind of assumed. There's like
Well, it's often assigned
different
to
paradigm.
you
Yeah,
as
exactly.
opposed to you creating it.
There's different paradigms. There's a paradigm of sincerity. There's the paradigm of authenticity, which completely are in contrast with one another. But we're kind of drifting into an interesting topic because I wanted to go back to Haidt with the social intuitionism stuff. So how do you conceptualize like the why we reason at all? Like why do we like debates and discussing matters? What is involved? What's going on there psychologically?
Oh man. I mean, we've been questioning this since like Aristotle. I mean, this is Aristotle's question is like, um, what is the fete of humans? Can't be to be happy because we ruminate ourselves into misery, right? Um,
Most of the
I
time,
mean,
I like to.
yeah, this is actually an interesting question because this is actually from evopsych and evolutionary biology as well, which is there is proximal
Mhm.
explanations for behavior and then there are ultimate explanations for behavior, right? And so like there is lots of proximal reasons that I can give you as to why we like to think, but then there's this ultimate of like why did this evolve in human beings to like be thinkers in the
Right.
first place? Which to be clear, we don't fully know. And how the heck do you replicate and test that? Because we don't have Cro-Magnon man to like test and see how he operates.
Right.
Well, there have been quite a few tests though. This is Haidt actually goes into the way that he has tested this. So
For the moral foundation theory, or which
yeah,
theory?
yeah. For the social intuitionist model, like the whole idea that intuitions come first and strategic reasoning second. He's making a claim that reasoning evolved for reputation management. It didn't evolve for us to discover truth. It evolved for us to form communities, for us to do what humans do, work together to take over.
Yeah, actually, there's one of my favorite books is by Sapiens, and I always forget the name of it.
That's a great book. Yeah.
Yes, and I love it because he's talking about the evolution of humans, and he talks about evolution of the psychology of humans, so like major markers in our history that like shifted things. So one of the most important things for humans as we began to develop, right, our understanding of like when we basically split from like our ancestors that later our cousins became chimps and we became Homo sapiens and other Homo variations, is essentially the shifting of the tectonic plates that caused essentially the Sahara Desert to just dry up and become a Sahara Desert. And so we had a whole bunch of these like creatures that were tree dwelling species that had to be on ground all the time. And if you're a small little monkey who's not very fast on the ground, and if you watch chimps, they're very slow when they amble around on 2 feet, but they're very agile in the trees. There needs to be an evolutionary adaptation to like manage that, right? So we like see, for example, like one thing that adapts is they begin to get an ability to throw, right? And so if you're able to throw and kill your enemies from a distance, okay, well, that is a massive advantage, especially if you can throw and kill enemies from a distance and coordinate with your fellow like weak monkeys. Now, group coordination is a highly, highly beneficial adaptation to the survival of your species, because now you can kill lions, right? You can kill multiple things. If there's 50 of you throwing rocks from 20 feet away, you're more likely to survive. And so it's like, it seems to be this case that like our gregarious nature has probably driven a bit of our proclivity for being smart, right? And we figured out that like, okay, well, we need certain sizes of tribes, but how do you make a tribe of 250 stay together? Humans can't really manage more than 250 relations. Like we can't even really know people beyond 250. So then there was, the invention of, some people argue, religion, right? Religion created this unifying collective so that even if I've never met you before and I go, hey, I'm a Christian, and they go, oh, me too, we've now established an in-group again. So now my in-group size can increase because we have this unifying concept of religion. And then nations were evolved later to, oh, I'm a Canadian, you're a Canadian, cool, right? And so we could argue that part of the abstraction of what our brains do is in part driven by our gregarious nature to have large tribes, because large tribes are able to kill other large tribes and be successful and procreate and blah, 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 blah. But this is one theory, right? There's other theories of why the brains developed.
Well, what other theories are there? And I feel like this theory is pretty much established. Like, I don't know that there's a competing theory for why we developed reasoning.
There is some theories of like monkeys on mushrooms. I don't know if you've heard like the monkey mushroom
I have,
theory. Yeah. So it's more of like, it's less of an adaptation and more of like a byproduct of the space that we were interacting with. And then as we got like greater cognitive capacities, we began to utilize them, and then we started selecting for them. But
isn't it the same thing though? Either way, isn't it still, even if some accidental incident creates the situation for evolution to seize on that behavior, it still becomes an adaptation because evolution works with it. So even if it's, even if mushrooms were essential to the process, the tribes that use mushrooms and the tribes that didn't, the mushroom using tribe would have an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, when do byproducts become adaptations?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it'd still be selected for positively by evolution. So
yeah.
For me, it's very helpful to consider, and just from a psychological point of view, that really our reasoning is very, very focused on reputation management more than ever. And in the, like, you can learn so much from even in the social media realm,
Mhm.
why this is so important to us. And it seems like, I know another thing about evolutionary psychology is a lot of people will say, most of evolutionary psychology is just so stories, which I can't stand, because the whole idea behind evolutionary psychology is you're developing hypothesis by you knowing how evolution works through reproduction, variation, and selection. That simple algorithm allows you to generate ideas. And
Mhm.
the whole concept of a just so story is, I've stumbled onto this piece of information and I want to develop an evolutionary story to explain it. Well, evolutionary psychology works directly opposite to that. You're using evolutionary psychology, the simple algorithm, to generate ideas of what might be, and then you're going out looking for evidence to test whether or not those ideas are correct. And you either find the evidence or you don't find the evidence. David M. Buss is one of my favorite authors. He's probably one of the top researchers in evolutionary psychology. So I just feel like it's such a giantly helpful field that not enough people are wading into. So one of the things that I like to do with our show is kind of encourage people not to be so afraid of it.
I mean, I think being afraid of like any, I don't know. I'm just like an academic at heart. So I'm like, if it's worth testing, test it. Like, why
Hmm.
wouldn't we? I think the biggest issue that you run into Evo Psych, and I will also say, like, this would be a similar criticism I would levy at sociology, for example, is they will find like pretty identifiable like findings, right? The skin response to the bugs, right? That's a decent finding. But then what happens is science kind of cycles in evidence, hypothesis generation, theoretical speculation, predictive hypotheses, testing of the hypotheses. But with a lot of like evolutionary psychology, like why do humans emerge abstract thinking? The best we can mostly do, because we can't test some of these theories, because we, like I said, we don't have Cro-Magnon men, we can't test some of these things, is theoretical speculation. And so it's
But
really important to.
you keep saying that, but we there are specific tests that Jonathan Haidt outlines in the book The Righteous Mind, where he does actually do tests on these things.
Right, but he can't do tests. So he can find tests of like how our brains and intuitions to some degree work.
Hmm.
The issue is that we can't go back in time to like these different gap species and test certain predictive things of, for example, like if we assume that like this intuitive perception is like something that evolved, well, the question will be what stage of evolution of the human species do we think that that
Hmm.
evolved in? And we
Hmm.
don't have that species available. For example, we would predict maybe that they would be better at certain neuropsychological tasks because they might have a stronger intuition system and a little bit less of like maybe a prefrontal system working. And so we'd expect them to excel at certain tasks and fail at them, but we don't have the species around to even test. So there
Right.
are elements that are like there are elements that are going to be untestable, but the idea that all of EvoPsych is unfalsifiable isn't true, right? Like there's lots that's falsifiable. It's just there are some parts that are going to be limited to theoretical speculation at this point in time.
Which you are citing the bug thing as something like that. But I've never even really heard of this bug thing. Are you familiar with the Thalia Wheatley, Jonathan Haidt study on the hypnotic disgust makes moral judgments more severe? They implant subjects with moral disgust and then
Mm-hmm.
uh, have them evaluate stories by certain words in the story, give them a flash of disgust.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
that is like that is his hypothesis, is that we use the disgust intuition in our moral reasoning,
Mm-hmm.
and then he devised an experiment to test whether or not that was going on, and the experiment did
Yep.
actually test that yes, that's going on quite a lot, and even more so in. I mean, one of the crazy findings about the study was, I mean, they even as a they even included stories that didn't actually have any moral infractions in them, but still gave people the flash of disgust. And these people would just generate, you know,
Yeah.
made up shit about how these people did something wrong, even though there was nothing really in the story for them to see that.
Yeah. So it might be worth clarifying.
Hmm.
Jonathan Haidt is not an evolutionary psychologist. He's a
Hmm.
social psychologist. So
Hmm.
what that study you're outlining is a social psychology study.
Hmm.
It's not an Evo Psych study. Those are slightly different fields. So his finding is robust. It is true. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that we know how evolution as a process created that emergent phenomenon. I agree that that phenomenon
Okay,
is there.
I see
That
what you're saying.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
So he's kind of, a lot of psychologists do the all pan. It all panned out. Who knows how our brains got to how they are? It's hard to know, but it works
But
out.
I
Our
think
brains are the way they are.
I think it's safe to say though that Jonathan Haidt, if we asked him, I completely would assume that he would say all of our moral intuitions got there through evolution. Like, where else would they have come from?
For sure. The question is how.
Uh-huh.
What
Right.
precisely happened? And
Okay.
ego psych is often concerned with the ultimate answer.
But
So the ultimate answer is how. What? Why? Why is this there?
Right.
What
He doesn't.
specifically is adaptive about it?
Maybe we're miscommunicating here because I'm under the assumption the how in evolution is always answered in the algorithm. Reproduction, variation, selection is always the how.
Yes, but then there's strange things that emerge like peacock feathers. Charles Darwin said that he gets ill every time he looks at a peacock because, by all means, a male peacock's feathers don't seem very adaptive. Like it makes no sense at all,
Right.
except for we realize
Costly signaling is like,
sexual selection is
Right.
actually just as important as natural selection. So
Sure.
don't just want adaptations that help you survive, you also want adaptations that help you procreate. And those seem to sometimes be different adaptations. That's why the birds of paradise have the most insane, strange sexual courting dance. If you've ever Googled birds of paradise courting dance, it's hilarious. It's like 5 minutes long of them like wiggling and jumping and
Right.
doing this whole thing. And it's like, well, why would that emerge, right? Like this very strange, consistent phenomenon. And the answer is we don't really know until we started going into like sexual
isn't
selection.
sexual selection though evolution? I mean, it's the same thing.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, they're both facets of it. But for example, Charles Darwin couldn't answer the peacock question, and he didn't want to. And he was in Victorian England, so they didn't really want to talk about sexual anything, right? And so he didn't know why male peacocks evolved to have these incredible plumes that slowed them down, that made them way less agile, way less able to escape.
Right.
He had no idea until we started going into sexual selection, being like, oh, it doesn't serve an adaptation for running away from tigers. It serves as an adaptation to attract females. These are different things.
Right.
Both are a process of evolution. But until we kind of discovered the sexual selection theory, that didn't really exist.
I didn't know that I always assumed sexual selection was automatically part of natural selection. I didn't realize that that was something he didn't develop, was developed later.
I mean, I'm no specialist on the history of evolutionary psychology, so somebody's going to send me some scathing email.
Yeah,
Charles Action was fully
they get
aware.
us, too.
He just was afraid. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm
Right,
sorry, I'm
right.
sorry. But yes, basically, sexual selection seemed to be
Right.
something that we realized later, being like super weird behaviors can emerge that aren't survival adaptive, but are adaptive for sexual selection.
Yeah.
Just like
I mean, yeah, of course, of course.
Do you
Um,
do you
what is it?
understand affect, right? Like different words
Like
give you
emotionality?
yeah, exactly. Okay. Do you just what affect do you have when I say the word evolutionary psychology? I'm curious.
I have hesitation.
Okay, so it is a negative affect. Okay, Sitch, go ahead.
Is the hesitation from the fear of biological essentialism?
The concern is if you said if you said narcissism, I would have the exact same hesitation, which is there's the science.
I think narcissism is a negative word, though. I mean, evolutionary psychology is a neutral word.
Right. But when you're talking about like narcissistic personality disorder and the
Right.
science that's peddled about it, my hesitation comes from there's a lot of pop psych about evo psych. There's a
Right.
lot of pop psych about narcissism. Not all of it's true. So I want to be careful to clarify what is and is not true.
Gotcha.
Right.
So, but it's your hesitation is more. I'm assuming it's more based around the misinformation, the pop psych,
Yeah.
not the concept of
No.
it, right? Because
I'm not afraid of biology or anything like that.
right. Because it seems like there's a little bit of talking past each other. Because when you're talking about evolutionary psychology, you're kind of it seems like you're talking about when at like what time period did humans evolve certain processes and why they did it, and Adam's more talking about. Well, he doesn't really care why or how. It's just that it's there and it's a byproduct of our biology and therefore must be a byproduct of evolution.
Well, I think cultural evolution takes place as well.
Sure, but that's a different issue, right? That's not-
Yeah, Joseph Henrich is the go-to guy on cultural evolution. So, but David M. Buss, Joseph Henrik, Jonathan Haidt, obviously. I mean, these guys are giant players in the field and all subscribe to evolutionary psychology. David Sloan Wilson, evolutionary psychology. I mean, it's just so. I feel like evolutionary psychology is the future, and as you say, that hesitation that people have, I feel socially we need to deal with at some stage if we want to actually understand things. A lot of the stuff that I see being done in psychology, I mean, it is literally a just so story. It's like I want to believe some aspect of society because of my political beliefs, and therefore I'm going to do a study to prove that I am correct in this belief of mine. That is a just so story. So
Yes.
I feel like evolutionary psychology is the way out of that.
I
Moral
think science
intuitions.
is the way out of that. Science
Yes.
in general. Science cuts through this. You can do good evo psych. You can do bad evo psych. You can do good clinical psychology. You can do bad clinical psychology.
Right.
Both are true. And so like my hesitation isn't like the social stigma attached to evo psych. I don't really give a shit about that. My hesitation is a lot of people don't know how to differentiate good psychology from bad psychology because honestly, psychologists don't talk about it. And psychologists don't want to play like the elitist game of being like, look, this psychologist, this type of research, garbage. Just ignore it. It's not
What,
methodologically sound.
what do you think
Um,
is the worst pop psychology that's the most widespread?
uh, the fact that we introduced psych terms into common vernacular is,
Hmm.
I hate it. I
It's
really
inevitable
hate
though, but I know what you're
narcissism.
saying. Yeah.
My bone right
Narcissism.
now. Oh yeah, people just
Okay.
like it's insane. Some of the shit. And like I don't even want to talk about it. I like have people so angry at me for some of my takes on narcissism that they're like contacting my school, like
Wait,
the schools I've
what's
been
your
to.
narcissism takes? Now I'm
Basically,
curious.
yeah, so basically, narcissism personality disorder
Uh-huh.
is a vastly, all personality disorders are understudied, particularly things like narcissism, obsessive compulsive personality disorder, also not very robustly studied. So when you have a diagnosis like depression, that's a very well established cluster of symptoms, right? You can really turn it about. You've got, at this point, probably millions of data points that you can factor analyze and say, yes, these 9 symptoms tend to regularly occur together, and we've labeled this cluster of symptoms depression, right? That's how we typically come to a diagnosis, but not always. Sometimes what we see is like emergent phenomenon through clinical experience of being like, man, these people sure seem to be like they have a grandiose sense of self. They treat others like shit. They seem to like be a little bit deluded, very entitled, and just like take, and give
Like
nothing. Like
Kanye.
yeah, a little bit parasitic in their like lifestyle. And so we're like, let's call that narcissistic personality disorder because they tend to cluster together. Now that's fine by itself. The problem is that now you have to test it and you have to do repeated testing. When you look at like the backbone of a lot of narcissistic research, there's not a lot of factor analysis. There's not a lot of meta-analysis of actual clusters of symptoms. To be honest, when you look at the symptomology, it's actually really hard to tell a narcissistic personality disorder from somebody with antisocial, from somebody with borderline, and somebody with histrionic. They're all cluster B, so they look a lot alike. Just in general, I think our personality disorder research is pretty messy and
Hmm.
not very clear. And yet now people are like so confident about like narcissistic personality disorder that like every therapist and their mom is labeling every ex, every partner, anyone who's ever done you wrong is a narcissist. Now
Hmm.
there's like 7 subtypes of narcissism, which I've seen like almost no evidence for. And it's like, these might just be like, first of all, we don't need to categorize everything. Like these might just be like, maybe somebody's just an asshole. Like maybe they're not a narcissist. Right. Like we want to have a point at which we call it a diagnosis. And
Right.
narcissism is just the amount of misinformation on narcissism is wild.
Hmm. I didn't know anything
How
about
do I
that.
tell if Sitch is a narcissist or not? That's what I need. That's what
Mm.
I.
I
That's
took,
the
wait a
real
minute.
How
question.
I
much
took,
does he piss you off? Because if he pisses you off enough, you can
exactly.
just call him a
Well, that's sort of
narcissist.
the
Don't worry
whole
about it.
show is him pissing me off. So
I
I
took a
knew.
narcissist test last Sunday on the stream, and it said that I had very low chance of being a narcissist. Okay. And those 11 questions, I have a lot of faith in.
All right, you ready for a new, deep and probing question? Not so
Okay,
erudite
I'm ready. I'm
or very
excited.
erudite. Is what is the goal of your channel?
Ooh. Um, Fundamentally to help people.
Mhm.
I think so. I talk a lot. I debate red pillars. I talk
Mhm.
a lot about men
Oh
and
my God!
dating and men's mental health.
No wonder she hates evolutionary psychology.
I
It's so
I'll
obvious.
fight guys who will bludgeon me with like bad evo psych, but then also like deny like basic scientific findings, and I'm just like
Hmm.
motherfucker, like you can't have it both ways. Um, yeah, so debating red pillars, kind of. I have a really big passion right now for men and
Mm.
how they're underserved, how a lot of men's movements that focus on men's mental health, men struggling, tend to get villainized, and often also become decently misogynistic as well. And so I'm hoping to kind of create, at least within like my little bubble, as we would say, a space where we can talk about men's mental health, encourage men, be honest about like struggles that they have without like throwing women under the bus or like blaming them as the like responsibility for all of it.
Hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. And then other than that, I do a lot of like debating in general and just trying to bring like more scientific awareness. I just want to encourage people to think well, just to actually engage in good thinking. I think is really important.
Hmm. Isn't, I mean, when debating like red pill guys on the Evo Psych stuff, isn't it just, I mean, who, even if what they're saying is true, that humans evolved some way, that doesn't, I mean, that doesn't justify anyone's actions. Humans evolve lots of horrible behaviors.
Yes.
So I mean, it's like, isn't that
That's
just
my
like,
favorite go-to of being like, well,
right?
at an Evo Psych level, wouldn't it be better to just like rape women and like spread your seed as wide and as far as
Yeah,
possible? And they're
exactly,
like, well, no,
right.
that's bad. And I'm like, why
That's
is
not.
that
That's.
bad?
I
I mean,
hate that because that's not on an Evo psych level. That's
well, but
completely.
no, but wait a minute. I mean, you could say, look, Genghis Khan, very successful at
True.
procreation. I mean, no one's suggesting that's a good mating strategy or a moral mating strategy, I guess. So,
I think he's attributed to 0.5% of the population can
yes, some
directly connect themselves to
astronomical,
Genghis Khan. It's
right.
crazy.
So, I just, it always, I mean, it bothers me because I always find Evo Psych endlessly fascinating, and I don't like that people, I think it's an incredibly useful potential tool to figure out behavior, but I always do not like that people use it to justify behavior. And it seems
Yes.
like it's very difficult for people to kind of keep those two concepts separate in their mind.
Yeah. Great point.
Yeah, they'll use it to be like, we should be in one-sided open relationships where men can fuck around
Yes.
as much as they want
Yeah,
and women
right.
have to stay loyal. And I'm
Right.
like
Right.
I'm sorry, no, like you can't use Evo Psych to defend that position. Like there,
You use the
No.
position though that the religious right uses to shoot down evolution. The whole rape argument that if evolution was true, well, shouldn't we just rape everyone? Like that's basically a creationist argument.
what's the argument that like just because something is naturally selective doesn't mean that we don't like socially culturate it out of ourselves or there aren't better reasons why maybe something would be better. So
Right.
for a lot of men, polygamy does make sense. You can have your seed spread as far as possible. But there's a lot of reasons why most cultures universally developed monogamy. In
Of
fact,
course.
monogamy is more of the standard. And so that's more from the lens. I actually want to talk from within their Evo Psych argument rather than
Mhm.
trying to bludgeon down and say Evo Psych is false. It's to
Evo
say,
Psych gives so much evidence for monogamy. That's why I'm just
Right.
like you're if you're turning down evolutionary psychology, you're turning down a lot more evidence for the arguments that you want to make than shooting down these bad arguments that other people are making.
Well, it's
the
it's it's kind of like a struggle because you say, is it worth getting into the facts with people that don't care about the facts? Because they don't. They're
No,
just
that's
using,
not.
yeah, I mean, they're just using the Evo Psych argument to justify that they want to sleep around, right?
Yes.
Or is it better to just say, well, it doesn't really matter because you shouldn't be using this stuff prescriptively?
I find dismantling some of the like their like bold evosite claims and kind of like outlining like why some evosite claims are valid and are invalid and like how
Hmm.
you actually interpret these things tends to like weaken the overall claim, right? Like if you're trying to prove why men should be able to like have a one-sided open relationship, but then you dismantle large portions of it, well, now what they have to basically say is, well, I want to fuck a lot, but I don't want my woman to walk out on me. And that's a much
Right.
weaker position to stand on. So
Hmm.
that's kind of the goal in like attacking some of like the um, because a lot of what they do isn't even evo psych. They take like an actual evo psych finding and then they construe like a whole new narrative around it that
Right.
like satisfies them. That it's like this isn't even evo psych anymore. This is just like your own self-made narrative now.
Hmm.
That's like very weakly tied to like one study, but I can guarantee you the researchers weren't saying that, nor does the study really say that.
Yeah, I remember we covered a while ago. We watched some Vosh video where he was trying to make the argument that humans naturally should all not be polygamous, but should all like fuck whoever they want at all the times. and that humans did not evolve for monogamous relationships.
Yeah,
And
Vosh. This was a Vosh video.
yeah, this was a Vosh take. And I mean, when I did research on this, everything I saw said basically the opposite of that. It said, if you look at very just like physical metrics of, they're comparing something like in animals that are polygamous or do have these open relationships, there are very specific metrics where like the men are usually much larger, or the males of the species are much larger than the female. The size of the male's testicles. There's a million different like physical metrics, and they were saying that if you put humans through that lens, that humans are mostly monogamous with a little bit of cheating. And then if you look at history, even in societies that did have polygamy, it was usually only for like the rich, and for everyone else, they were monogamous. So,
And those societies are much more violent too, obviously.
and those societies are much more violent, yeah. And I think there's only like a handful of societies where there was a situation where one woman would have multiple men. So,
Right.
and it would be because
Yeah.
there'd be like heavy resource constraints or something.
Well, a really big thing that society had to deal with, especially when we like stopped dying really early and like warring as much, is like a lot of young single men are a recipe for a disaster in a
Right,
society,
right.
right? Because young single men get bored and they're more likely to do
Bad
naughty
stuff.
things like crime and all sorts of like crazy shenanigans that they get up to, right? So, but polygamists will point to other evidence, right? Like you've got vole pair bonding, but you've actually got the same almost identical species of vole who also does polygamy bonding. And so it's like the issue is like when it comes to like sexual breeding and selection, you're kind of going to get evidence that smatters all over the place. And I would still lean towards like probably people are much more better suited to be monogamous for a bunch of reasons, not just even biology though. I would say like broadly societally it seems to be the case. There seems to be a lot of high levels of jealousy and things that like people can overcome that like select for this. Our institutions are set up better for monogamy. It seems to be the case that a lot of people don't work as well being polyamorous, but who knows in the next near future, like who knows what will shift, because again, humans have this crazy capacity to adapt and shift.
Is jealousy biological or social?
That's the great question.
Well, I would say it's biological, obviously.
Well, I think it's kind of a, you need to be more specific with the wording, because I would say that the capacity for jealousy is biological.
Of course,
maybe
yeah.
being jealous of
Overcoming.
certain things is biological, but obviously culture can teach you to be jealous of things that maybe you wouldn't have been naturally.
Or it can try to suppress your jealousy, obviously.
Right.
But
Right.
I mean, this is cultural evolution. Culture is the layer that basically tries to take what we have with biology and push it in one direction or another. Whether how much you can push it is always an open question. So, I mean, obviously, communist societies have come into play where they think, human nature is infinitely malleable. And I think obviously the failure of those societies has pointed us to the knowledge that it's not infinitely malleable. The question is always how much. Yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like we kind of have these biological set points and thresholds. And it seems like nurture around that can kind of wiggle you to varying degrees around that point. But there is some element of limitation, right? We see this with personality psych, for example. You tend to have a bit of a set point, for example, with your openness to experience. But as you age, your openness to experience does decline. However, people who are naturally higher in openness to experience will still be higher in openness to experience at 30 when they're having a similar level of decline. Same with introverted people. You can teach introverted people to enjoy being extroverted a little bit more, but you're probably never going to get somebody who's got like a 40th percentile introversion to become 99th percentile extroverted. That's not going to happen. But you might get them up to like 60th, depending on like their social experiences and different reinforcement and stuff like that.
how do you, if your channel is revolving around helping people, how would you counsel me if I was experiencing like a lot of jealousy in my relationship? What would be your go-to advice?
So it's tricky. I tend to avoid very specific individual advice because there's a number of reasons. Most importantly, I can't glean enough information about you in like 2 minutes to actually give you functional, individualized advice.
Right.
This is the internet. How dare you be
I
responsible?
know. I
Well,
know.
look, I'm just telling you, okay? Jealousy, and jealousy is something that is an internal intuition, right? It's like fear. You can have irrational fear about all kinds of things.
Hmm.
Sorry, she just
Sounds like a
burst in
big
here like a
dog.
bat out of
Yeah.
hell. Yeah.
She was
She was
getting
very
jealous.
excited. She was
I
jealous.
mean, the, I, some people think like all of our internal intuitions are somehow implanted in us through society, which I feel like we came from animals, and animals have certain intuitions, emotions, how like, and they don't function in societies, but still they have those intuitions driving them. So I look at human beings as the exact same way. When we have an emotion, when we get triggered about something, when we get jealous or frightened or afraid, that's some biological thing pushing us to some kind of behavior. I think jealousy obviously pushes men into and women too into mate guarding behavior. It makes them vigilant about what's going on with their mates. Women can experience jealousy just as much as men, but for me, this is another reason why I always go back to the evolution, because if I feel like if I understand the technical aspect of why this happens, why this evolved in me, why I'm feeling this way, it helps me control some of the things that, a lot of people do have trouble controlling. So when, you know, where jealousy comes from, I feel that knowledge helps people control their jealousy.
Sort of. I think I would agree with Sitch here in that, like, what evolution has done when it comes to like emotionality is it's
Hmm.
given us like the basic machines to pump out the emotions,
Hmm.
but it hasn't really dictated what has to cause those emotions. There's a couple things that are a little bit more intrinsic, like fear of snakes, fear of
Hmm.
spiders, fear of large cats, that seem actually pretty universal. Actually, most mammals have a fear of these three things,
Hmm.
right? You can show a cow who's never seen a snake in their entire life before a hose, and they'll be afraid of it. Um, so there's this like innate mechanism of like generating the emotion, but I do think society comes along top, and this is actually part of the adaptations of humans, is that we're so malleable in our psychology that like our society can come along and teach us like what is the things to be angry about, what is the things to be afraid of, what are the things to be jealous of, what are the things to make us happy, and society kind of like informs us of those things. So society can't make us feel happy if the beginning structure of happiness wasn't there.
Hmm.
However, evolution's given us that mechanism to experience happiness, but in large part it's what our society dictates should make you happy that make us feel happy to some extent, right? Like there's some things that seem to be a little bit more innate, and then there's some things that seem to be a little bit more constructed, like for example, um, you know, being really successful in a very specific career. That's a little bit more like society determined that you feel happy and successful, because society values you. But the innate thing would be like the structure of happiness. The innate thing might be a structure of hierarchical, like reinforcement, stuff like that.
Hmm. Well, I
I
mean,
Go ahead, Sage.
with jealousy, I mean, based on some of my research and also just my assumption, I would assume that a large part of mate guarding, people being jealous and wanting to, you know, not, wanting to be in a monogamous relationship, I would assume a lot of that is innate. I mean, I think there's some cultural malleability. Obviously, some people, are not like that. A lot of people can be in open relationships, but definitely seems to be the minority. And I don't think that's I don't think that's even mostly a cultural thing.
About innate happiness of like being with friends and family.
No, no, no. About mate guarding in terms of being jealous about wanting to be in a monogamous relationship. I don't think you could like I don't think widespread you could have like all these societies where everyone just has open relationships and no one's jealous and they just, fuck each other all day.
It seems to be the case that like I think we would see that, right? You
Right.
universally see monogamous strategies appearing in almost all cultures, and then of course somebody is going to point to like one niche culture and be like, but it's not there, and it's like, okay, well, one niche culture doesn't really remove like a
Yeah. Well, it's the
goal-wise
exception that
representation.
proves the rule, or so, to some
Exactly.
extent. So.
And this is where we get to like there's this biological innateness, like the genetics, brain stuff, and then there's society on top. But these two things inform each other, right? The way we develop our society does to some extent determine the genetics that get passed on, the types of them, because different successful genes are going to be successful in different societies, right? And then vice versa. Obviously, our biology to some degree is going to inform the type of cultures that we form, the type of cultures that are more productive, more functional, more survivable, et cetera, et cetera.
What is can you describe one of these red pillars? What is a red pillar?
So red pillars would basically argue that the main way you get women is through game and looks.
Mm-hmm. Women like successful, good-looking guys.
Yeah, money.
That's untrue. I mean,
it's not. The issue is that it's not comprehensive.
So if I want to get a girl, like, is a good strategy to be ugly and unsuccessful?
Well, she said game, right? Game doesn't really have to do with
Okay,
success,
so
right?
obviously miscommunication. What does game mean?
Game is going to be, so this is the thing. What is the red pill is going to be? Every single red pillar is different. So some red pillars focus a lot actually on success, like so like fresh and fit are considered red pillars, but they focus more exclusively on money, success, and looking good. Whereas other red pillars that I talk to focus a lot more on like social game. So like charisma, being able to like be funny and wheel and deal. And so basically like, yes, if you give a woman two options of the exact identical men and you say one of them makes 100K a year and the other one makes 30K, yes, most women are going to pick 100K. To be honest, a lot of men would probably also pick the 100K person. The issue is that mate selection doesn't really occur like that. Dating doesn't really occur in a vacuum like that. And so what we see is a lot of women will date men that aren't making a ton of money, but they invest in men, right? This is the story of Jeff Bezos. This is the story of most women who date college-aged men, right? They're like, I know you're making, 23K a year at your minimum wage job, but I believe in you. You're working on a computer science degree. I think later on we'll invest in you. So it seems like what happens in red pill world is they reduce dating down to like very simple factors, and then they try to maximize on those factors. And the problem is that like the reality is dating is more complex than that. And there's a number of factors that do predict, right? I'm not a blue pill either. I'm kind of in between. There's a number of factors that people do look for, right? Hygiene, some level of success, right? Good looking is definitely going to help you. The issue is like, I wouldn't reduce it down to like just money or just these things, where they would say all women just want men who make a lot of money and are good looking. And I'm like, no, that's not really true.
Are they using this to be kind of like doomer about their situation?
I mean, a lot of red pillars are trying to basically say, this is just reality. So what they would say is, this is just reality. It's just descriptive. Right. I'm not moralizing it. I just want to help men find women. So I'm going to help them maximize on the thing women select for.
Okay, so so you are giving like dating advice. I think I saw a show where you were talking to Destiny giving dating advice, actually.
Yeah, we do a dating call-in show. So a lot of my work revolves around that right now.
What are some of the questions people ask when they call in?
The most common question is, where do I meet women? Because dating apps are miserable.
And what is the answer to that? I myself am happily married, but I may have a friend that is not happily married yet who might be looking to meet.
Where
some
should
women.
I go to meet?
Is his name Sitch? Okay.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want
to. Itch, yes.
I don't want to point the
sports.
finger at anyone, but
co-ed sports. Okay.
Get off of dating apps. They are nightmare mode. Like, they're awful. They're just awful, awful, awful. Girls don't like them. Guys don't. Nobody likes them. Everyone hates them. Every time you're on the dating app, you're like, I just kind of want to kill myself. Like, it's awful. It's the worst experience ever. It's extremely dehumanizing. Co-ed sports is great. You have a mutual hobby. So things like rock climbing. This is my go-to. I love rock climbing. I'm a little bit biased, but seriously,
I like rock climbing. I've been rock climbing. Sitch, what?
fun.
You don't rock
There's
climb?
so many cute, fit, adventurous young women there, and they're all single. It's amazing. Like, I'll go to rock climbing and I'll make like 5 new friends. I'll just like, obviously, like, I'm a woman, so I'm getting the numbers in a different context, but it's really easy to make friends. Once you have that friendship established, you have a mutual hobby. So if you go on a date together, you can go rock climbing and then go get a meal. It's like, it's such a great way to meet people. And then you're immediately off the dating app, which really does force women to select on looks. And I strongly argue women don't select on looks IRL for the most part. They mostly select on like how comfortable you make them feel, how much good game you peddle, how enjoyable you are to be around, and if you can kind of make them feel special, which like game to me is a really, 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 really big thing in dating. If you can make them laugh, you're golden.
So you do buy into game then? Game is important.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I wouldn't say it's only game or it's only money or it's only looks. Whereas like the different pills would say it's only one of these things. Black pill says it's only looks. It's just not true.
I gotta listen. This is great. I can finally use my climbing merit badge. We'll have use and go go do some climbing.
Hmm.
That's a good. I mean, that's I think that's a
Dancing.
really good idea. I think more people need to get out and try to find a physical location to engage in some kind of hobby and
Yeah,
meet people that way.
improv theater's full of women, full of them.
There you go.
Volunteering. I met my husband through volunteering. Volunteering is filled with young women who want to do good in the world. I mean, you can't go wrong with that.
Hey, listen,
Um,
guys. You want a young woman who will take care of you? Volunteer for something. You don't have to
Mhm.
care, but you'll find a woman who does.
yep. And you'll do good. I mean, the volunteer service, like the homeless don't care if you're giving them food because you're trying to hit on like the girl next beside you or because you just really want to give them food. Like they're still getting food. They're
Right.
content. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the perfect rationalization. I love it.
Yep. And you
So
might find a service that you love, right? That's what happened to my husband. He
Hmm.
volunteered at a camp because there was a, he saw this very cute girl before he
I know
volunteered
that's
at
the
camp.
only reason I'm volunteering, Sitch. I got to tell
But
you.
now he's in love with helping like young adolescent boys in like mentorship type roles. So it's like, he got a wife, but he also found like a passion in his life.
It
So
all worked out.
I walk
oh,
That's
into the
beautiful.
volunteering office, I look around, and I'm like, I don't really want to volunteer here. I
yeah.
don't know why.
Yeah,
I'm
average
not
age is
feeling this.
yeah, is married. So I'm gonna try the next homeless
Yeah,
shelter over.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm volunteering somewhere else. So we talk about politics a lot on the channel. That's kind of our show. Do you cover politics at all? Or I know you talk to Destiny from time to time, and he's like a
A
political
little bit.
guy,
He's way more political than I am.
right?
I will dabble in it. I'll do
Mm-hmm.
politics debates. I tend to stray away from talking about things that I don't know anything about, which has
Mm-hmm.
gotten me the label of being boring.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well,
but
that
I
sucks.
Yeah,
I
don't you know how to
know.
stream? You have to very confidently talk about everything,
You
regardless
just
of
have to
whether you know the
scream
information or not.
misinformation as
Yeah,
loudly as you can. I
that's what people
know.
want to hear.
So, like foreign policy, for example, I don't fucking know anything about foreign policy, foreign like history. Like I know a fair bit of history, but not enough that I would like confidently be able to like weigh in on like what's going on like Middle Eastern proxy wars. Like
That's never stopped anyone before. What do you, come on.
I know, but I try and teach people to think well. So it's kind of against my brand to just be like, anyways, I think this is what's going on in Syria, and it's just like you don't know anything about Syria or Iran. Shut the
Uh-huh.
fuck up.
Thinking well is boring. Okay. Come
It is
on.
boring. It is
That's
boring. That's
Not
true.
so much. I don't
well,
know.
yeah, we get in trouble with that too. We need to be more exciting, Adam. We need to just start spouting off the cup stuff about whatever.
I've got to learn to say like a salacious statement and then
Mm.
slightly walk it back and give a more nuanced version of it later. Like just say some bombastic thing and then people are like, what do you mean? I'll be like, well, I mean this nuanced version of it. And people are like,
That's
oh,
the
well, that's
move.
I
rude.
don't
It
like
is the
that.
move.
That's
I
the
don't
move.
like that move. I
I
really
know,
but
don't.
that is the
I
move.
feel that's a
Whether
clickbait
you like it
move.
or
I
not.
feel lied to. I do. As
Oh,
soon as
Mr.
they start,
Clickbait King over
as
here
soon
doesn't
as they
like
start
the.
walking it back, I'm like,
Well, you
okay,
can
so you
do
didn't
it.
actually mean the bombastic
You can
thing.
just phrase it in a specific way, so you're not lying, technically.
I know, but it is technically lying. So
I did listen to a video that you did. I was very impressed. You did a video where you were talking about Jordan Peterson recently, and I was
Mm.
impressed because it's like almost
you
I don't
gave a
know if I can
nuanced
think of a
take.
single person who can disagree with Jordan Peterson but can actually say what he's saying for real instead of just strawmanning the hell out of him.
Yeah.
And you didn't strawman him, and I was so impressed by this. It was like crazy.
Well, I'm known as a Jordan Peterson simp, which is funny because
Mhm.
I actually simp way harder and for way longer than Jonathan Haidt Jonathan
Nice.
Haidt than for Peterson. But um,
Wow.
yeah,
Look
I
at
mean,
that. Did we
I know.
Okay, so
did we
you're
just
a
become
Jordan
best
Peterson
friends?
simp. Yeah.
I do. I appreciate pre 2018 Jordan Peterson a fair bit. There's some of his takes that I still disagree with, but I can like
Hmm.
appreciate him. After he got like sick and came back, a lot of his talks, like especially his talks about like Russia and Ukraine, it
Oh
was
my
like,
god.
have you
It's
ever listened?
horrible.
It was like, like your grandpa goes through his like third bout of pneumonia and he gets out of the hospital and now suddenly everything has to do with like whatever like soft kind of weird idea. Like he'll be like, it's all the Vietnamese. And you're like, no, grandpa. And he's like, no, I promise you it's all the Vietnamese. And you're like, And it's like suddenly everything is hinged into this like one worldview. I feel like that's a little bit of what maybe happened.
Yeah, no, I mean it's funny.
What's
I think we have
Kanye's
very
excuse then? He
we
didn't
have
even go
very
into.
well, hold
He's
on.
got
We have
pretty
very
severe
similar
bipolar.
experience.
Yeah, go
is
ahead,
that,
Sitch.
we were pretty on board with Jordan Peterson, and then he had that Ukraine video, which really rubbed me and Adam the wrong way. But I mean, I still forgive him. Listen, I'm not
And
gonna
the
throw him under
Elliot
the bus
Page
just for
stuff
that.
too. I really dislike
Yes,
that.
the
Like
I
Elliot
it
didn't like
Page.
the
just
way he phrased it
just
more than what
is
he was trying to
ugh.
say.
The issue is like in the past when he would critique ideas, whether I agreed with him or not, he would keep
Hmm.
it to ideas. He wouldn't like
Yes.
bring up one
Yes,
person's name and just
yes.
Hmm.
disrespect them for 20 minutes straight. Whereas now he's doing that and it's just like this is
Right.
like I can't respect this. I can't respect you to like I get that you disagree with trans stuff and I would disagree with his position on like trans ideology, but you don't just need to like attack Elliot by going like she, he, they for 20 minutes straight. Like it's so
Hmm.
cringe. It's just so cringe.
Do you
I
have
don't.
a? Oh, go ahead. Sis.
Well, I was gonna say before because I know what question you're gonna ask, but
Oh, me?
I yeah, which I'm on board with asking a question, but I don't think it's, or I don't know, I don't know if it's like because he had the medically induced coma and that changed his behavior or something. As much as it just seems like the longer people are on Twitter, it just slowly like corrupts you and breaks you down to becoming part of the dark side.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to say with Peterson specifically because we've got like, he had that really intense withdrawal where he was like in a coma for like
Right.
6 months straight, 6 weeks, sorry. Then he had like COVID 3 times and like COVID's done a
He's
lot of
under a
weird
lot of
stuff.
stress. Okay. I just
He's
think,
done a lot of weird,
yeah.
but like also like he's become extremely bitter against the left.
Right.
Understandably,
Right.
like I think the left has been horrific in how they've treated him,
Yeah.
but I can't stand by what he's doing, even though there's like elements where I'm like, I can kind of understand how you got there, but also like be better.
Oh
And
yeah,
then he
no, I
started
mean,
working with Ben Shapiro, and I was like,
right.
ooh, this
Well,
is
and
probably not gonna be a good combo.
I completely agree in that I mean, it's very difficult because you have to, I empathize with him. I mean, just recently, I don't know if you saw, Cody Johnston of Some More News did some super long video on Jordan Peterson that got like some astronomical, like 2 or 3 million views or something.
Wow.
And YouTube's official Twitter account like tweeted support of him.
Oh,
And in
I
that
know.
video, it's like totally insane. We covered it. He accuses Jordan Peterson of using Nazi talking points when Jordan Peterson talks about how the army doesn't let people below a certain IQ threshold in, which is you can just Google
True.
it and it's
That's
just true.
just true.
Yeah, it's just true. And you're like, what
Just
the
true.
like?
It's
Yeah, it's just
82,
yeah,
specifically 82 IQ
right,
points. Like it's just
right,
known. Yeah.
exactly. And it was just totally insane that like this video is getting millions of views. So I understand like that's why I'm saying to me, I think Jordan Peterson has become kind of just very bitter because of all of the attacks on him are just sort of like weighing on him over time,
Man, the
which is
Peterson
unfortunate.
delusion syndrome is insane to me. Like
Yes,
the fact that
yes.
I'm decently critical of him, yet I also will be like, when it comes to psychology takes, like some of his knowledge is definitely outdated. There's been studies since he's been in university that have somewhat contradicted some of his findings. But he's a respected clinical psychologist who's teaching at one of the most prestigious clinical psych programs in all of Canada. And
Yeah,
Canada's renowned for our clinical psych programs. So it's like he's not just like some loser. And it's
right.
like the delusion around him is insane. Like it was worse than Tate. Like when people strawman Tate, like it's bad, but he says some pretty insane shit sometimes, right? Where he'll be
Right.
like, women are property. And you're like,
Hmm.
but do you really mean that? And he's like, yes. And you're like, okay, right? It's
Right.
it's crazy, the Jordan Peterson delusion syndrome. It is the fact that I get called a Jordan Peterson simp at all, like boggles my mind. Like
Well,
Yeah,
it's
they
that
wild.
proves it. But
they think Jordan Peterson is like Andrew Tate, and so much of it comes back to
Which is
mischaracterization.
insane.
Yeah, I
I
know.
know.
It's insane. He doesn't have a cab business. What do you mean?
I know.
Like,
He said enforce monogamy, okay? He wants the government to be handing out wives to incels.
That's
but he
all.
literally didn't. He just said
I
one way
know.
you could solve crime is through enforced monogamy.
I
But then
know.
he's clear that that's a really bad idea because you shouldn't force people to get married if
I
they don't
know.
want
They don't
to.
care. They
Well,
don't
he
care.
Oh,
we do.
Makes me
I
crazy.
mean, he did say we do have social convention to enforce monogamy. Obviously, he used the example of if you go to your dad and say, "Hey, guess what? I'm cheating on my wife." He's probably not going to like you saying that to him, and that's social enforcement right there. Someone
Yeah.
someone giving you a hard time, obviously, about
yeah.
lying.
Yeah. It's
Would you?
I could go on forever about Jordan Peterson delusion syndrome. It
Do you
drives me
want? Yeah, I
crazy.
know. We a lot of our fans are Jordan Peterson fans, and we've dubbed ourselves the Jordan Peterson Internet Defense Force because people would do these crazy videos just lying about him, and we would cover them on our Sunday show,
Okay.
dispelling
Interesting.
the lies. It was, I mean, it
I'm sure
wasn't.
that got you super popular and you have so many people who just love what you do.
Well,
running
I
defense
mean,
for him. I'm sure there's some people who literally do, but there's probably a huge faction that hates it.
there is, but I mean, it was difficult when he started saying tumultuous stuff about the trans issues and joined the Daily Wire. Obviously, I'm not. I mean, I don't have any problem with Ben Shapiro, and I think there's a little bit of, you know, Ben Shapiro, people getting upset about Ben Shapiro saying stuff. And I listen to Ben Shapiro from time to time, and I don't really know what they're talking about. He doesn't seem like he's that bad. I mean, he's not. I think he's not in favor of gay marriage, but he gets around it by saying, "Oh, I don't think the state should be involved in marriage anyway," and civil. So he's
It's
got
kind of a
kind of
bullshit answer,
yeah,
though.
he's got this escape hatch where he's like, "I'm not in favor of gay marriage, but I am in favor of civil unions, so I am in favor of gay marriage thing." So I.
Mhm.
I mean, I get it. His audience is probably not in favor of that kind of stuff. But so do you want to go on? Do you have a opinion on the trans stuff, which is super,
What
I mean,
Contentious.
specifically? It's a very broad
interesting or
topic.
toxic. I don't know how you want to describe. I mean, I just there's two. The problem that I have with the trans debate is there's like two positions that are completely. Well, no, I think the left is more at fault for mischaracterizing the right's position. Like, I feel like the right has an argument that they're saying the science isn't settled yet, and we're probably doing things to children we shouldn't do until we have a little bit better knowledge of exactly what's going on here. There's kind of this development model of psychology around gender identity, and there's a woman in a man's body or man in a woman's body model, and these two models are kind of competing against one another to decide which is really accurate. But everyone who has that like detailed understanding of the two sides, one side is castigated as transphobes, and the other side just says, the science is settled and we know everything that we need to know, and we should just plow ahead. So
Well, yeah, I mean, I would just say like both sides I take issue with. I'm again going to be a boring
yeah,
both sides are and have some level of nuance. I mean, the science isn't settled
of
at
course
all.
not. Yeah,
I mean, trans medical interventionism is too new to be settled. I mean, science is never settled, first of all, like almost ever. There's very few topics where I'd be like, the science is just settled.
yeah,
There's
true.
no more questions or research we can do in it. Um, but at the same time, I think what has happened is we've got like a couple of counter reactions to one another, right? We've got a lot of conservatives who maybe have some legitimate concerns and criticisms about the ideology, but what's really happened is they have this behavior that's been unbearable, right? How many of my trans friends, luckily the younger ones do better, but I have a ton of, especially like older, like 30s to 40s and on trans friends who absolutely were disowned by their family as a result of this, right? And so you have a bunch of conservatives choosing ideology over their children, which is really, really sad
Hmm.
and wrong. In my view, it's just wrong. Um, and so you have like this hurt, this very legitimate hurt, where it's like the reality is like trans people were horrifically treated all historically. They still are. They still are a stigmatized group. People still like talk about trans people in like with like ick in their voice, where they're like it's kind of yucky and gross, right? There is a reality of like lots of people say like they would prefer not to hire a trans person, right? There's lots of people, and so the obstacles that trans people, the like stigma, the like I would argue like some levels of oppression as well that trans people face, I think is really real and legitimate. And I think the problem with conservatives is they don't want to acknowledge that, because to acknowledge that means that they have to acknowledge that transness exists, that it's real.
Hmm.
And then you also have to like admit to your own sins, essentially, of being like, I was kind of a piece of shit to like a disenfranchised group. But then on the left, we have full on science denial going on. We've got a similar level of intolerance, right? We don't tolerate the intolerant. You've got this like essentially of like the wokeness is going too far. I like it's frustrating to see that all of the conservatives like slippery slope concerns are like coming true day
Manifesting.
by day, right? Like
Yeah.
people are identifying as helicopter gender,
Yeah.
and it's just like fuck, I want to advocate for trans lives, trans rights. I even think non-binary is fine and based. I have no problem with that.
Mm.
But it's really hard to fight for this group when like another group attaches themselves to being like, fight for my right to be like vampire gender. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't want to even include these two groups together. But right now they kind of are lumped. And so I think there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of infighting going on even in the trans community about like defining like what is trans, like do we gatekeep the term? Can you just opt into it? Can you just opt into something that's like needs medical intervention? I don't know. It's a
Hmm.
complex issue.
My my issue with it is, I mean, I think you're right in that for a long time, transgender individuals were heavily stigmatized and people were bigoted against them for many years, for the majority of the time, really, in American society. And but now we've kind of the backlash is too far into this, like at least in mainstream publications and mainstream conception is like this blind acceptance of this being an identity. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, for someone who, I majored in psychology in college, many million years ago. And when I went to school and they talked about gender dysphoria, and actually I think it was around the time that they changed it from gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria, it was still always conceptualized as a mental illness or a medical condition, if you want to be a little bit more PC. And it wasn't really thought of as an identity. And
Right.
I think that's the danger is when you start labeling something which is a medical condition, which is a mental illness, is defined as a mental illness, to label that as an identity breeds so many problems in the ways in which just the public conceptualizes this. I don't think or specifically, I don't think people with gender dysphoria should be categorized anywhere near, being anything related to gay people because they're not related whatsoever, really,
Mm.
and they're not really conceptually the same thing at all. And because it's been assigned this identity, it's like people just have to blindly accept, oh, if someone says they're trans, you just have to accept this identity, otherwise you're a bigot. Instead of, well, no, I mean, the whole point of going to a doctor is they're supposed to be like trying to figure out, well, do you really have gender dysphoria? Maybe you have some other underlying issues. Maybe we should see if it resolves on its own because it's very costly and expensive and painful, and the outcomes are uncertain to go through all these treatments. And that it
Right.
seems like all that's just basically gone out the window. We just on Sunday we were watching the John Oliver show all about this, and it's shocking this level of blind acceptance and this claim that the science is all on their side when you look at the actual science and it's not on their side at all. I mean, this very high, people complain about the studies, but it just shows how it hasn't been researched well. Like if a lot of the studies show that 50 to 88% of prepubescent kids will desist, I mean, that
Yes. Mm-hmm.
without puberty blockers, and then if you introduce puberty blockers, it drops like 20 or 30% desistance rate. I mean, that should be a huge red flag to people, and they just are completely blind to it for political reasons.
Well, it's crazy because I feel like we had like a bait and switch where like part of what caused the trans argument to gain favor is the progressives argued against the skeptics and they said, look, there's a basis of biology here. When you look at a trans woman's brain, it isn't like a man's brain. There is something distinctly going on. In fact, it's more akin to a woman's brain. There's some biological basis of what the fuck's going on.
Right.
This is legitimate, right? And that was the argument that a lot of this movement was won on. And now we've done a switch where all of a sudden none of that matters. In fact, now it's deemed a problem if you say that brains are gendered. And now all of a sudden it's like brains aren't gendered. The science, the biology has nothing to do with it. And it's like, wait, what? How did we do this bait and
That's a
switch?
great
Like
point.
which is it? And the issue is in the trans community, there's actually like two competing ideologies that are mutually exclusive to one another. And the problem is like, and this is as a cis person, hard for me to weigh in on because it's like to some extent the trans community has to figure out what they want to do about it. But you can't have mutually exclusive goals. You have one that's goal is to erode gender as a concept and kind of gender abolitionists. And
Hmm.
then you have other people who feel that gender and their sex doesn't match their gender at all. It's a very deep psychological experience that they've had from like 3 years old. And that part of how they overcome this obstacle in their life is through transitioning and getting gender affirming care and treatments. The problem is that these are actually opposite arguments and how
Right.
and we can't give both, like we literally can't give both. I don't know how we do it.
No, I mean, I'm so glad that's a great point in that, and it, and I think people intuitively understand this. Where for a very long time, acceptance of gay people was pressed under the guise of they're born that way. Literally, there's the Lady Gaga song not that long ago that was born this way, and then that label got applied to people with gender dysphoria, which I believe, looking at the evidence, is true that it is a biological thing that most likely people are born that way with, and I mean, the way that I kind of conceptualize it is that doctors should be trying to weed out who actually has this and who doesn't actually have it. And, unfortunately, we don't have the magical brain scan test to determine that. So we do have to rely on self-reporting, which is not the greatest, but it's all we have. And then it kind of became this weird issue where now I think because of what I would call gender ideology and this idea that gender is completely separated from biology and sex and all that stuff, is that this weird argument came forward that, oh, people are basically when it comes to gender and even sex to some degree, are kind of these blank slates and everyone can just choose whatever they want. And that completely contradicts the very notion of gender dysphoria in the first place. Because you say, well, wait a minute. If people don't have an innate sense of gender or gender isn't somehow rooted in biology, how could someone be born believing or feeling that they're the wrong gender? That doesn't even make sense. And so it seems
Yeah.
like the movement's inherently based on a contradiction that is not willing
Yes.
to address.
It's tricky because it's this issue of it's really hard to reconcile when I'm talking with one of my friends and they're like, by 8 years old, I was mutilating myself because every time I saw my penis, I got so viscerally ill and sick and
Mm-hmm.
distressed that like I tried to kill myself by 12, right? It's
Jeez.
really hard to compare that to somebody who's like, gender is not real. And if we didn't have gender norms at all, if we didn't have rigid conceptions of what gender was, nobody would have gender dysphoria. And I'm
Right,
like,
exactly. You're like, what
you
are you
can't
talking
you can't tell me an
about?
8-year-old trying to cut off their dick is just because like society told them that they were a boy. Like
Yes.
I'm sorry, but
Yes.
like if you try to argue that to me, it actually feels like you're dismissing their suffering, and I don't want to do that. Like when I talk with a lot of trans people who like are in more of the like passing is an essential part of their dysphoria because the dysphoria is in fact connected to the not passing part.
Hmm.
It's really hard to reconcile that with people who say, if you even like, I mean, some trans people are getting attacked for even wanting to pass because now it's a bad thing in certain trans
Right.
camps to even want to
Right.
pass. And it's like, these are different groups now. And it's fine that they're different groups, but we probably as a society need to realize that they're a little bit separate and each of them need a different type of response. Like there is a gender absurdist camp. And to be honest, if you want to be non-binary as a form of like political protest against gender norms, I think that's fucking based. I have no problem with that. If you're in the space of being non-binary because you're like, I don't really know where I identify, but I do have a little bit of dysphoria. So you have like some elements, but like for the most part, I kind of like want to reject all gender norms. I also think that's fine. I just don't know if it's quite the same thing as somebody says, no, I for sure was born in the wrong body. And I am trying to like somewhat correct that
Hmm.
situation. Yeah.
Even John Oliver literally repeated that at the end of his segment that the only reason people with gender dysphoria have high suicide rates is because of the lack of social acceptance. And I was just like, it's just so baffling the amount of misinformation about this topic.
That would be
But
like saying people with schizophrenia have such a high suicide rate because of like lack of social acceptance or any other
exactly,
like
exactly.
severely distressing life experience. Like it's not just like if we say it's just social stigma, I think we actually erase like to be honest, the social rejection trans people experience is massive and it absolutely contributes to this, right?
Hmm.
Absolutely. You could not convince me that the level of like oppression, rejection from society, abject hatred people target towards trans people isn't contributing to this statistic. That's obviously true,
Sure.
but I have to believe that having an internal sense of your body being wrong is probably also part of this as well. It's probably both of these things.
Oh yeah, I mean, I mean, there's lots of studies about this, and where they ask and lots of questionnaires about this, where even when people do have acceptance, which is obviously good and makes them feel better, there's still that doesn't make the gender dysphoria go away. So the underlying dysphoria. Um, but with the non-binary thing, I mean, part of because I kind of have the opposite opinion is that I don't like. Well, if someone is maybe has gender dysphoria and they're trying to explore and figure out themselves, I don't really care. I'm fine with someone identifying as non-binary for that purpose. My broader problem with the non-binary identity is that to me, it seems to do the opposite of what I want, which is I would prefer a society where a liberal society where people don't judge each other on the basis of their gender or their sex. And they just, if they see a man or woman, you're not going to make a bunch of preconceived ideas about them. You're going to actually try to get to know them first before you judge them. And to me, the concept of non-binariness essentially says, oh, male and female stereotypes exist and they're real. And
Mm.
if I don't fit in one of these narrow camps, I must be non-binary.
Mm. That's probably in part what's going on a little bit. The issue, I guess, the utilitarian in me goes, if you just if you want to be non-binary as like a subversion against that, I actually don't have a problem. Like there's this part of me that's quite sympathetic to gender abolitionists, for example.
Hmm.
But I understand what you're saying too, of like, aren't we kind of reinforcing it more by not, instead of saying no gender can exist, why don't we say men and women can be much more diverse than we ever expected them to, and like
Right.
widen these things? And I think both are possible solutions. I don't know which one. I wouldn't want to be so cocky as to presume that my view, which is like, let's just broaden what like it means to be man and what it means to be woman. Women can do masculine things, men can do feminine things, both are based. Maybe that isn't going to be the cure. Maybe the gender abolitionists like have a point, and maybe like what they're doing will bring about like a widening of the gender norms. I don't, this is a hard thing to predict because like
Hmm.
what does it map onto? Like what other example in history do we have of like this
Right.
phenomenon? Like
Well, I mean, I would predict against it just because it seemed like, our society kind of pre-wokeness was going in a direction where, people were accepting of, tomboys and, women taking more masculine roles, and maybe there's less acceptance of men taking feminine roles. But it definitely seemed like we were moving in that direction. And it's, to me, the non-binary thing kind of, I think it's going to lead to a massive backlash of people just going against it. And I just think intrinsically, conceptually, it has. I think if something conceptually reinforces the very thing you're fighting against, I don't think it can ever win. I don't think it can ever actually abolish it. And I don't think non-binary. If people are trying to be non-binary to fight gender norms, I don't see how that's possible. If by doing the action they're reinforcing gender norms.
yeah, I kind of see what you are saying. If I steel man them, which I definitely am not like a strong gender abolitionist, so I might not do them service. So if you're listening as a gender abolitionist and I fail you, I apologize. But my understanding is basically they're saying like everyone's sitting at this table that of gender norms. I don't want to sit at the table. I want to flip the table over, right?
Right.
And so the like the little quiet Katniss rebel in me kind of wants to cheer that on and be like, yeah, flip the table, fuck the system, right?
Right.
The issue is
Right.
like sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
And I just don't want to presume that like when it comes to like how to solve major societal issues, I just want to be really cautious about at least like my own opinion, being like, this is what I think will work. I realize that I could be wrong. Um, and I can understand why gender abolition is appealing. I just think, to be honest, if you're a gender abolitionist, you do still need to somewhat gatekeep your group. Like you need to have some level of like directionality, because if you're fighting for like really random, absurd stuff, it's going to be harder to push your movement forward if you're like trying to advocate for like xenogenders. Like I
Hmm.
really do think xenogenders are
Right.
just like a losing battle and probably not worth including if you like want to actually like flip the table or burn it down.
Hmm.
Is
Well,
there
as the resident narcissist on the stream, I will say everything I say is correct, and I do know
Based.
the correct things and the correct way to solve all society's problems.
is there a purpose for gender expression? Does that have a utility?
I think so. Like the expression of being gendered.
Yeah, what is the utility of that?
I mean, I would argue gender is deeply important because gender is fundamentally like how we cue others, both descriptively of who we are and prescriptively how to engage with us to some
Right.
extent.
Some to some level identity creation.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Like if I say I am woman, like that
Mhm.
means something. It means something within my society. It means something to myself. And to be honest, this is one thing I love about like some of the gender abolition movement and like the older forms of it is the separation of sex and gender. Like if sex and gender mean the same thing, why would we even have two words? Why don't we just use one word? Like why would we be redundant and make sex and gender mean the same thing? That doesn't even make sense. I like the separation of these things because most people have more of a gendered experience than a sexed experience. Like people don't spend a lot of times talking and thinking about their genitals for the most part.
I think there's a lot of utility to it. I know a lot of people on the right want to make gender and sex the same, but I just obviously there's utility to separating it because you can you know you can express a more feminine expression and be a male or vice versa for females. So,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
the purpose of it is to mate. There's something going on with mate attraction, right?
Yep, for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
typically straight men prefer women, so people who express and appear as women. There's some element of like preference of genitalia as well. However, there's increasingly more and more straight men who have less of a preference for genitalia, and they're okay as long as somebody expresses
Why?
hyperfeminine. I mean, that's true. There's just guys who are like, I'm okay with women with dicks. I think it's kind of hot.
You know, I don't. For some reason, I don't disagree with you. Like it seems. I don't know why that is, but it seems like men are just like the horn jog sex. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know why that is, but
Yeah, I guess obviously I do. So do you use the word woke a couple of times? Do you have woke is like a contentious term. I don't like people have different definitions for it. My definition that I use is viewing the world by a lens where all of the problems are the responsibility of, or all of our problems can lead back to racism, sexism, or homophobia. Like those three things are somehow responsible for everything, even in situations where you would think racism, sexism, or homophobia cannot possibly be responsible. So, like if an asteroid is hurtling towards Earth, you're going to get some article that talks about white supremacy being the problem. So how do you define woke though?
Ooh, I'm gonna make lots of people mad. Maybe not.
Okay.
Every time I think I have a
Yes.
spicy take,
Do
it
it.
turns out that's like milk toast now. I think woke is an umbrella term for people who have engaged in social justice to the point that they have established themselves as a fanatic religious group who gives themselves the moral high ground, and then they discern out the religious decrees of moral behavior to everyone else, and they very much try to like beat everyone down. In much ways, I see like the woke left the same religious problem as like conservative right, of like conservative Christians trying to like tell non-Christians how they should be morally living based on their own
Right.
precepts.
Yeah.
That's a pretty base definition. I'm on board
Well,
with
I
it.
don't think your definition is in contradiction with my definition.
No,
because
no.
Because if you
I would
go
agree.
in, like the stick that they're beating everybody with is the racism, sexism, homophobia
Yes.
stick. Like
Mhm.
Yes.
even if those people aren't, like Jordan Peterson's a perfect example of this. Like I wouldn't conceptualize Jordan Peterson as a homophobe, but everyone seems to believe that he is. So
Right. Yeah. Like there's probably some elements that are becoming semi-transphobic, but a lot of people are shocked to find this out. If you go back to 2016, he was distinctly not transphobic. He consistently always used the preferred pronouns and he responded that way. But he's become so vitriolic that like I would agree he seems a little bit at this point
what do you think
homophobic.
of the argument that so if there is a bit of this born in the wrong body thing going on, and you have women born with a somewhat masculinized brain, so they are attracted to women, wouldn't that person in a different society just grow up to be a gay woman instead of being conceptualized
Possibly.
as trans?
Possibly, right? So like there are some cultural comparisons. Like I think I think it's Samoan where they have a third gender, basically called I think they're called the Fa'afafine, where basically it's in our society we would probably call them trans women, and they're typically men. They're attracted to straight, so they're men. So they're the third gender. So I can't even call them men. The Fa'afafine are people with penises attracted to typically other men, and they're oftentimes like a third in a household relationship. So it's true. Probably to some extent, the way some of these things express would change based on the cultural stuff. The main issue that I have with like the trans identity stuff is when I talk about like, especially when we're getting to like more severe gender dysphoria, where people are like feeling distress about like genitalia and stuff, because genitalia is like distinctly not culturated, right? So if you look at your penis and you feel like this is a really, really big problem from from 3, which is when most trans people are identifying their dysphoria by like 3, 4. This to me feels like a much more like kind of deeper ingrained thing. And the way it expresses in our society might be different, but it's also hard to know, like, in the past, they might have been like a tomboy, or they might have become just like a lesbian woman, for example, like a trans man might have just become like a lesbian woman. But is it possible that the lesbian woman was like the cultural alternative to like what their actual identity should have been? It's just that there was like lesbianism wasn't really accepted in the 60s. There's no shot that a trans man would have been accepted. So like this is why it's like it's hard to know. Yeah. So yeah.
Isn't the cost of transgenderism much higher though than being gay?
Much higher if you're doing all the surgeries. Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, all these invasive
Well,
processes and stuff.
To answer your original question, Adam, I think that if obviously the science has shown that trans people, their brains are very often structured the way of whatever the sex they want to transition to is. But I don't think that's alone is the cause because I know they've done the same studies with gay people and found similar results. So that might be part of it, but this probably has to be some other biological factor that's causing the dysphoric feelings, not just, oh, your brain is masculized on its own. Like
My
that
my
alone is probably not the issue.
my problem is we're in a situation where there's some kind of affect going on with genitalia or body parts. And I don't
Mhm.
like we don't necessarily know what's causing that
Right.
affect.
But
And
that's the issue. I mean, there's lots of speculation, maybe the part that, the brain that recognizes the self is damaged or whatever. But that's part of why I really don't like the way a lot of trans issues are held or talked about publicly or even studied, is that it doesn't seem like to me, if you're like a really big advocate for trans people, really what you should be pushing for is for science to really nail down what is causing it biologically and to try to determine it easily. I know like a lot of trans people complain that they have to jump through hoops, in order to get treatment, which I understand, and that definitely sucks if the person actually have gender dysphoria. But the reason they have to jump through so many hoops, or at least, assuming they didn't just, obviously we've heard detransitioners who complain about the opposite. But for those people that have had to jump through hoops, it's because the diagnosis is so reliant on self-reporting. And
yeah,
if
they
there
want to
was
make sure.
something more like we can scan your brain, we can look at these things, and 90% of people that brain structure this way have gender dysphoria or something, that would definitely make the process a lot easier and a lot easier to defend to people that were kind of advocating against it.
Well,
And it just
Yeah.
there's no push for that though.
you listen to these detransitioner interviews, and a lot of them say, I was gay and I just couldn't, fathom the thought of being, a butch lesbian or
Hmm.
a gay guy. So I feel like there is a little bit of this situation that introduces itself where the therapist is like, well, you could be a gay person or you could be trans, and they're like trying to evaluate which is going to be the best path for them. And with the
Yeah.
medical community pitching it like, oh, they're basically the same thing. I just feel like you got a lot of people that are not getting, proper guidance on it's not the same thing. Like not
Yeah.
remotely the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that brings up a really good point. Like one thing that's been really good about like greater inclusion of like trans and gender like understandings into like especially like education, while there's a lot of problems with it, is the space of allowing people to explore their identity in a in an age where there's a lot more grace for forgiveness. Now the issue, there's a lot of issues with this,
Hmm.
which is we want to allow kids to be able to explore. Like a lot of people who, for example, report being trans, especially like older trans folks will be like, well, at first I thought I was gay. And then I started doing that and I was like, yeah, this is not the solution. Like it does, like, for some of them, it was a solution for their sexuality, but they're like, all of my body dysphoria has not gone away. Like it's the exact same. I still feel distress. Right. And so I think it's really good to allow people to kind of like transition and explore like what is going on. Because when it comes to things like sexuality and genderism at a neurological level, we don't know anything about it. Like we really know nothing. So at this point, like there is this space where like we just have to let people explore. And I think it was a failing of our society in the past that we didn't allow people to explore because it was like evil or bad or
Hmm.
like atypical. The problem is when we funnel kids in a specific direction for ideological means. That's a
Right.
problem, right?
Well,
So if a
yeah.
kid who happens to be gay is now told that they're trans, and then they go through the medical interventionism of that, and then they turn 21 and they're like, I was just gay the whole time. Like, we have failed them as a society at that point. That is a failing on our part. And the issue is like, we want to assign like malice on all parts. The problem is like the people funneling the kid towards the trans identity aren't malicious necessarily. They're just trying to solve the problem. And the reality is like right now, the trans direction is kind of popular. I would
Yeah.
argue that therapists, good therapists, should be pushing back. But the problem is we've gotten to an ideological world where now even pushing back on somebody's identity is a really, really dicey thing to do, which is why like I really wish we could move a lot of this identity stuff back into like local communities because it's like who better to help you like self-explore your identity than like your family, friends, and peers? The problem is that like for a lot of trans people, they have family, friends, and peers who just reject them and won't explore it with them. Right. But I think it's like really good to encourage parents like do explore your child's identity with them. Like it's not scary. Like if your little girl loves
Well,
trucks,
it
she might not
is
be trans, but that's also okay that she loves trucks, right?
Right.
And like explore that with her.
in this political environment, though. You got to admit it is a little bit scary because as a parent, I mean, if you're one day you're exploring your child's identity and the next day, the school has changed their pronouns, it's like that's not necessarily a comfortable
Well,
situation.
it's really weird because depending on what state you live in, you could live in a state where if you reject your child saying that they're trans, the state could take your kid away.
Yeah.
But then if you're in a red state, that's a blue state. But if you're in a red state and you affirm your child's gender identity, then they could take your kid away.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So
Which
Yes.
is
it's very
is the
strange.
problem with states getting involved. I mean, I think there's a bit of fear mongering on both sides. The idea that if you affirm it, your child might be taken away, or that if you don't affirm it, your child might be taken away. Like I've
Well,
worked
do
with
you
a
know
lot of social workers. It is hard to remove children. Like really, really,
Yeah,
really
which it should
hard.
be,
do you
obviously.
know
Well,
the backstory though on the don't say gay, well, they call it the don't say gay bill, the DeSantis bill? There was actually a kid who the two instructors in the school changed the kid's pronouns and was socially transitioning them, and they ended up committing or attempting
attempting to.
suicide. Yeah. And the parents didn't even know that they were doing this at the school. That's why the bill came into being, because these educators took it upon themselves to do this without informing the parents. So
Yes.
I do understand that there's a little bit of fear mongering going on, and I don't think that's going on in every single school. But the fact that it can go on in any school
It's
is
pretty
just
crazy.
terrifying. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I just like caution people to like not assign maliciousness when like full human incompetence is
Sure,
fully sufficient
Oh,
totally,
yeah.
answer, right?
totally. But
That's failed
ignorance,
bureaucracy because
Yeah.
protecting kids from abusive parents is really good, right? If you've got a kid who's gay and if they
uh,
go home and tell their parents might like beat them and send them to like awful forms of conversion therapy, you want to protect the kid. But if their parents are actually really good and healthy and they're just going through like typical teen wells of being like, I hate my mom when like their mom just like took away their iPhone and stuff like that, you don't want to bar those kids. Those kids need their parents. And then the question is,
Right.
how does bureaucracy know? And it turns out, guess what? Government is not very good at raising children, but we've gotten ourselves by policy and bureaucracy into like really bad situations that are not easy to fix. And like the
Hmm.
public education system is a fucking mess. It's a garbage heap in Canada. And I know it's even worse in the States.
well,
So
I don't disagree, but at the same time, the problem that Ron DeSantis is trying to solve is he's just saying, listen, I don't want educators deciding if the kid is gay or trans. I just don't want them talking about this stuff and influencing the kids. I like that seems kind of prudent. So,
Hmm.
mhm.
Well, I think that neither me nor Adam, I mean, generally we don't ascribe maliciousness to people's
no,
actions.
of course not.
I
Yeah.
don't believe in a lot of the sort of more conspiratorial minded ideas around this. I generally think that for
Ignorance.
most human behavior, people lie to themselves first, and they end up for whatever reason convincing themselves that they are correct, and then they
Yes.
kind of go full steam ahead. So I think there's very few people who are acting in these realms who they know that they're wrong and they're still, let me try out to change the kids. I don't think that's happening. I think they actually believe what they're saying. I just think that they're very wrong. Um, but did you see or talk about in Canada, they passed the anti-conversion law?
The conversion therapy law. Yeah.
Yes. How would
Yeah.
you feel about that?
Good. Conversion therapy is
Really?
extremely ineffective. Oh yeah, it's a
Okay.
really bad form of it's like it's similar. So there's a bunch of other forms of therapy that have been banned in the past, almost always because they're deeply inefficacious and often unethical. So another form of therapy that's been banned has been birthing therapy, where basically it's like a psychodynamic principle where
Birthing therapy?
they rebirth you and they say that like so much of our trauma comes from like the stress of coming out of the vaginal canal. And so
Do
they
they like
rebirth you. Well,
they
they
set up
get
like a fake uterus vagina for you to like crawl through? Like,
Well, they get you to sit between your therapist's legs and then they wrap you up in a blanket and like push you out slowly and then like hug you and cuddle you.
that sounds
It's
like some
fucking weird.
real hippie shit.
Yeah, two people died of
Wait,
suffocation.
how do they die? How do you die from that?
Suffocation from the blankets.
Oh
Wow.
my, I feel like you deserve to die at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the therapists were stripped. So like that's a banned form of therapy in Canada. I think
Okay.
that should be
That's
banned.
funny.
I don't want
So,
any practitioner, even if they think it's a good idea to be banned. Conversion therapy is very ineffective because it was used on gay kids. And it turns out sexual proclivities, pretty immutable. They tend not to wiggle that much,
right. Well,
particularly for young men, right?
mhm.
Male sexuality is very, very rigid.
Yeah. No, and I've seen a lot of literature on that, and I'm against conversion therapy as well. But I don't know if you went through the bill or the law. I think the way it's worded is very poor, and I think essentially it the way it's worded would kind of make it so that as you said, I don't think a psychologist or a psychiatrist or any therapist would feel comfortable questioning someone if they come in their office and say that they're trans, that they wouldn't feel comfortable even exploring whether they're trans or not, because that would seem to violate or potentially violate the law, and that would be considered conversion therapy.
So that's a really unique coupling of the homosexuality with trans identity in that
Well,
like
they
there's
include trans identity in the bill. It's not just
right. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's interesting. I think it was Adam who said this first of like it's really weird how we've collected homosexuality and just like lumped trans identity into it when in a lot of ways like these are
I said that, but
extremely
that's fine.
Oh, sorry, Sitch.
No, it was me.
That's okay.
Give me the headphones. Yeah. I think that's a really good point of like I'm not familiar with the bill, so I'll just grant what you're saying as being true. Which is a problem. To be honest,
we read the bill on stream, and the bill reads so anti-cis. It's crazy. Like you can't encourage. Like it specifically calls out cis people, like encouraging.
Well,
them
no,
to be,
it's weird in that it doesn't say, it's not worded like in America. A lot of laws would be worded
neutral.
like it'd say something like it'd be neutral and universal. So it'd be like, oh, you shouldn't change someone's sexual orientation, right? But in the Canadian bill, it said you shouldn't change someone's gay sexual orientation or transsexual or transgender identity. And I just thought it was very strange that it's like very pointed in its wording. But
yeah, that's interesting. I haven't read the bill, so I'll grant you that. There's definitely a problem with, man, the problem is that, again, this is like the reaction. We've so miserably mishandled trans identity for so long that I'm not surprised that people who have been like negatively impacted by how dogmatic we were about trans identity are coming out with bills that are like similarly like hard line to being like just
Right.
fuck off, stop trying to like deny our existence, because the reality is like tons of trans people's existence was just denied. They're just like, you're just a creepy fetishized man, or like you're just a man who wants to look like a lady, or you're just a gay man with like mental illness, and it's like
Right.
none of that was happening. And it's a really big problem that we like characterize them in this way. And so now we've kind of got the counter reaction where we're like, okay, well, oopsies, we kind of fucked up, like we're kind of assholes. But the problem is that like sometimes when you make a change, it's not for the better, it's just for the different. And now you just have new different problems.
Oh no, I mean I think that's
True.
I think that's a great way of saying it.
True.
I do think that's a lot of why both Obama and Trump won their elections, was just people weren't happy and they're just like, let's just do something different. Let's throw the
Yeah,
table over
change.
Yeah.
and just change. And
Biden
just
too.
changing for the sake of changing is not always a good thing.
Look, you don't
Exactly.
elect a half-dead geriatric man unless you're totally want change. Like you're like, come
Well,
on.
I kind of disagree. I think people voting for Biden was because they were sick of change. They're like, Trump was too much.
They're like,
change.
too
This is
much
too much. Let's go back. I'll take that. I'll take
Okay.
the Weekend at Bernie's guy, instead, as long as it's things go back to the way they were.
Yeah.
We've been talking for almost 2 hours. Do you have anything you want to ask us, or?
Well, clearly I researched for the wrong podcast. So I did have a prepared
Well, no,
list of
that's what-
questions,
I mean,
but
no hate here.
You
probably
can
gotta
ask
you
us
about
like
your
you can
experience
ask
with
Adam and Adam
interviewing.
2020.
Yeah. So Adam, how come you got into
Did you
BMXing?
hold on? Did you actually do research for No Jumper?
Yes.
Oh my
I'm so
goodness.
stupid.
That's
I'm
funny.
so
Holy
stupid.
cow.
I know.
No big deal. It's no hate here. Obviously, are you comfortable with the orbiter term? I know we might, you're great. We'd love to have you on again. Maybe we can upgrade you to cast member, and you would no longer have to be like an orbiter. It could be
Orbiter
like
implies cast member. So one thing I've noticed, I love DGG. Have you ever spent time in the subreddit?
I
Never.
never read it.
Okay, be
I've
careful.
been there like
Yeah,
twice, maybe. Somebody told me once that they were making fun of me on there, and I was like,
Oh, they're
well.
so funny. They're
I was
so
like,
funny.
have at it. Destiny came to our 200th show, and I argued with him about morality like 10 seconds into it. So So somebody said they were ripping me up over morality, which I
Mhm.
don't care. It's not a big deal. So I didn't even go look at it.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
your moral framework?
Well, I think morality is a set of rules that binds people into cooperative groups. I have an evolutionary understanding of morality. It's a
Mm,
cultural evolution thing. And I think a lot of our political fights are over how personal behavior affects society. So there's really this weighting thing we do with morality between the needs of the individual and the needs of society. So we try to maximize individual freedom and not make society fall apart. So that's kind of the balancing act that we do. And I mean, I see like conservatives are afraid we're going to change too much, and progressives are afraid we're going to change too little and become stagnant. So there's this balance between the two. And where
mhm.
people go wrong with politics is they have this idea that they're going to win and that the conservatives are going to be gone and the progressives are going to reign forever. And the conservatives sometimes think this as well, but it's really more like a football team with a defense and an offense. Like you got to have both. You really do.
Yeah. Yeah, like especially it's interesting looking at American politics. I've been doing a lot of reading political theory
Hmm.
because I'm a nerd. So if I'm going to debate politics, I'm going to start at the bottom and
Well,
build my way up.
Smart.
what are some books that you're reading? Because I love that shit too. We
Um,
talk about this stuff all the time.
I am the biggest simp
Hmm.
for Hannah Arendt.
Hmm.
She was like a political philosopher basically in like the early, I forget when she died. I feel like it was like 1950s by the time she passed
Hannah
away.
Arendt, philosopher. Okay.
Hannah Arendt. It's
Yeah.
spelled
Hannah Arendt was a
Arendt.
political philosopher, author, and Holocaust survivor. She is widely considered to be one of the most influential political theorists of the 20th century. Okay, cool.
Oh, she is a giga chad. She's amazing.
Nice.
I just love her. So I've been trying to get a hold of some of her like original books. I've been doing a lot of, so there's a guy on YouTube called Good Reading Books, and he
Hmm.
covers actually political theory. And he's got great 7 minute bits that just like dive into like one theory of Hannah Arendt or one theory of Machiavelli. Um, and Hannah Arendt stuff is just really, it's a really, really cool way to understand democracy. And then I've got a couple of just like being on the web. I think I appeal to a lot of academics. I think I have a lot of like nerds in my audience, unsurprisingly.
So
And
do
so
we.
I've got,
We're like the
yeah,
nerd crew here, the academic nerd crew. They're always correcting
yes.
us in the comments. It's great.
It's super fun. But one guy, I have two political theorists. I think they're both doing a PhD. One's a professor, but they'll just send me articles like all the time. One of them starting a YouTube channel called Dr. Professor, and so he'll just like pump me a bunch of articles, and he'll just answer all my political theory questions. But it's been really cool learning about the difference of American versus Canadian politics because Canadian politics, our yin and yang self correction is built into the institutions.
Hmm. Well,
And like
that
a
must be nice.
yeah, so there's a lot less of like divided party politics. We have a little bit of it, but that's
Mhm.
because Canadians just like borrow American culture and pretend
Tri-
it's ours and
tribal
pretend we're unique. And we're like, we're not like Americans, even though like we just have stolen your guys'
When,
culture.
when,
Tribalism is fun. I mean, it may be bad for society, but you got to admit it's fun as hell. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So America's really unique. And this is something every time I go to the States or I talk to Americans, I start hearing these like emergent political theories, which is that your guys' system is built so that the counterbalancing that happens is between the two parties. Like the idea is that two sides are at always at war with each other
hmm.
and constantly advocating for their needs. And between this warring side, some level of like harmony and like the answers for society will be found.
Yeah.
right.
Which has
Man,
been really good for America for a long time. But I think social media is kind of screwing you guys over on this philosophy. Like I think
Well,
our system's
mhm.
a little bit better buffed against the social media creep.
Well, it seemed like in the past that our politicians could fight with each other very vehemently, publicly, or violently publicly, and then they'd go behind closed doors and hash out some kind of agreement. And it seems
Mhm.
like that's kind of gone away, and it seemed like that was kind of happening before. I mean, social media definitely ramped it up, but it seemed like it was happening kind of before social media. And I don't know exactly what was causing it. There's someone, I forget who it was, someone put out an argument that in the past, I think the House of Representatives votes used to be anonymous or something, and that once the voting rolls were not anonymous, you had all these advocacy groups like the NRA and whatever the left-wing equivalent would basically start mailing to all the voters how everyone was voting, and this would sort of create this ultra tribalistic behavior among politicians that kind of ruined compromise going forward.
Mm,
So I don't know.
yeah.
Who knows?
It's so hard to say. It's hard to say like to what extent has like the fact that there's like oligopolies and like a lot of like major like international companies that are like causing this
Hmm.
problem. But yeah, I mean the tribalism, we're starting to see it in Canada. For example, like people like hate the premier of my province. Her name's Danielle Smith. They hate her because she spread some, in fairness, some bad COVID misinformation, which is bad.
Right.
But Justin Trudeau literally buried the SNC Lavalin scandal and then basically pressured an Indigenous like general attorney out of her position because she wouldn't side with him on like dismissing it. And everyone just forgets about it. And they're like, yeah, but
That's
Danielle
fine.
Smith's bad for that like one tweet. And I'm like, look, her tweet was bad, but also like this happened. Remember? And people are like, nah, that doesn't matter. And it's just like, it's just wild. But like partisanship drives me crazy.
Based. I feel like we
Yeah.
have a kindred. I don't know how you identify, but a kindred centrist spirit, or an
I think
anti-tribal spirit.
if you've ever read Slate Star Codex, Scott Alexander, he identifies us as the Gray Tribe.
There you go.
I didn't he
Moderates.
write he did a response to Mencius Moldbug, Curtis Yarvin, didn't he?
That was pretty good. Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
good
that
response. Yeah.
response is like amazing.
Mhm.
Everything that man writes is just
That's the
chef's
only
kiss.
thing I've read of his, but maybe I should check out more. So you
Yeah.
want there's a bunch of super chats here that are lavishing praise on you. Should we read those, Sitch, or
Sure.
Yes, lavish me with praise, please.
Cullivar for $20. Thank you, Cullivar. Says, finally, you get not so erudite on. I only had to super chat her and then bug you two Muppets on Twitter today. You're welcome, chat. It was all me. A Team reigns supreme. By the way, erudite loves Mr. Girl. Ha 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 ha.
that's actually not true, but we can move
No,
on.
it's not true.
It's not true. I saw a lot
No.
of people in the chat saying that.
Did you-
So
we-
they just
We
I
had
don't want to get into it because I really don't want to. Like,
No, I don't-
he's-
hold
He's
on.
had a rough go the last couple
Hold
of
on.
weeks.
I understand.
I don't wanna
understand.
part of that
Push
rough
that
go was old Adam here. So I mean,
Well,
I don't
yeah,
want
last week we had a very, or
Ah,
Adam,
that's
I should
true.
say, had a very contentious stream where he yelled
Adam
at me.
22. I mean, I actually think Max did really well.
Oh my God.
No, our Adam was basically
Oh, with
Flacco.
you.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
with Flacco.
we
Yes.
had him on, but it was just basically kind of a shouting match. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Max did pretty well there. I was impressed with some of his.
Yeah, well, that's
You-
what
hold
happened.
on.
We watched that stream with Adam 2020 or Adam 22 and Flacco, and we commented on it. And so then we talked to Max afterwards, and we had our own Flacco Adam 22 situation.
only
Nice.
Sitch was Adam 22, and I was more Flacco. But
Right, so.
but you had some falling out with him a long time ago. And I remember you did a stream where you were basically saying, I don't think he gets the psychology right. And I agree with you 100%. So that's one of the
Yeah.
one of the first things that made me think she knows what's up.
She could love Evo Psych a little bit more than she does. She could
Well,
lean into it more.
This
but-
is maybe this is the way to ask the question. What would change your mind on Evo Psych? What would make when you hear Evo Psych think, oh, this is a good thing for society?
I feel like we're still missing each other because as
Mm-hmm.
far as like a science, I just think it's good because I think any science in psychology and
Right.
Evo Psych is really interesting. I love evolution. Like I love evolution.
Have you read David M. Buss? Have you read
I
his
haven't.
books?
No.
His books
No.
are just, I mean, you can't put them down. They're amazing. And he backs everything up with research that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
He has a book, The Murder Next Door, which is just fascinating. He has a book, what's the name? This book is so, it sounds like it's got a feminist title, but he's not a
Bad
feminist
Men,
at all.
Hidden Roots.
Yeah, bad
Hidden
men.
Roots of Sexual Deception, Harassment, and Assault.
Yeah, that's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, men behaving badly. Yeah. So
Okay.
I feel like that book for you giving dating advice, I feel like it would be a home run.
Yeah. Especially the forensic pieces. I like that.
Even The Murderer Next Door, he interviews a bunch of people, and he went in thinking that most people don't fantasize about murdering other people. And he found out, oh, wow, 98% of people fantasize about murdering other people. But it
Okay,
always,
yes, I know his research from lectures. I've never read the
Yeah.
books, but I know that exact
okay,
study.
yeah. He's done a
Yeah.
bunch of TED Talks and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, he does really good work, actually.
but
I really like him.
all the fantasizing about murdering other people, like 99.9% of it all traces back to some sort of evolutionary cause. It's like mate guarding or envy or, slights or disrespected that damaged your reputation because our mind evolved to care about our reputation so much. So it's just, it's great stuff and super fascinating.
You definitely can't look at Homo sapiens expansion and not note the fact that every other Homo group disappears when they enter their territory,
Yeah.
and also that most megafauna also goes extinct
Of
when Homo
course.
sapiens emerge on their island. So Homo sapiens are a very violent, aggressive.
We're force of nature.
Yeah.
We're a fire, probably a wildfire at this point. We're a little out of control.
Right.
Yeah.
Stock for $5 says, good to see Erudite on. Hope you guys talk more from here on out. I agree.
Cool. Maybe we can.
This is contentious.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Andrew Clark and Soldoge both gave $2. Said,
No, we can't.
I said, ask her the 3 questions.
Ooh.
So Adam doesn't want me to ask people the 3 questions.
You got to
anymore.
ask them now. You have
Well,
to
no,
ask them.
one of them involves porn, so that's why it's
That's
like
okay.
it's
Well,
not really
okay,
family friendly. So
Oh, I mean, I'm not family friendly.
okay,
Well, so
sounds
the
like
first question.
sounds like we're good to go.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm sorry. I gave you guys the vibe that I'm family friendly. I'm
Oh
good.
well, no, that's not the. I've asked this porn question to a lot of people I shouldn't have asked it to, who are
Right.
important, like academics. And
When we
Adam
have
gets
Jonathan,
embarrassed.
when we have
Jonathan
Jonathan
Haidt
Haidt
sat
on, we're
down.
not going to ask him the 3 questions.
feel
You
like I have
should.
to. I
He'd
feel like I
probably
have
love
to.
it.
He
You gotta
probably
humanize
would.
people.
We had
Exactly.
we had
Porn is a
Professor.
deeply human experience. Now it's a very
Well, it's
humanizing
about
thing to talk about.
personal porn consumption, which is why it's a
Yeah, it's a
interesting
personal question.
Right.
which-
It's not just about porn.
I'm gonna
but
bore the shit out of you.
It's
but Go for
okay.
it.
You don't have to.
I
Well,
I
you
have
don't have to
answered.
answer
Sitch
it,
has answered. So we're happy
but
to
only
answer.
one person in the entirety of our stream that I've asked this question has not answered it,
Okay.
and
Was
it was
it-
Matt Binder.
Was it Matt Binder didn't answer? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Lance answered it because remember, Matt Binder made fun of Lance's answer.
Yeah, I do remember.
He betrayed him. But anyway, so okay, the first question is, do you think you could defeat a horse-sized duck in combat?
A horse-sized duck
Hmm.
Yeah.
with just my bare hands?
Yes.
Ooh, probably not.
Okay.
A realist.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah,
I
probably
say
not.
I could. I think
Right.
I could. I'd roll around, I'd kick its little legs out.
Are
I
you
got, like,
familiar? Are you?
Tons of chronic illnesses. I have a neck injury. If that thing
Okay.
pecks me at the right angle, my neck is like so precariously balanced
Oh,
on
no.
C1 that I'm gone.
Okay.
Are you
Okay.
familiar with the psychological literature on optimism bias? I feel like Sitch is suffering from a little optimism bias
I
here.
think you're just a pussy, Adam. Okay. She's got some
Damn.
sort of mental, not mental, physical ailments, okay, as an excuse. What's your excuse?
Mine? What do you mean?
Yeah. Why can't you beat the horse-sized dog?
I know. Like obviously it's gonna outweigh me. So
Oh my God, look at this pussy.
That's
Okay.
true. Would you want to fight like
look, the
Hathor
beak is like
Bjornsson? Could you beat Hathor Bjornsson with your bare hands? If he had a beak on his head
the
too?
beak is like as big
But
as
it's
your
different,
head.
though.
It's like
It
an
doesn't- but it's
alligator
different.
head.
It's different between fighting like a man or like a human that weighs that weight versus an animal
Sitch,
that has
could
different
you?
kinds of
Oh, I guess
biology.
we've
'cause
already
of the
answered this question.
intelligence.
They got hollow bones and they're stupid. Okay, you can break those hollow bones.
But they've
I can
got.
break them.
Have you
bird
seen their
hollow bones.
penises though? They're creepy.
Yeah. What if it tries to
They have
rape you?
exploded.
It's trying to
penises.
kill you. It's not trying to fuck you.
Hey, ducks do a lot of rape. Okay, there's
It's-
a lot of rape.
it's
Actually, that's why their
amazing.
penises are so weird.
It's that's true.
Is that
the corkscrew
true?
penis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
I don't
they
know
rape.
that. No, I don't know that that is true.
The females
is true.
develop increasingly complex vaginal structures so that like when they get
Mm.
raped by all the male ducks, only the like most unique.
The most rapist can
Most
get in
most birds operate on sexual selection and not
Yeah, but
rape selection.
there. I guess not ducks.
Now you know that my Evo Psych rape take was solid, based, and completely grounded.
There you
in
go.
the
That's true.
science.
Well, this is birds. Birds are not if you can fly, your chances of being raped are a lot less. So that's why I was thinking, that's interesting.
Well, also,
that
yeah,
ducks-
your chance of being killed by a predator is also less too. But
Yeah.
Unless your rapist can fly.
that's another.
But this
good
is
point.
why birds evolved to have all the, they're an incentive species over, apes didn't have to evolve those kinds of incentives in females because the males they walk around and brute force rape everybody. So
It's amazing how many people I
Well,
ask the duck question all bring up that they're afraid of getting raped by the corkscrew duck penis. Like almost every person brings that up.
if you have an animal species that is literally a rape culture, though, who is doing the sexual selection? It's the males, right? Because they're the ones doing the raping.
I guess, yeah.
In
Well,
birds,
it's kind of the females because they developed like defensive strategies. Like that's why the vaginal canals get more defensive, is to like prevent them from getting impregnated from rapists.
right. But in birds, you have the females are obviously doing the selecting in birds. And I mean, obviously in human beings, the females are doing the selecting too because of cultural adaptation. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. The second question also related to birds.
mhm.
Are owls birds?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're correct. That is true.
Such
That's right.
everybody, it's like a total trick question, but everybody does hesitate.
Hesitates, yeah.
Yeah, you're looking for like, wait, why would
It's
you
so
be asking?
simple.
It's so self-evident.
Yeah.
Why would you be asking?
Of course they're birds. What else would they be? Reptiles?
We had a friend of the show. I don't know if you're familiar with Doomer Media. He has a very contentious take that the owls are not birds. So
Right, yeah.
They
They have
That's a good question.
feathers, they
That's a good
have
question.
wings, they fly.
have eggs.
Eggs, yeah.
I know.
They're always kind of avians, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Very even. All right, now the tough question.
The contentious
Hey.
question. Okay.
Mhm.
When you, if you, if you watch porn, do you visualize yourself as a participant in the porn, or are you watching it like as if you're watching two other people?
Do you
Engaging in
imagine
some
yourself?
activity.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to see if you guys can guess this. Do you guys think that I consume large amounts of porn? Or like average, I guess.
I
Average
think
amounts
it's
of porn?
like off the charts. You were just watching
Yeah.
porn like before you jumped on this stream.
I think
so.
you have a real addiction problem with porn. That's why you're into.
That's why you're studying it, obviously.
Yes,
trying
exactly.
to get
Now,
past
what kind
your
of
addiction.
porn do you think I watch?
Okay, let me look. Let me look in deep into your eyes and try to discern.
Catboy porn.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess. I'm thinking Catboys, maybe some Tom girl abs, on the weekends.
some Tom girl abs.
The bisexual lighting is cueing you off.
It's
a little
really
bit.
cueing me, yeah.
Nice.
I
we
do like the
close?
bisexual lighting.
So
No?
far.
I need
so
to up
far.
my game.
So far from everything. I never watch porn, ever. I hate it. I find it so boring. I don't even understand it.
Boring.
Boring. Why would I
Yeah.
watch
You
this?
need a better story. That's what you need.
Wow, look at
Yeah. I need
Well, listen,
plot.
not everyone has
Not
had
plot.
been getting sex all the
So
time.
hold
that
on.
they're bored
Do
by
you
porn,
do
okay?
you do you read or listen to audiobooks of romance novels?
So when I was younger, like 15 to like 19, I listened to like some romance novels that had sex scenes in them. They were like the most tame shit ever though. Like I wasn't even cool enough to be reading 50 Shades of Grey at 19. I was reading like it's like secret Amish love affairs stories, like
God.
just like the most vanilla shit. Where
have
they're like,
you
and then we did missionary, and
Have you seen all of the Twilight series?
Yes, I have.
That counts, right?
Basically, I mean, it basically is just child porn.
Have you read 50 Shades of Grey?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No. Yeah, didn't. So I don't anymore though. Ever since like I got married, I'm just like, why would I read a book about sex when I could just go have sex?
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, why would I do this? But I have a
A
very low sex
pragmatist.
drive.
I like it.
Very
Yeah.
low libido. I enjoy sex a lot, but I don't like need it regularly. I don't even.
So
masturbate. Just not
you've
a big-
never looked at porn and
Like I've seen it. I know what porn is.
I know you
I've
it
looked at
exists. Yeah, right.
and I've looked at porn and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it just does nothing for me at all. Like I'm just
Okay.
like I just watch it and I'm like, I don't know why anyone would watch this. It's just boring.
So you can't really answer the question, I guess, because
No, I guess I could try to answer it for the erotica novels, but I guess in that role, probably the female that's being pursued, but it's
Yeah, the
written usually in
POV.
first person.
so you're taking like a POV perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, would you guess that most people who do watch porn kind of imagine themselves in it, or do you think that they're just kind of like watching two people or three people?
I think most people are just watching 2 to 3 people. I
Hmm.
think that they'll cope and say that they're picturing themselves in it, but I think most people are
Really?
picturing
You
them.
think why do you think they're coping?
I think if you're watching anything that isn't POV porn, especially. So if you're watching like POV blowjobs, okay,
Sure.
yeah, I can understand that you're probably picturing her as doing the blowjob for you.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to be by the
Yeah,
nature of
but
the
if it's
medium.
like 2 people and it's like more like third person, I think most people are actually like people enjoy watching other people have sex. Like that seems to be the case. This is
Hmm.
why like people love like nude scenes and sex scenes in movies. Like people find it arousing to watch other people, not because they're like, I'm Blake Lively in this sex scene, but because they're just like, oh my God, Blake Lively in a sex scene.
Depends if the protagonist is a cat boy or not.
True.
Right.
Do
So
you
would
identify with the cat boy?
No,
I mean, look at him.
that's like the classic Nick Fuentes joke. So
Would you be surprised to know that almost every person that has answered that question says POV?
I thought it was 80%. It was like 80-20 when we did a poll in our
I'm
chat.
telling
So
you,
When we did a
20% are coping. 20% are for
You,
sure
you mean
coping.
80%? Wait, do you think 20% of the
80%.
80% are coping?
20% of the 80% are coping hard.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
for
So you
sure.
don't so you don't try you
Why would they lie about something like that, though? I mean, it
right.
just
I don't think
doesn't.
they're lying knowingly.
Mm.
They're lying to themselves. Oh my
Well, they have that
goodness.
like there's some element if your view is I just like watching other people having sex, you kind of feel like a creep, right? Like you're kind of a creep. Like if you enjoy just being like
I
peeky
guess you're right.
doo, so most people
Well,
are going to say point of view because it's less creepy,
You
not
it's
because
think
funny
they're thinking
because
so?
about it.
Hmm.
we asked this to Dr. Moeller. I
Yeah,
always say his
Okay.
name wrong. The I don't know if you're familiar with him, the Profilicity Authenticity guy.
he kind of dodged though.
Well, no, he didn't.
Uh,
He said he views it as people that are not him. But he said because the people in the porn do creepy, gross shit, and why would he want to imagine that he's
why is he
doing?
watching porn that does creepy gross shit? That's
I
more my
know that's the
question.
thing.
Well, I'm kind of ratcheting up, but he kind of gave the opposite explanation. I disagree. I think
That's
most
weird.
people do. I trust that most people do uh, view it and they kind of put themselves into the porn. I think that is what most people do. I don't think they're just lying.
Here's a question. When you dream, are
Hmm.
you the character or are you watching like a movie from above and the characters are unrelated to you?
I'm the
It's
character.
weird. I'm almost always a character. I can't think of a single dream I've had where I'm not in it, but
Interesting.
sometimes it does appear like a movie where the camera will like shift out, but it's still me.
Yeah,
I'm
watching from
never
a
in my
distance.
dreams. I'm almost
Really?
never. So it'll be two characters, and the whole time I'm
Uh-huh.
watching the
You should
dream,
get that
I
checked
know I'm
out.
not in the
Yeah.
dream. I
That
mean,
sounds that
Wait,
sounds
so
horrible.
you're aware that you're dreaming because you're not in it?
yeah, and it's cool. Like
Wow.
I've actually written some short stories that have been
Hmm.
based off of the plots because some of my dreams have like actually like really interesting plots where I like wake up and I'm like I kind of want to go back to sleep to like see how this
To
story
finish it,
ends.
yeah.
Yeah,
Have
I'm
you ever
almost never in it.
tried to lucid dream since you're aware that you're dreaming?
I haven't done like the steps, but I think I do lucid dream. Like if a dream is getting like too scary and like my favorite character is about to die, I'll just like make something happen. And there's an earthquake and the character gets away. So I
Right.
think I do actively lucid dream for the most part.
Huh.
But I don't like wake up and like know I'm in a dream and go, I'm in a dream, but I'm also not in a dream.
Right.
So
I didn't even know that that was a thing that people, I knew that sometimes people would not be in their dreams, but I didn't know that anyone was never in their own dream.
I
That's
am
fascinating.
sometimes, but it's very rare.
Right. See, now that makes me think that if you did watch porn, you would be the, the non-POV person.
I
And you're
probably would
assuming
be.
everyone else is the same way.
I'm just projecting on everyone else. That's true.
Exactly.
That's true. I always, as a kid, had dreams where it was my point of view. I used to have night terrors. And so
Oh,
maybe I
okay.
developed this as like a coping mechanism to like
Right.
get away from it
Hmm.
because I had night terrors from 3 to like 11
Oh, that
every night
sucks.
about Oprah
Wow.
Winfrey.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
I had a dream that Oprah Winfrey would get a bunch of children locked into the community hall that was in my like small town and then spew soy sauce on them all and turn them into rice. And then she would try to and then she'd try to eat all the children. It's so dumb. And I would be the lone survivor and I'd be living with the rats, like watching her, and she'd be like hunting me, trying to like eat me. Cause yeah. And I used to be terrified of Oprah Winfrey. Like
This was
my
a
mom watched her.
consistent dream you had?
Yes, every night for like
That's so weird.
years. Yeah,
What? That's the weirdest dream.
I know. And I used to hate Oprah Winfrey because I was afraid of her because she was in my
That's
dreams.
such a, I mean, I had
Wow.
I had nightmares as a kid, but it was always like, a monster's gonna like kill me. Never like I'm gonna
Oprah
get turned into
Winfrey.
soy sauce rice by Oprah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That's amazing. Even at see,
Somebody's
I
going to
guess
weaponize this against me. Some person
I
really needs
know.
to be. This is proof that she's and then
Racist,
psychoanalyze
yeah.
me, racist,
Racist.
oh,
or
that's right. I didn't think about
Sexist,
that. You're
yeah.
racist against Asians. Yeah, and black people.
or black women. Yeah,
The Black Asian Alliance, right there.
yeah.
And they're turning them into rice. It's symbolic of white people. And they're covering them with a dark sauce. Oh my God, you don't like race mixing.
Which is funny because my husband's literally a part Jamaican. So
Well, there
Oh,
you go. That's amazing. That's hilarious.
oh, isn't Oprah the one that's dyeing them brown? It's very, I
Yeah,
mean,
well, that's
Yes.
yeah,
where's
but it's coming from
Freud?
her mind though.
I
So
know.
I
Where's
know.
he
What
thinks,
Freud?
would
see,
Freud think?
subconsciously, she thinks Oprah is turning white people black
Yeah,
with her
Honestly,
propaganda.
base though.
it's pretty scary.
Oh, okay. Laura the Brains for $5 says, please ask. In practice, does diagnosis provide treatment or does treatment provide diagnosis? How does she quantify a person's agency clinically?
Wow.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
kind of have the same question because it does seem.
precisely that question. How do I
Well, no, I
quantify
just
agency?
in some treatments we recognize, like alcoholism is a strong desire to drink, right? But we recognize you need to fight that desire because it's bad for society and bad for you personally to drink.
Right.
In homosexuality, it's a strong desire, a strong attraction to the same sex as you, right? That's not going to hurt you or society, so we let people indulge that desire. The
Right.
trans question is, I mean, we're kind of in flux on. If you have a strong desire to be the opposite gender, do we fight that desire or do we indulge it?
Right. It's a good question.
Yeah.
So diagnosis typically should inform treatment. I actually think so. My specialization, I'm going to be biased. I'm as a psychometrist. And so one thing I'm specialized in is doing a number of measures to help clarify what diagnosis is, right? So my practicum because it's a graduate level certificate. So my practicum was complex child pathology, where I was given kids with a whole bunch of gambits and a whole bunch of behavioral expressions. And we had to try to like really isolate, like, what's the diagnosis? And that course really emphasized to me, we were given real case studies, how important it is to get really good diagnosis and to realize really good diagnosis is very tricky. We don't have like a measure that I can give you to say, yes, you have the depression, you know, blood count or whatever. We don't have any of these like biological markers, which means you have to do a number of complex batteries to try to come to like the direction and answer. And if the treatment isn't working, you need to both look at other treatment options and other diagnostic evaluations, right? So like, is it ADHD or anxiety? That's a complex question. It's not actually self-evident. Tons of people who get diagnosed as ADHD are probably more anxious and vice versa, right? So you see a lot of girls getting diagnosed as anxious when they probably have ADHD, and a lot of boys being diagnosed as ADHD when they probably have anxiety because they often functionally look very similar.
Well, there you go.
I know I didn't answer the agency question. Quantifying
The
agency
agency is
so
a tough
tricky.
question. Yeah.
It is so tricky.
Don't you think it's a spectrum though? Some
Yes.
people don't have a lot of agent. I feel like so the brain has the emotional, or I like the word intuitions because emotion kind of gets a bad rap, but you have intuitions towards behaviors. And then the rational part of you is the calculating whether or not those intuitions should be indulged or not. If you don't have a lot of if you're not very smart, like you're operating completely on intuition.
Yeah. And so, like with treatment, there's a blend of when we're looking at diagnosis and treatment, part of the question is functionality. So, if I indulge somebody with schizophrenic delusions about being like part demon, functionally, that's going to have a lot of serious ramifications, right? So if I give them surgeries to make them look more like a demon, if I like start treating them, if I maybe try to change things on certain certificates so that people have acknowledged that they're a demon, in many functional ways, this doesn't make any sense, right? Whereas when we're talking about trans identity, one thing that's really interesting, for example, is a lot of people with gender dysphoria experience a vast decrease in distress, dysphoria, anxiety, and suicide tendencies when they go through medical intervention. Whereas I don't think we'd see the same, for example, with a schizophrenic person who gets turned into a demon. I think we'd see same levels of like dysfunction, same levels of hallucination. They'd still be probably being bombarded with visual or whatever types of hallucinations they have. They might have catatonic symptoms. So that proves, okay, the treatment to schizophrenia can't be the same thing as, for example, something like gender dysphoria, whereas gender dysphoria is actually pretty successfully treated by a transition. And so functionality is kind of interplayed in all of this. No diagnosis is made unless an individual is dysfunctional. This is really, really important.
This is why the two models are at odds with one another, though, because people can have gender dysphoria that resolves. And if you're treating something that's going to resolve itself with a permanent life-altering treatment, you don't necessarily know if that's a good thing or not. Like,
yeah. So in the past, we did typically treat gender dysphoria with exclusively therapy, and it's decently successful more often for girls than for boys. The problem is we had no alternative for the people that it was very not successful for. And what had a higher efficacy of success was this transition, right? So that's why it goes like, okay, well, actually the better model of treatment is transitioning. Like therapy's good. I encourage anyone with any sort of like trans or gender dysphoric struggle or anything to get therapy. But sometimes the therapy isn't enough and you still need to get therapy because life sucks being a trans person as well. And a lot of therapy doesn't resolve gender dysphoria, whereas medical transition does. But medical transition doesn't fix it for every dysphoric person.
In our current political environment, though, how can the therapy even try to resolve the gender dysphoria?
Right now, we can't.
Yeah. So
what I would say is historically we did though. Like this method was attempted, right? So it's not like we just never treated it and then suddenly the trans ideology took off and we just started transitioning kids without doing therapy. So we actually did therapy a lot.
We officially talked people out of being trans before trans ideology took over.
Yes, the problem is its efficacy was pretty mixed.
Because
especially depending on age and
because we talked them out of it and they committed suicide. Is that what happened?
Or things just didn't work.
Or they would report still being highly dysphoric and high distress. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know I have friends that get highly distressful when they can't drink, and I just tell them fucking suck it up.
That's true, but there's a different cost to drinking to like your liver than there necessarily is for transitioning.
Right.
Well, I don't think
that's a good comparison. I mean, talking about an addiction versus,
it's not a good comparison.
No, I mean, you're talking about something that's a physical addiction, like drinking.
Right. Yeah. No. People will get mad about the comparison. They will, but I guess it's a very personal thing when you're weighing costs. For some person, the cost of not being able to reproduce is like immense. For other people, not so much.
Be curious, I don't know the answer to it, would be what was the success rate of sort of alternatives to transition treatment? Because even if it was less, like, I don't know, 20, 30%, you might still wonder if it would be worth trying that first and then transitioning if that wasn't successful.
Yeah, I mean, depending on this place that you're in, like, again, I'm not super familiar with all forms of like trans interventionism. My understanding is a lot of trans people do get a fair bit of therapy before they transition. However, my understanding is that that's somewhat shifting over time, right? And so like, while the therapist's job in that role isn't necessarily to say whether they're trans or not, which like, this is a fight even within like modalities of therapy. Some therapy would argue that your job isn't to tell your client anything about themselves. It doesn't matter if they're trans, if they're anything, their personality. Your job is not to tell them about themselves in any way. Your job is to reflect and help them they're the expert. So your job is to help them come to the answers that they already know. They're just like muddled about, basically.
I suspect that people who have a problem with the gender ideology just opt not to take these patients. And the people who are affirmative only care and think the science is settled, like they're really the only options for these people, which is the problem. People are self-selecting into a system that's completely biased.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And this is like this is like, that is legitimate. I would just fully agree, right? Yeah. The fact that like And I disagree with postmodern models of therapy. I think if your client is the expert, then why are they really coming to you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And why are they
Right.
paying
exactly.
you 220 an hour? Like I get
Right.
it if your client is the expert and they just like need a little bit of help with like life transitions, but then you're not worth like $200 an hour. And to be honest, you probably don't need a master's or PhD to help people with that. You just need to like have a little bit of training about like cultural stuff. You need to know some like social skills, some basic stuff. And like most people can do that type of stuff. But when you're talking with like more specialized, severe cases of mental illness, that's when you kind of need the training. And at that point, I would argue, for example, basically the client is expert is a modality that's never used in addiction because half the time we don't know if I'm talking to the addict part of you or the real part of you. Because unironically, I will have clients in the midst of like high levels of like desire to use tell me things that I know are not true. And I know that if they were more sober or like a little bit more lucid and less like overwhelmed with like, because addiction isn't like a impulse, it's like a compulse. So they're like compulsed to drink. When they're not in that mode, I know that they would disagree with what they're saying. And so, yeah, it psychology is very complex, and there's no one size fits all, right? Sometimes a client is expert works. It works really well for life transition type therapy, general stuff where you're just trying to like figure out who you are, and what you're doing in your life. Client is expert is a really, really good approach.
That's
It's
a
not super helpful with like schizophrenia though.
that's I never heard it put that way before, but that's a great way to put it. Like if the client is there telling you they're the expert about their illness, and I mean, why are you even talking to them?
Right. Yeah. And so then we have to decide which issues can clients be experts about. Well, they can be experts about themselves. However, how do we form an identity?
I
And I think
mean, allegedly, I so many people are they really experts about themselves? It seems like they don't really have a clear picture of how people view them.
I don't like I'm just going to say it from my chest. I hate postmodern therapy.
Oh,
I just don't
Based.
I just hate
yeah,
it.
no, I
But
completely agree.
I think it's
Yeah.
fine for life transitions. For people who broadly do know themselves, they maybe just get like anxious and need somebody to like kind of verbal diarrhea on and like help them like figure out their thoughts. I think it's based for that. I hate postmodern therapy for almost everything else, which is an
Mhm.
unpopular opinion. I don't like it. I don't
It's a
like it at all.
popular opinion here, that's for sure. So
Yeah.
you're welcome.
Nice.
I'm in a safe space.
You're in a safe space.
That's good.
Autodrome96. Thanks so much for being a free sticker for 3 months. Says, Erudite, could you talk about Elon Musk's brand of polygamy and your broader thoughts about it?
I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I don't know
Honestly.
anything.
I
I
don't
have
know anything
spent
about it. Yeah.
2 minutes looking into Elon Musk.
Okay.
Starlink's pretty based. I hear it's expensive, but really good internet. And he's done some pretty cool technological stuff. You know, I doubt I at one point I was hopeful that he would help fix Twitter, but somebody was like, "You realize
Hey, it's
he's
been
going to
like
be like
a half
fixed
a
on the
week.
bottom." No. I'm not saying this, but somebody brought the point of me of being like, "Yeah, but he's a businessman. He's going to be concerned about bottom line, like first and foremost." And I was like, you're right. That's probably true."
I don't think he is, though, because I don't think he would have
Not
bought
according to
Twitter
him.
for the
Yeah.
I
money.
hope not. I
Yeah.
would love to see social media improved and like if he's like the first one, for example, to like force algorithms to not just like feed you your bias, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what he does with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree completely. I think, I mean, I would guess, I could be wrong, but I guess if you're the richest or one of the richest men in the world, you're not going to buy Twitter just to make more money. There is some ideology underlying that. Maybe it'll end up being bad, but I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not too, but I guess
Uh,
we'll see. We'll
we'll
see.
see.
Yeah,
I
I
saw,
don't. What does Elon Musk do? Doesn't he just like have lots of kids? Isn't he like obsessed with having many children?
I don't know anything about this. I didn't know he had any polygamy. So I thought he was married until recently.
Yeah,
He's
but
he's
him and
had
his
a
dad are
couple
obsessed with
wives though.
like having many children. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think like the most responsible thing you can do is if you think like here's the thing, if you think you can be a really good parent and raise excellent children, there is no higher moral responsibility than to like do that, to like bring good people into this world. So
Why not
I just
just
don't know
hire
if
a
he's a
good
good parent.
parent though?
There you go.
I mean, you get
Like
a
a
good
nanny?
nanny. Yeah.
Studies are not super great on those kids.
Oh, he has 8 kids, and only one of them is named a weird name, which is good. One of them's
I
named Exadark. Exadark Side Rail? What the fuck? That name is ridiculous. Oh no, he has one that's named. That's right. He had the weird name, the the
Mhm.
XAE A12 child. I don't know what's up with that, but
Stug for $5. The way you
stuck for $2.
oh
Says Adam using guests is free therapy. Clever.
wait, that's
Very good.
Solidoge.
I'm sorry, Soladosh. Yeah. So that was clever, Adam. Good job.
I mean, I don't know that she's helped me therapeutically, but I do thank you for coming on.
Mm-hmm. Do you
There's
want me to
this
read?
super weird misconception where the I don't know what it is. I'm so annoyed. So many people think that the moment that you're trained in psychology, something transformative has occurred so that anytime you have any level of depth of conversation with that person,
You're
it's
healing me.
therapeutic in nature. And it's
Yes.
just like therapy isn't like what happens when if I get a PhD in clinical psychology, nothing transformative has occurred. I'm just
Mhm.
like a little bit more knowledgeable and I can still
Mm-hmm.
have deep conversations. And like what's therapeutic about it is like having somebody see you. But that
Right.
isn't something you need to be like trained in. I don't know. It drives me
Every
crazy.
every
Like weird
therapist I've
gatekeeping that
been
happens.
every
Sorry.
therapist I've been to is like totally full of shit. Like I've never had a good experience with a therapist. So I've
There's
only been
some
to a few different
Maybe
therapists,
that means
but
something about you,
You
Adam.
know, I
yeah.
offer a service where I actually help people find good therapists.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a lot of we need elitism in psychology.
Mhm.
We need to go back to the days where we
Sitch
say
is your elitist here. Don't
certain
voice this
degrees
on me.
are more valuable, and certain degrees are
True.
not,
Of
and
course, yeah.
we need to pay them differently, and also not say that everyone is an expert in psychology just because they have like a master's in something.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, but yeah, that again will get all my peers and whatnot
That's okay.
hating me. Yeah.
Better hating you than us.
True. Yeah, works out.
President Sunday, your good friend, President Sunday, sent us $2.
Oh,
He-
it's probably not actually him. People do that a lot.
oh
But
no, I think it's really him.
okay.
This is really him.
Sitch is very gullible. He's the gullible one
he's
on the show.
President Sunday has given us money before, so I assume it's the real guy. He says, "Not so erudite is so stupid. Never anything intelligent to say. This is why Destiny is pathetic. All his orbiters are fools. I hate Destiny. He is so uninteresting that I don't care about him at all, but I do hate him."
I don't care about him at all, but I do ruminate about him, talk about him, make multiple videos about him, and also
Yeah.
obsessively tweet about him.
Right.
President
You don't
Sunday.
think that's the real President Sunday?
That is
You know
that's a
what?
pretty good
I
impression.
offer a therapy finding service, and I highly recommend you utilize it.
We're talking to him on Thursday, right?
Yeah,
President
that's
Sunday's
gonna be
coming
fun.
on. Yeah.
That would be great.
Is it
great.
fun for you or us?
Fun for me. Maybe you guys. He's an
Scared.
interesting character.
That's true. That's true.
The first thing we're gonna have to figure out is if he's actually crazy. Like that's gonna be the
No,
first.
that will never
He-
be answered. So
You know, my theory. Yeah, did you guys? So I grew up Christian.
Mhm.
I actually still
So
am
did
Christian.
I.
Yeah, I grew up fundy though, fundy Christian.
Oh,
we're like
okay.
we're
Yeah.
the chosen people.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa, whoa, whoa! As the resident Jew here, I'm the chosen person. So
No, you killed Jesus. You're not going to.
because he was a faker. You're right, because he was a faker.
Oh, ouch!
That's why we did it. That's why we did it.
Ouch!
You were jealous. You were jealous.
No,
You're like
no,
God
you're
can't
jealous.
God can't love you
Well-
more than us.
Okay, well, actually, listen.
To the cross with
Technically,
him.
I don't know if you know this. Okay, the Jews didn't kill Jesus. The Romans did, and they tried to pawn it off on us when they converted later. So this is all
sure.
fake news.
8 layers deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say President Sunday. If you were ever in Bible camp, you know, did you guys ever do quizzing?
No. What is that?
Okay, it's where like it's this nerdy sport where kids memorize Bible verses and then they have buzzers and they'll read off like a verse or the start of like a quote of a verse. And you either have to stand
finish
up
it?
and say like
Oh.
where it's from or finish
okay.
the quote. Yeah. So you have to stand up and be like Luke 13:29 to 32.
I thought I
President
grew
Sunday?
up Christian. I guess I didn't.
Like I said, funny, different world. Okay, my parents sent my brother conversion therapy. I know. The whole
Really? Oh man.
Yeah.
So that's
Wow.
got to be bad. Yeah.
Yeah, my parents are lovely now. Just to be clear, they've come
That's
a long
good.
way. He's the kid who's really good at quizzing and thinks that he's really cool because he can like dumpster on everyone on like all their memorized Bible verses. And he's also the kid who always has like like those pants that have like 9 bajillion pockets and also have those zip up.
Parachute pants.
Yeah, but they also have the zippers around the knees so you can like pull off and have
Oh,
shorts. So
yeah.
they're like high functionality. He's one of those kids who wears those pants, but they're slightly too short and the really oversized sneakers with a sock sticking out in between. That's the energy I get.
Wow.
Mhm.
I've thought about this a lot. Clearly.
Lord of the Brains for $5 says, Sitch, if all behavior is biologically motivated, then how can some people be real trans and false trans? All would still be biological. Well, I didn't say all behavior. I don't think all behavior, I think you're conceptualizing this wrong. I think all behavior has some, okay, how to phrase this. I think humans have a biological hardware that all of your behavior and your thoughts and everything goes through that. Now, obviously, that your culture is going to affect all that stuff too.
Of course.
But you can have something like, and I don't really understand the question because someone could, for a biological reason, think that they have gender dysphoria, but that they don't. Like they could be confused. Like someone could have a biological reason for being anxious or depressed as they go through puberty, and then they confuse themselves or they get confused by society into thinking that it's gender dysphoria when it's actually not gender dysphoria. So I don't see why. I guess I just don't really understand what you're asking me. But
Did you skip a couple super chats, Doug, for $5?
well, I was only going to read ones that were somewhat related to the. I mean, I could read Stugs for $5. Says the way you attract a woman is by grunting and beating your chest.
That's good advice.
That's true.
Short fatted taco for 5 Canadians. Sitch should just choose to be gay, or else you're a bigot. So Sitch, don't be a bigot.
Well, no. See, Dev is just trying to groom me, so I think that's what's happening.
Oh
no! Thank you, Dev.
He's got long-term romance plans with Sitch.
He does. He wants to take me to his.
That would never happen with A-Team.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thanks so much. Says I've been looking for a good counter to just Pearly things. I enjoy her stuff for the most part, but I disagree with how hard she goes against women. Thanks for bringing her on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm an alternative just Pearly, because I'm a woman who talks about men's issues, but I don't attack other women in the process of doing so. Whereas Pearly tends to just be like,
what fun is
that? Yeah.
I know. Imagine trying to advocate for the well-being and improve relationship of both men and women.
I jumped into a Destiny drama stream for like a minute, and someone was attacking you. And I don't like some girl was attacking you. What was that all about? So it did seem like someone was beating up on you. They were calling you basically like smart. And I was like, how is this an insult? I don't like.
How dare.
That was Lav. Lav and I actually have a pretty good relationship. I like Lav. She has some behaviors that I really disagree with.
It did seem like she was attacking you. I was like, oh, I tuned in at the perfect time here. There's a fight going on.
You guys should have her on. She's actually very interesting. She's a very interesting person. And she's actually one of the few like kind of fourth wave feminists that have got me like re-interested in some of the theories of feminism again, because I've mostly been like disinterested in feminism for a while.
Right. Guys don't like smart women. I feel like that's a plus.
Well, the argument, there's a lot of concerns that like basically people feel like sometimes I'm optically a pick-me because I talk to a lot of men about a lot of men's issues.
What is that? What's a pick-me? Everyone says it and I never remember what it is.
So when used correctly, a pick-me is a woman who throws other women under the bus for validation of men.
Okay.
And those women do exist, right? And it's
but
really
she was the one
shitty.
throwing you under the bus, though. So wouldn't she be the pick-me?
Well, no, because she's not doing it for men's validation. The problem is that when you use pick, and in fairness, Lab didn't call me a pick-me in that conversation.
I feel like she was, though. I feel like she was saying like, "Oh, you're just smart, and that's lame."
She was saying that like I think she was actually trying to say, I'm steel manning her, that I have a bit of like a survivor bias because in her worldview, I occupy the like narrow, rigid role that men in this space like value and appreciate. And while she appreciates some of my critiques, she has a struggle with some of the criticisms that I levy at women. So I do levy certain criticisms at women, is somewhat survivor biased and unfair because I'm occupying a space where like men accept me. And there's a lot of space where like women can exist that is not accepted, like in their emotionality and stuff, which I think is somewhat of a true criticism. The problem is that I spent 80% of my career fighting red pill men on like why women are based and not just like terrible, slutty monsters who you should turn into non-human beings. And yeah. And so it's like, I'm like, God, like what the fuck? But yeah, I have some like spicy takes on like women and feminism. So
but this is
where that comes from.
Like you're in a male dominated space when you're on YouTube, like men like competitive arguing. So I mean, it seems obvious why you would be accepted if you're competing in the sport that we're all competing in. So,
Yeah, there's this interesting kind of like argument of like if you go to Saudi Arabia as a feminist, will you wear a burqa? And
mhm.
the answer should obviously be yes, because
You don't
if
want
you
to get
want to,
killed.
well, you don't want to get killed, but there's an element where like sometimes you need to respect a culture that you're coming into and like navigate within it. And there is genuine misogyny on the internet. I would say I've never been attacked for being a woman more
Mhm.
than I have since I've come onto the internet. Like that's real. The
Hmm.
issue is that you don't solve that by coming into the culture and disrespecting the culture, saying that it's just bad, icky, and wrong and evil, and
Mhm.
then basically never wearing a burqa and just being rude and disrespectful. That's not typically how you shift the culture. You like shift it like from the bottom up. That would be my counter to that.
No, I
Right.
agree.
Listen,
Yeah.
yeah.
You got to
I
change minds, hearts and minds.
Yeah.
from
And
from
women need to
my
be held responsible for certain things. I think like collective responsibility for women is an extremely unpopular idea. And I think it's good. And I think it's actually empowering. But we are like desperate to continue to infantilize women. And I don't understand why. And I
yeah,
don't want to do
that's
it.
very true. From my experience, regarding like sexism on and racism on the
Mhm.
internet. Now, of course, I'm a white guy, so what do I know? But it definitely seems like sexism and racism has ramped up in response to wokeness in like
Yes.
2014 era. Where before that, like it was still, I mean, it was there, but it seemed like it was far more joking or far less. And it seems like now people do it just because they know like they're not supposed to.
It's the same reason why nobody likes Christians, because Christians just try to like bludgeon everyone with their own moral system and we're like, you're bad,
Right.
bad, 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 stop sinning. And now we're like, fuck you, Christians, you suck. And it turns out that like when you run around and try to shame people and like call them the ontologically evil, nobody likes you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They
a
just do
lot
the
of times,
opposite.
like what's better than going up to like that awful bigoted Christian grandma who's just like women should wear skirts and stuff like that and just be like just drop like a big old F bomb. Like there
Right.
it's immature, but it's fucking satisfying to just be like fuck you, right? Or just like, you know,
Yeah, yeah, it
you
is.
shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's that the rebellious teen in us wants to do
Of
that.
course. I mean, hey, the religious people should know this. That's like literally the second story in the Bible is, don't
Yeah.
eat this from this one tree. And of course, that's exactly what
Fuck
people do.
you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I love grapes.
I know.
Or you could
Uh,
argue the first sin was that men didn't control their women, so
there you go. Based.
Some people
Joe,
have that
just
problem.
kidding, by the way. Before somebody's like, she really believes that. I'm joking.
Flip it. Joe Frago for $5 says, you guys still haven't talked about atavism. And as someone with atavistic tendencies, it angers me. I don't even know what is atavism.
Yeah, I
Autism?
don't know.
No, it's ATAVISM. Atavism.
It feels like they're saying autism, but they're
They're
spelling it
not. They
wrong.
said it twice.
A tendency to revert to something ancient or ancestral. Oh, return to monkey. It's your favorite thing.
Oh, I love Return to Monkey.
Hmm.
Well, wait, I think it's a little bit more common. It says in biology, atavism is a modification of a biological structure where an ancestral genetic trait reappears after having been lost through evolutionary change in previous generations.
The more civilized society seems to be, the more susceptible it is to buried atavism. Atavism.
Interesting. I never heard that before.
The reason we didn't talk about it is because none of
Yeah.
us have ever.
Yeah,
heard
we don't
of
know anything
before.
about it. Yeah. Pyromaniac129 for 10 Canadian says, I would like to recommend to Erudite the books On Liberty and the Subjugation of Women by John S. Mill. Also, S-Class is best class.
That only says S class. Also S class.
Well, that's the implication.
He could have been getting ready to say S class sucks.
No, I don't think so. I think you're just jelly, but it's fine.
Do you have a name for? Do you have your fans elected a name for themselves? Erudite?
We sometimes call them goblins, like all
The
of my
goblins.
Yeah.
Okay.
We live in a little goblin hole, little goblin hovel.
All right. The
All my
goblins.
emotes are goblins. I don't know how much they actually self-identify. Trash goblins is kind of like what we call them.
Trash
Wow.
goblins. Okay.
CT would be a big fan. I think
Really
she
elevating
likes
the
goblin
status of your fans.
It's all a meme, right? You always have. That's why the name Not So Erudite. It's like
Right.
it's super funny. It's also amazing because people then try to insult me by saying like Not So Peterson, and it just always it's like I'm using your own insult against you, and it's like
Well,
good job.
And there is that don't think I'm an elephant thing. So Not So Erudite is actually kind of a brilliant screen name because you're saying, Yeah, actually, I am erudite, but I don't want to brag.
So it's all my husband's idea. He
Oh,
said be
really?
erudite, and I
Yeah.
said erudite seems a little precocious. I don't
Yeah.
know. And then he
It
said, well,
takes
you
the
said the word
precocious right
precocious.
out of it.
Yeah,
It's
he's
a
like,
Yeah.
you
nice way
said
of putting
precocious,
it.
bitch. What do you
Yeah.
mean? And then he
Yeah.
said, well, I thought you would say that. So I thought, what about not so erudite? And I was like,
It is brilliant.
pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
smart.
Yeah.
He's really good at naming things.
Just like Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, I'm
Are
not.
you
No,
the
like
brains
No.
behind
from
the
the
naming?
Bible.
Oh.
Like Adam and Sitch.
There you
Okay.
go.
There's too many atoms. There should only be one atom on the
There
entire
should be,
planet.
yeah. That's
It
true. We
fix
should
me from
purge
my
the
big
other
faux
atoms.
pas. True.
Tell us
Uh,
something about not the No Jumper podcast, Candy. I'm only kidding. I don't want all your research to go to waste. So
I know. I'll save it one day, all right?
One day you'll get on.
Sure. Yeah.
But those
Yeah.
books were on liberty and
You should reach out to them. I'm sure
subjection
they're
of
dying
women.
to have you on.
I don't know if I would say dying. I don't know if they're like, oh, this like D minus celebrity. Let's have her on. But
I'd say
Well, I
D
mean, you
plus.
could
Come on, give
weigh
yourself some credit.
you could weigh in with Flacco on the Max controversy.
There
so.
you go.
I mean, now's your time. Now's the time to strike while the iron's hot. So.
Yeah.
I'm too nice. I don't know. I think I have
I
my feelings
don't like
towards
to
Max,
invite-
but I don't want to attack him on a like thousands of viewer episode. Like,
No, I agree. It's not the
Fair
thing to
enough.
do. And
He's being all
inviting
moral.
yourself on shows is not really a good look either. So
No. True.
that's true. I'll
Yeah.
get somebody else to email them for me. To
Yeah,
be like,
that's the
you
way
should
to
have
do it.
not so erudite on. Yeah.
There you go. Just create some dummy accounts. Some
Yeah.
totally anonymous people.
Yeah.
Some weird guy for $2 says, what is Erudite's favorite dinosaur and why?
Ooh.
owls.
I don't know. Raptors. I've always been obsessed with raptors.
Oh,
I
nice.
think they're
Good,
really
that's a good-
cool.
Right.
Mhm.
Any specific type of raptor?
There's more than one.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah,
bunch.
there's lots. I really like microraptors. I feel like if there's any pet that would be so fun to have, would be a little microraptor because they're so like itty bitty and their little feathers.
Uh-huh.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a drone or something.
Basically, a drone with like attitude.
Micro.
I always like the
yeah.
opposite. I always like the Utah raptor would like karate kick people or other
Ah.
dinosaurs.
You know, somebody had a funny joke. They said I should have said that Eminem is my favorite raptor.
Chat's always funnier than the actual streamers. So.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Sad. Vincent Martin, thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 4 months. Says, since this is a psychology-related stream, what are your thoughts about video games causing in real life violence and porn causing in real life sexual violence?
Interesting question. I can tell you the data. We have pretty strong data on video games. Basically, if you expose your kids to violent video games, on average before the age of 10, it does inform their schema and theory of violence, essentially. So in our brain, we have scripts and schemas, which basically tell us how the world is, how to operate within it, and what are the rules that I must engage with. And like we use these scripts as like habituation behavioral pathways. So if you're playing a video game under 10 where the solution to all your problems was to kill the guy and hide his body, I'm not saying that you're going to become a serial murderer. But we do see an escalation of violence, and that violent tendency does maintain a little bit. After that schema's formed, though, in a more healthy way, after 10, playing violent video games does increase aggression temporarily. So if I get you to play a violent video game and then I put you in a room and I stage basically like a confrontation, you're more likely to be more aggressive and violent. But it goes away within like 10 to 20 minutes.
Right. So it's more like you're just kind of hyped up in that state of mind. You got those chemicals flowing, and then once they go away, it goes away.
Yeah. Violent porn. I can't believe that exposing, especially the young boys, to violent porn doesn't have some impact on sexual exchanges and violence. I do think that there's kind of this weird romanticization of like sexual violence within like 50 Shades of Grey is just like, I haven't read it, but every little bit about the plot that I read is like creepy. I'm like, isn't this like kind of domestic abusey with like the emotional manipulation and stuff? But I don't know how much and to what extent.
I've never read
Yeah, but
50
let's be
Shades
real.
of Grey, so I don't know anything about it.
It's not the men that are romanticizing That kind.
Well, that's the issue, right? Is we see a lot
Yeah.
of women who romanticize and prefer high levels of sexual violence also have high
Yes.
levels of sexual abuse under the age of like
Yeah.
5, right?
Yeah.
So like when you look at that and then you see a culture that's creating more like violent porn, which to be fair, a lot of people say that porn is getting more violent. That's not actually true. It's slightly on the decrease.
Hmm.
Oh
But if we,
wow.
It's a
but
self-report when they say
no,
that.
this is actually looking at like actual like porn sites and
No, I
like
mean the people that are saying it's getting more violent, that's them
oh yeah,
self-reporting.
yeah, yeah. There's kind of like that fear mongering, right? I can't believe that like having that readily available to especially like young people doesn't have like some impact on this, right? So like I always hear like the horror stories of a girl's like first time and the guy like grabs her throat and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I just thought that that's what you do," right?
Hmm.
Um, so but do I think it's like increasing like rape? Probably not. I think everyone, even if you watch violent porn, knows that like rape bad.
Yeah.
But a lot of sexual assault occurs under like blurry consent situations.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, Doomer Media for $2, who doesn't know that owls are birds, says that remove Sitch from the show. There you go.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's been trying to gun for
No,
my
we're
spot for a
we're
long
gonna
time.
Just
keep
like you
him.
guys
So.
removed Jesus from history. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you know
Oh
this.
shit.
I don't know if you know this. Every Jewish boy or girl for their bar bat mitzvah, they actually get into the secret Jewish time machine and they go back and personally nail Jesus to the cross.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. And then do you guys
Yep.
get little Jesus candy so you could
Yes.
pretend to like be eating his flesh too? But not in
Oh,
like the
it's not a
Catholic
pretend.
way.
It's
Okay.
not pretend.
I don't condone any of this.
I mean, and it's cool because they let you, since you're going back in time and the way they kind of structure it, is that everyone gets to keep their own hammer. So I have on my wall the hammer that nailed Jesus. So
That's
You're
cool.
you're both giving into like the most anti-Semitic trope ever.
Sorry.
the Jews going back in time to kill Jesus trope. I didn't know that
Well,
was,
no,
I didn't know that was a trope, Adam.
just the whole blaming the Jews for killing Jesus is the trope, and she's openly saying that
Right.
yes, that is true, and you're saying yes, it is true, and
Why?
I
Okay, wait a
participated in it.
You're the one that always says this is a comedy show.
No, I know,
Wait.
I know. It's
Okay.
obviously
If you're an
obviously a joke.
anti-theist, it's not actually. If you're an anti-theist, then it wouldn't be anti-Semitic. It would be like, good job.
Are you an
Well done.
anti-theist? That's
There you
a
I'm
go.
not.
okay.
I'm not. No.
There you go.
Are you a Jesus killer, Sitch? Be honest.
Yes, I went back in time and killed Jesus. Yeah,
I understand.
I've said this many times on stream. This is
we
not new
do have
information.
a comedy show. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ostracy thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 8 months. Says, I believe I saw NotSoErudite on Fresh and Fit with Destiny. Unfortunately, I thought you and Destiny did not do a great job countering arguments from Mirren and Fresh. Listening to you here has been better.
Was this the argument about?
I'm sorry.
About
I
Kanye?
crushed on Fresh and Fit. No, we went on Fresh and
Ooh,
Fit
okay.
in like early September. I eviscerated on
What
it.
was
Me
the
and Destiny
topic?
did such a good job. It was
Nice.
actually like probably one of my best
I'll have to
performances.
check it out.
What was
Yeah.
the topic? Do you remember?
The classic ones on Fresh and Fit. So body count, one-sided polygamy. I talked a lot about dating strategy specifically. So I really
Okay.
tried to focus in on like how, in my view, basically, we actually got Myron and Fresh to admit that their advice is actually only good for like 250 out of their like 23,000 viewers.
That's pretty
Which
good.
which is pretty impressive to like get them to acknowledge
They're
that basically,
trying
like,
to basically stable all the women and like deny everyone else. Is that why it's bad?
well, they're if I get into like the complexities of it, they're giving advice that so do you know what a 304 is in this like world?
No.
It's a
what
zip
is
code?
It's a hoe.
that? A 304?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
is that
you
like the
know,
police
like you
code?
know on your calculator if you like turn it upside down.
I thought
Oh
that
my
was.
God,
I thought
okay.
that was the thought.
Yeah, but they don't use thought anymore. They use
Oh,
304.
okay. 304 is
basically-
the new term for that hoe over there.
There
Yeah,
you go.
basically. But essentially, they talk a lot about like fatherless behavior of these women and how like promiscuity in their mind is fatherless behavior. And so I basically tried to argue like the problem is that like actual fatherless behavior from women is when they like get convinced that the only relationship that they can have with men is their wallet, right? Because their dad walked out on them, or their dad like only paid alimony, or just like paid them gifts in between like seeing them, right? And so like the problem with like fresh and fit's dating strategy is they actually teach men how to maintain relationships with women who will always only view them as a wallet. And
Yeah.
in my argument, I don't think that that is the type of relationship most men or most women want.
Of
I would say,
course. Yeah.
right, those women should probably go to therapy and like work on some of that stuff.
Right.
And men should be pursuing women who value them for more than just like what like actual physical material that they provide. And I think like we've really, and so basically I argue that like you're establishing a situation where all of your viewers are becoming the type of men that
Yeah.
these 304 women are selecting for, and then you're teaching these men how to maintain relationships with these women while at the same time cutting these women down and talking about them like they're like basically subhuman.
You're,
It's like,
we're
why are we
setting
doing
people
this?
up for failed relationships, basically.
Yes.
Self-fulfilling
Yes.
prophecy.
Hmm.
And perpetuating the problem, perpetuating the 304 behavior in their mind. This like
Right.
fatherless view of denigrating men into just being wallets and women into just being fleshlights.
We need to
That's
get
a
these
great
kids
point.
into a good Bible camp. That's how we fix this issue.
Bro, quizzing is how we solve
There
this
you go.
problem. Because then nobody will ever want to have sex with you.
Oh,
It
that's
does seem like
terrible.
it does seem like with a lot of the red pill guys that there's a lot of survivorship bias here because it's like if they're teaching people strategies
Of
which are only going
course.
to
Yeah.
attract the specific women that they're sort of criticizing,
Yeah.
and then they say, "See, this is all women." It's like, well,
Yes. That's exactly what's going on.
kind of
Yeah.
doing it to yourself.
So how long do you usually stream for? We've been streaming for like 3 hours.
Yeah, I'll stream anywhere from 3 to 5. I've got
Okay.
a
Wow.
podcast at
That's
I should
it?
probably
Five
check.
hours?
Yeah, I
Wow, look
know.
at you.
Basically lazy. I do work in a grad lab, so I do
Hmm.
Are
a
you
couple
at,
hours a week.
are you working on your PhD?
So I'm working in the lab of my supervisor who will probably supervise me next year, but she didn't want to take on a student this year. So
But
I'm
you are going
getting
to get a PhD?
that's the goal. That's the dream.
How are you
I'm
going
in between.
to how are you going to improve the depth of human knowledge? What are you going to do?
So actually, I'm really excited about it. I have an opportunity to get a co-supervision of doing in the province I'm in, Alberta. We have a pretty integrated juvenile delinquent system, and when kids are admitted into the juvenile delinquent system, we do like every assessment under the sun. One of my profs recently got access to the last 50 years of data from all of the juvenile delinquent system across the entire province, which
Wow.
is just like mountains and mountains of data. And so he was like, if you want to do research, there's nothing of its kind.
Wow.
So I'm going to do that. There's a study I'm going to get involved in that's also doing like brain scans of substance abused kids with FASD long term to see how their brains change through treatment and stuff like that. So yeah, lots of super cool research that I get to be a part of.
Is it questionnaires? Is that the type of data?
No, I mean the juvenile delinquency stuff is going to be a mixture of IQ testing, neuropsych batteries, risk assessment measures. We've got like I was like, what level of detail? Like I could tell you who each person's grade 3 teacher was. Like tons and tons. So behavioral observational data, self-report data, clinician report, social worker report, just actual like juvenile records. So like crimes that were committed, crimes that they were charged with but not found guilty of, all sorts of stuff. Obviously with their names removed. So I can't like look up like one person's name and be like, yeah, your grade 3 teacher is this person and these are the crimes he did. Like it's anonymized, but
Hmm.
yeah.
Sweet. Sounds fun.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Science. Science. It's always fun.
Yes. I love science. Big nerd. Yeah.
That's the power of math. So Doge for $2 says the one popular psych term that I hate is neurodivergent. It's literally not a medical term. It was invented by Tumblr users to make themselves feel special and ward off criticism. So if you see someone use that word, mock them.
It was actually developed by a journalist, and I find it functionally helpful. It's not a diagnostic label, but it's very helpful to encapsulate a bunch of people whose brains literally are different than most people's, and therefore they operate very differently. Fun fact about Evo Psych, some of the best Evo psychologists in the world are typically on the autism spectrum because, in many ways, when they look at human behavior, they kind of get almost like an otherized experience because their brains are literally different than like a
Right.
neurotypical person. So I actually find it a really helpful term. I used to hate it, and then I looked more into it, and I was like, actually, this is kind of helpful, but it's not a psych term at all. That's true.
Just call them weirdos.
But it's more than that. Like ADHD people have like certain things that they excel at. Like autistic
Right.
people have certain things that they excel at as well. It's just doesn't fit well into the neurotypical mold.
Sure. Uh, anything else, Adam?
No, I mean, should we wrap up? I guess we've done all the super chats.
Well, we have other super chats that are not related in art, but I don't know if Not So Erudite wants to stick around for all that.
Well, I
I'm
only
good
have
for the next hour. So
Okay, sure.
I only
whatever
have
you guys
another
wanna do.
hour, so I only have another hour myself.
We had to do the Halloween art contest spin
Okay.
thing. Remember?
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to do that. I'm scared to click on it because
Okay.
I'm scared my
Well, let me finish super chats. And X A Mighty Storm for €5 says, Adam, look in your Discord DMs. I've answered a lot of your questions you had about trans stuff there yesterday during the stream.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Thanks.
Christian Baller for thanks so much for being Discipline Equals Freedom for 8 months says, Adam, if you're interested in learning about the issues about the supply chain problems for poultry and beef causing inflation, check out the data on meatspin.org. It's very eye-opening. I love you all.
Cool.
Did he send you anything about that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you're gonna
Was
check it out.
Is it sure? What is it?
It was meatspin.org. It was on inflation problems with the supply chain for poultry and beef.
I'll check it out.
Okay. Oh no, sorry. They said it's meatspin.com, not org.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. And let me just Google meat spend. They're always trying to get me to Google things that are gonna like show me a bunch of pictures I don't want to see.
It's real. What do you mean?
I have a feeling that's what's happening here.
I don't know. I've never been to that website, so you'll have to check out and let me know.
I don't like porn, so
Okay. Let's see.
it must be so frustrating, you guys, when I'm like, okay, whatever. Later.
I know you got to play it up, Adam, for the stream. For
I'm
the bit.
sorry. Oh my God, this is horrible. What am I looking at here?
Thank you.
How'd I do?
You need those
Thank
big
you.
reactions.
How did I
Thank you.
do?
You did
Was
good.
it
Well,
believable?
you did okay. You could have done a little bit better, but I didn't believe it. You didn't really sell
Okay.
it. Sam's Bucket for $5. Sam's Bucket for $5 says, I met my wife on Tinder. What's crazy is we ran in the same circles but never met. I guess God is real. Well, there you go.
The Tinder gods are real, at least for sure.
At least, yes.
I've never been on Tinder. I've never even used a dating app or a dating service or anything.
Well, because you're an old man.
Yeah.
It's antisocial. It's an antisocial experience. It's
I mean, I've hung out in a lot of bars and like places where you might meet women.
Gross.
Imagine that, but instead of at a bar, you're like mingling. It's just a bunch of men and women, and they're all lined up and being like, no, 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 yes, no. And then when they do say yes, they also will never text you back.
Actually, I've had a lot of luck meeting women at coffee shops. Coffee shops are great because you're not getting like the women that are at bars every day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Magor for $2 says, Adam, if you want to call it a guest BS, this is not related to you, by the way, and win optically, consider giving the guest 3 strikes first, then going nuclear at each strike, calmly and politely point out the guest is being evasive or rude, and then move on.
Yeah, I mean, people's perception of reality is the problem. Like a lot of people just don't give me the benefit of the doubt, but always give the guests the benefit of the doubt. So I'll do something like that, and they won't notice that I've done that and just go after me incessantly anyway. So,
Are you like the meanie bobini on that channel?
I mean, I have a
Sometimes,
reputation
usually,
for making
almost
guests
always.
cry. So I've been on my best
Cry?
behavior with you. Yeah. We had
Really?
Aiden Paladin came on once and cried, and I accused her of faking it, and it just made it worse. And
What did you do? What made her cry?
another guest, Christian, Christian Alt did a PragerU video, by the way. I don't know if you guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which was pretty interesting. So what's Christian's last name? I can't remember. Anyway, Christian
Uh,
came on and he's like everything is philosophy for him. And maybe I did this unconsciously, but I called him a sophist. I thought he was indeed being a sophist, but it was really like nuclear, and he got super mad and like demanded an apology, and it made me even angrier. So,
Oh wow.
but I
What
just,
what's protecting me from the heat?
what's protecting you
uh,
from the heat? I
we
mean,
agree with most of what you're saying, I
yeah,
think.
it seems like you know what you're talking about. And not only that, it's the trigger for me is people dodging direct questions, which you've done absolutely none of. People who want to lecture me about things that I know are incorrect, which that really triggers me a lot. Like, why am I sitting here listening to a lecture from someone who has absolutely no authority on this subject?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
I
just,
just want to I want to point out that you said what has spared me from the heat, and I said
mhm.
because we agree with most of what you're saying, and Adam
Yes.
said because you're right.
Yeah.
So it was just a little interesting. Interesting.
I mean, do you disagree that do you think she's
Well,
not right?
obviously, if I agree with her, I think she's right. I'm just saying the way that you view it is funny.
Wait a
I think
second.
I'm being a little bit more realistic.
I do.
Mm.
What are you saying that I'm not necessarily right or?
He's questioning your epistemic humility, I think.
Exactly.
No, my epistemic humility is on fire. Are you
I thought
kidding
Maxed
me?
I was
out.
supposed to be the narcissist here.
That's another trigger for
We're
me.
mixing
People
our roles.
This is another trigger for me. People who come
Uh-huh.
on and have zero epistemic humility, which
Mm.
is
That's fair.
I mean, this was a conversation at the beginning of our talk with Max because that conversation was supposed to be about epistemic humility, but we never got around. We never got around to that part because someone didn't have any epistemic humility. Like
Mm.
we
Yes.
were using the example of the rabbit and the duck. You know the example of the drawing that's a rabbit. Some people
Oh
see a
yeah, but it looks
rabbit.
like a duck. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So I use that example because I say, I can see where some people see the rabbit and some people see the duck, but generally you get enough information about the situation and you realize, oh, it is a duck. Oh, it is a rabbit. And we never got to that part of the conversation because like Max kept pointing out the rabbit and the duck. And I was like, yeah, but there is a reality here beyond the rabbit and the duck that, we need to talk about. Like, what
Right.
is that reality? And until we come to a meeting of the minds of, whether or not it's a rabbit or a duck, this conversation really can't move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, reality grounding is like
Yes.
the worst. If you're debating with somebody who just like abjectly rejects reality or just like
Yeah.
I don't even
What are we talking about?
why are we fighting about descriptions? Like if I'm like, that's a tree, and they're like, but is it? I'm just like, I don't
Yeah.
want to be here. Like if you don't know if it's a tree or not, honestly,
Super triggering.
Mhm.
The thing that the Destiny fans use, the debate brain analogy, I think is very
yes.
useful there because if you get somebody who's arguing that, there's no such thing as trees, you're like full debate brain. You just don't
Yeah.
want to concede on any point whatsoever.
Right.
But I mean, we do. Sitch and I, and Sitch more so. Like Sitch is fucking methodical. Like he starts like asking questions, and the people they realize, oh, this is going to end in a question where I've contradicted myself. So they don't want to answer anything,
Yeah.
which because like soon you're not even really having a conversation.
Yeah. You can always tell when it's devolved to like if you give somebody like a hypothetical and then they get like really mad about the hypothetical and they'll just never engage with it. And they're like, well, this hypothetical isn't real. And you're like, I know,
Right.
it's a hypothetical. That's the point of it. It's just to test your thinking. And they're like, yeah, but if I answer this, it'll be clear that either I'm going to be lying and breaking what I'm saying, or I have to admit what reality is.
That-
and reality goes against what I'm saying. So I'm just
Right.
going to weasel instead. It's so
Right.
annoying.
That's a good hypothetical. Then you picked wisely. That's the point of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they're just like, oh, I'm not a debate bro, okay? I don't know what to do with hypotheticals. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, have you never gone through school? Did you actually think when it said Matt had 3 apples and like this person had 2 that they were real people and it really happened? Like,
Yeah.
no, come on.
Right. Mariah Carey, look at that. The actual Mariah Carey has given us $2. They
That's
said
fucking cheap.
Wow, listen.
Come on,
You have to.
Mariah.
I was riding high
Sitting
that
on your
Mariah Carey
laurels of
donated to us, and
gold.
you had to dash my hopes.
Sorry, you
Okay.
can just attack me as your guest. I'm not.
Okay. I will. Bring me down. I don't. She says, I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Oh,
There you
how
go.
sweet.
Which is
That
sweet
song
or
sucks.
creepy, depending on the relationship you have to the person writing that.
True.
We don't know. It's a mystery.
It's Mariah Carey. What do you mean? If Mariah Carey said to me, I'd listen. I'd be pretty flattered. I'd be like, hey, listen. I don't know how you stood. I don't know how you stuck around with Nick Cannon for so long, considering it's crazy. But
Bro, you're like, screw rock climbing gyms. I'm gonna just go hook up with Mariah Carey.
yeah, base right there. Magor for $2 says Sitch, the horse-sized duck question was huge on Reddit in 2015. I was asked in every Ask Me Anything thread, especially the celebrity ones.
Look, you're living in the
There you
past.
go. There you go. Well, no, it's because someone put that. There's a book called How to Defeat a Horse-Sized Duck or something that came out last year. Which turned out to be fake because they don't even answer the question in the book. So there you go.
Oh, boomer.
I know. Solo for $2 says, Sitch, I heard you might debate David Smith on Ukraine. I'll offer you this nugget of info on NATO. You can look up the National Defense Strategy, NDS, of other countries. And if you look up the NDS of the Baltic countries, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, all mention the vital importance of NATO within the first couple of pages. All these countries admit they would not be able to defend themselves from an unspecified threat without NATO's help. Well, thanks. That's interesting. Yeah, I believe Dave Smith and Kurt are down for definitely next Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's what.
So
That's word
that'd
on
be
the
an
street.
interesting conversation.
Are you going to be nice, or are you going
I
to make
will
Dave
try
cry?
to be nice. I will try to be as nice as I can.
You have to swear that you're not going to be. You're not going to go full A team on him.
I will do my best to keep my elephant in check and to be calm.
Okay.
I just want to
You're
make
better
sure.
at that than me, so.
Usually, I kind of blow up on Kurt, and I always feel bad about it because I like Kurt. I just have to make sure in the conversation that I want to talk to Dave about the things he said on Joe Rogan, and I don't kind of want Kurt to kind of like run interference and throw like 10 different points at me. So,
Right. Well, I'll concentrate on Kurt. And
oh, I see. You're gonna be the Kurt Wrangler.
I'm gonna run interference on Kurt while you. Well, I mean, I feel like we're just gonna be comic relief jabs being thrown
Well,
out.
if that's all it is, I'm totally down for that.
Me and Kurt, yeah.
Right. But I don't think that's what's gonna happen at all.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna be fun. I just know that much.
Well, fun is a relative term, so we'll see. Hopefully, it'll be an
Maybe
informative
Dave
stream.
has
That's what I'm hoping
completely
for.
changed his position. I don't know.
No, because he did someone did a response video.
We're talking
his-
about Ukraine, by the way, Erudite. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw Dave Smith on Joe
Dave
Rogan.
Smith went on Joe Rogan and said a bunch of stuff about Ukraine that we think is factually incorrect. You probably have this. It sounded like you had a Ukraine take that was similar to ours. So
What did he say?
He basically has sort of the America is bad and did everything wrong position. And
Yeah.
even though Russia is not justified in attacking, it's still America's fault because they couped the government in 2014 and blah, 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 blah. We shouldn't be sending them money or support. Blah, 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 blah. So,
Yeah, the whole let's infantilize Ukraine and pretend like they can never make any of their own political decisions. Understood.
right. Well, it's weird.
yeah,
They,
that's what I don't like. I'm
they
like,
do
Yeah.
that, but then they also infantilize Russia because they act like Russia had no choice but to like violently invade another country. So,
Yeah.
so
Well,
yeah,
have
but
fun with that one.
what
Yeah,
was
I
that
know,
country
so-
wearing, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. Well, that's the argument they make. You know, did you see what Ukraine was
Basically.
wearing? I mean, we had the, but no, someone did a response video to Dave Smith on Joe Rogan, and then he did a counter response video to that guy, and he still basically affirms all things he said on Joe Rogan. So I don't think he's changed his mind on any of this stuff. I don't think he will change his mind in our conversation, but we'll see.
Okay.
So what's
Well, that's
what's
fun.
the plan then, though?
Just to show people that I think the arguments that he made are very bad arguments
Yeah,
and not true.
all our fans already know that, and all Dave's fans are not gonna
Well, then what's the point of talking to anyone on the internet, Adam?
for fun. I love it.
Okay, that's a nice way of putting it.
Well, I'm fascinated by this Mount Everest style task of actually changing minds.
Mm.
So,
Hmm.
I
I
mean,
don't know if I
I'm
have the
curious if there's a strategy we could go about that could win people
well,
over.
I think if we had a private conversation with someone, I
Mhm.
think you can maybe change their mind. I think it's so difficult to change someone's mind publicly when they like have made a public declaration of a statement and their audience, like if Dave Smith came on a show and we changed his mind on Ukraine, a huge amount of his audience would crucify him, and he's
Yep.
aware of that. So that's
Mhm.
why I don't think this is
Yeah,
like
but
we're talking
where's a
to people in
retreat?
those positions.
Where's a retreat position where they wouldn't crucify him? That's, I think, the question, right? Where's the position where it sounds like he changes his mind, but he still won?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is there one? I mean, that's I mean, you're closer if you can get there. That's for sure.
Are you trying to change his mind though, or his viewer's mind? Because I
Well,
almost never
his
care about the head. Like I don't
Right.
care what the mouthpiece says. I'll never. They're financially motivated to never change their mind.
but
I
the
just want to
framing
change
that
their viewer.
even you were framing it the same way with the financial motivation. You're saying his mind is made up because the audience has that. So I mean, you do have to change the audience's mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's kind of like the culture war, basically, right? Like you
Yeah.
want to make good ideas more salient. I think that's what actually like Destiny is best at. Is he's really really good
Hmm.
at convincing audience members of his position.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, maybe, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, Adam, because it's good to conceptualize the conversation
Yeah,
this
I knew
way.
we had to have it sooner or
Um,
later because I like Dave, and I mean, I don't want Dave to walk away and hate our guts.
I do. I want him to be very angry, but
No, I know you don't. You're less, I mean, you're more attuned to this than me normally. Like I'm a 50-50. Oh, if he walks away and hates us, oh, fuck that guy. So,
maybe the exit ramp is you can say, listen, Dave, you can still say you don't want America to support Ukraine
mhm.
without pushing like the Russian narrative of talking points that are just not true.
Well, that is going to be interpreted as I'm too dumb to see through propaganda.
Well, I'm not telling you I'm going to word this to him. I'm saying that would be the technique is
No,
to say,
I'm giving you feedback to word it better. Like
right, but I'm saying to say, well, we have to find a nice way to say it, but like you can still be against sending support to Ukraine and sending American dollars to Ukraine, which I assume is
right.
a big part of the motivation for a lot of libertarian-minded people, and that's fine.
Without being against individual freedom.
Without okay, that's good. Without being against individual freedom and without well, here's the problem because basically I don't know how to. I'm too angry. I'm not too angry. I'm too put off by the position that people have on this that they just they complain about the mainstream media's coverage of something, which is fine because the mainstream media is usually wrong about stuff, but then they just uncritically swallow the independent media's version of events.
I know. Yeah.
And so that's essentially what a lot of people are doing in the Dave Smith camp when it comes to the Ukraine situation.
Well, I do feel like the contradiction for the libertarians is really there are people in Ukraine that want to make their own liberty minded decisions, right? They want
Right.
their own individual freedom. This is the whole reason why they wanted to move more towards the West. So I
Hmm.
don't understand why there's like, are we in, if another country is going to adopt our liberty minded values as a libertarian, aren't we in favor of that?
Well, maybe we should lead with that. Maybe that'd be
Yeah.
a good place to start the conversation.
Yeah. So,
Make a note, Adam.
okay, I will. I have my notes open
Write
right
it
now.
down.
That's a good idea.
So yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I don't have a lot of high hopes. I'm very pessimistic on in these sorts of conversations, but
Don't get black pilled.
well, there you go. Maybe I'm just not good at changing people's minds. I'm just good at showing them why they're wrong, and then they get
Well,
mad.
we're in an interesting position for the first time with this conversation because Dave is coming in as a friend, and Kurt has been on like 3 or 4 or 5 times now, and always argues with us, and always still remains friends with us. So I
Right.
feel like we might not be in a position to. Well, I mean, we are in a better position for him to make concessions at anyone else ever. Really, to be honest with you, it's just a matter of us not making mistakes, which I tend to do quite a bit. So
I don't know how it's difficult because I feel like when I try to word things and when other people try to word things, where they're like, "Oh, I'm trying not to piss you off, so let me try to word this very carefully." It's always super apparent to everyone in the conversation that that's happening.
And they're like,
And
"You're talking down to me. Why are you treating me like a fucking little bitch?"
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. So I don't know how to
You
solve
start
that
off the
problem.
sentence, "Look, I would never treat you like a little bitch." Okay,
But
you just put that out of their mind.
let me explain
Immediately.
why you're wrong about everything.
No, it is tough. This is why it's fucking fascinating, because it is interesting to see how things go. It is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I find I'll give you guys my anti-Ben Shapiro take if you want, which is
Okay,
Sure.
yeah, do it. Hell yeah.
nobody gives a fuck about your facts until you care about their feelings. I find like one of the best ways to like change people's minds is like engaging in some empathy and like right like my flat earth father-in-law, for example.
Oh no.
Right? Like talking with him, for example, it's not really helpful to just like castigate him as being like a stupid moron who denies science.
Right.
It's more useful to be like when he like shows me like look at this NASA thing that they did where they like pretty clearly like sprayed her hair up to make her look like she was in space when she doesn't. Well, that did actually happen. Like, and why? Because it's cheaper. It's way cheaper to film a video that looks like it's in space on Earth than to send recording video software up there, record
Right.
things, send it back down, and have it survive through like the radiation of transport, right? And so it's like there's some element of like empathy. Like I can understand why like you distrust the government and you don't trust the government to be like careful and mindful and not to lie. But that doesn't mean, right? The criticisms are legitimate. The problem is the conclusions aren't necessarily legitimate.
No, I think that's a fantastic way of addressing it. Maybe put that down, Adam, too, is that open the conversation instead of saying like, here's the facts of why you're wrong. Just say, what are the feelings that are kind of, how do you feel about this situation exactly? And maybe, I mean, you can't say like, what are the feelings that motivated you to believe what you believe? Because no one wants to admit that that's motivating
Especially
their behavior,
libertarians are like,
right.
libertarians are the least, they're single foundation morality people. Like it's liberty, oppression, foundation, and nothing else.
Right.
Care harm is like nada. Fairness cheating is like nada.
Yeah.
The leave me alone morality.
Is he like a staunch libertarian, like ANCAP level libertarian, or
I'm
Yeah,
not sure. I
know.
don't think he's that far, but
okay?
I think he might be running for president in 2024 and as head of the Libertarian Party, the American
Oh,
Libertarian Party. So
okay, okay. So
yeah.
he just wants smaller government, not no
no
government.
government. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm always libertarians. There's such a wide diversity of libertarian thought, and they don't seem to realize that they disagree on everything. So you talk about libertarians, and they're like, "That's not what I think," because I'm a libertarian and I know how libertarians think. But obviously, they all think different.
Yeah, I feel like libertarians feel a lot. They have very big emotions about all stuff, which is fine, by the way.
Oh my!
I'm big for fifis though. Like I
That's
love
insulting
feelings.
to them, though. They're like,
I get that,
"How
but that's
dare
because
you?"
that's because they like cope about it and being like, oh, I'm not emotional. It's
Now
like
you're
it's
telling
fine.
them to cope. Oh my god!
I just think the problem is that they like have a lot of feelings and they don't want to like in this like debate bro masculine space. Nobody can acknowledge that they have feelings about things, so then they like justify a bunch.
Right.
I think this might be a little bit of some biological sex bias here. I honestly do.
Wait, I think she's completely right. What
I
are you talking
think
about?
men are so emotional and they just always cope about it and pretend like it's not emotionality. It drives me crazy in debates because they'll be like, "You're getting emotional," and I'm like, "Of course, I care about this thing. That's fine." The problem is that if I like try to bludgeon you with my emotions and say I'm feeling this way and therefore you're wrong, like that's the problem with emotionality.
But do you know why society encourages men to suppress their emotions?
Multitude of reasons. Men
Right.
with emotions, we don't want to deal with them. We have very low compassion for men and their emotions. A stoic man is definitely an easier guy to get to go back to work. A multitude of reasons.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's physical violence. I think it's just very simple. Men who can't control their emotions engage in physical violence a lot more than men that can. So I think it's that simple. Like it's a cult. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to develop a society where men control their emotions because of that. It mitigates physical violence.
The problem is that emotional control doesn't look like what people seem to think it is. Whereas that's just like they don't show anything. It's like the
Mhm.
Victorian stoicism, where it's just like the British are just like, feelings are bad. You should never show your feelings. And it's like, feelings are neutral. Feelings are bad when they cause you to punch somebody, but it's not the feeling that's a problem. It's you deciding that in your anger, punching is probably the best way for you to express that, right? There's a
Hmm.
million ways you can express anger. You can express anger by getting like walking away. Sometimes one of the best ways to express anger is walking away, going on a sprint, screaming into the void, right? Like I reject I want to be like a true stoic for emotionality for men, which is like the Greek stoics were like very emotional and very expressive. They just like, they would like cry with their brothers over like great losses and also like go to war and like, fuck shit up and scream and bleed and stuff like that. And I think emotional expression is fine as long as you're doing emotional expression in a mature way.
Do you know
Yeah.
this study where they looked at elementary school children, I believe, but they've replicated it with chimpanzees and other primates as well, where when female chimpanzees or female school children fight, it's over. Like they never interact with one another again. It's like irreconcilable differences. But when male chimpanzees or male school children fight, they often end up better friends after the fight. It's kind of like a male bonding type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they postulate that from this, men are able to let physical altercations go much more than women are able to let them go. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the bias that like could be visible here.
Possibly. It's
Do
actually really
you
interesting when you compare chimps to humans because we actually see a little bit of a different expression of like rigidity. So like in
have you had any sort of physical altercations with any of your female friends?
No, I mean, women have a terrible theory of violence. I honestly
Mhm.
think it would be better if women figured out how to have some theory of violence because women are like, here's the thing women either have no physical altercation or they fucking go for like busting your knee backwards, right? Like in basketball,
If you
they're not going to
have
punch you in the face. They're going to
Right.
snap your knee backwards and break your fingers, right? They're
if
going
you
to like
have
ruin
a
your career.
if you
Right.
have a physical altercation with a friend of yours, would you hang out with that person again, or would it be like over?
I have no idea. I
Hmm.
really have such an honestly, I have an infant form of like theory of violence. Like
Hmm.
I really do realize that violence is so far outside of my entire lived experience that like I don't even know. I don't even know how to guess. Like probably not based on like how I see women, but like
Yeah,
I don't know.
you'd think crazy bitch did it once, she's gonna do it again. I'm out of here, right?
I'm not sure. I've been slapped once by a friend, but it didn't like it was weird. It was also a really weird situation.
Hmm.
But
But I was
guys
still
are
friends with
like,
them for years.
guys will make excuses for their guy friends. Yeah, of course we fought. What do
Yeah,
you
oh, for
think?
sure. I mean, what you're saying is totally true. But this is why I would say like women don't have a mature form of theory of violence where men actually do have a little bit, right? Like when men have an altercation with each other, they know that there are certain lines you don't cross.
Of
Otherwise, you're
course.
going to get fucked up. Women
Yeah.
don't know this, right? So like women
Right.
will have altercations and there's not really like a clear line of what like where you can go verbally because there isn't that like physical threat of violence that they really think about and conceptualize, which is I think why a lot of like tensions between men and women are so confusing because men have that threat of like, well, if you were a dude, I'd be fucking throwing fists by this point. But you're a woman, and a woman is like, well, I would never throw fists. I'm
Well,
just gonna keep cutting you down verbally.
Right.
this is interesting because I would argue the reason why men know where those lines are is because through experience. Like we've been doing
Yes.
it since
Yeah.
grade school. We've been testing
Right.
each other. We realize,
Exactly.
oh, it didn't go very well with the when I hit the mama thing. It seemed like that was where that was
Yeah,
where the
like
line
roughhouse
was.
playing. Roughhouse playing is
Yeah.
super important. I just
Hmm.
wish we would encourage, like the argument, like are boys more inclined to roughhouse play? Yes, testosterone just make you aggressive. That's just the reality. But I wish as a culture we would also socialize girls to do a little bit more of it because to be honest, like roughhouse playing is very predictive of empathy. Like it's not a bad thing to do. Like you learn, like, oh yeah, if you like take your friend's finger and bend it and they scream in pain, you're kind of being an asshole. Maybe stop bending your friend's finger back. They won't want to play with you anymore. Right.
Mhm.
So like men kind of learn this, but women are often, for example, like I was the roughhouse player. Like I wanted to fucking like wrestle with the boys, but then I'd get like poo-poo to being like, you're a girl, like don't do that. And so it's like we should be encouraging women to roughhouse play. Probably, I mean, when they're children, boys and girls can mostly roughhouse with each other.
Right.
Actually, girls are a little bit stronger usually than boys under a certain age. So
Well, you seem to
Hey,
accept that there's uh, gender, sex differences, biological sex differences. Some people, just me saying that, obviously, it's very offensive to them to think that men and women don't
yeah, I like
act
science,
in.
so
Yeah,
you know,
exactly, exactly.
I
So
try
many
to
of the
not engage in science denial as
so
much as I
many
can.
people though who are academics now are engaging in science denialism. Like they'll see a study like that with the chimpanzees and the school kids and they'll be like, oh, this is sexist, we need to get rid of this.
Well, we call those sociologists, and we tend not to
I
respect the
it's
field
this
of
is
sociology much in the
base.
field
but
of
that's a John
Nice.
isn't
research.
Jonathan Haidt.
Yes.
Jonathan Haidt is a social psychologist. I mean,
But
he's
that's different than a sociologist.
Mhm.
Sociology and psychology are very different fields as far as like their approach to scientific inquiry.
I
Hmm.
mean, Durkheim is the father of sociology, I believe, Emil Durkheim. And I mean, Haidt uses Emil Durkheim's
The
definition of
original
religion.
sociologists were really cool. They were
Yeah.
actually amazing.
Well,
I
no,
don't know
that's
what
why I'm
happened to the
saying.
field. They just
That's
were
why
like,
I'm
let's do
saying.
bad science now and then pretend it's science. And it's like, why? Sociology is such a cool field. Just do good science. Like, fucking economists are doing better sociological research than sociologists are at this
Well,
point.
I'm
And
not the one throwing
I don't get
sociologists
why.
under the bus. You were the
It's
one.
me. Oh, it's me. I'll throw them under the bus every day,
Look,
all
Max
day.
Max Weber. Come on, Max Weber's not insane.
There are, well, there is of course good sociologists who do good research. The problem is that that's not really true broadly of the
Not
field.
now, it isn't. Yeah, because the people are working on their biases and they're anti-science and they don't want to believe in the biological realities. So
They
Hmm.
just do like 16 layers of theoretical speculation, and then they write a paper where they're citing something as a fact. Where if you go back to the original paper, that paper was actually citing another theoretical speculative
mhm.
paper that was citing another one that, when you go all the way back, was just an original theory that's never actually been tested or predicted upon. And so you're like, wait, so this is all just theoretical speculation? Why are we calling this a fact? I don't know.
They
I
added
honestly think critical theory kind of invaded sociology. It's corrupted it.
yes, totally.
So
Which is sad because critical race theory in its nascence was actually like really smart. It was just being like, look
well,
at our demographics
You
of
just
like
triggered the shit out of Sid.
well, no, not critical race theory. Critical
Mhm,
theory,
mhm.
I think, invaded sociology,
Right.
and the idea that
like
theories shouldn't.
Foucault, like when you're saying critical
Yeah,
theory. Okay, like
yes,
the
the idea that
deconstructionist.
the idea that theories shouldn't be neutral, and you shouldn't be trying to
Mm,
figure out like a descriptive fact. That theories have to have some sort of prescriptive way of fixing society,
Mhm.
which tends to put people obviously in very biased camps, which to me is anti-science.
it's deeply anti-science.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think I don't know when exactly. I mean, I don't know what year Frankfurt School kind of pushed it, but that seemed to kind of be coinciding with sociology going down the tubes. But
Does your wife bring you eggs and ham while you're working?
Not right now, but
Look
that's
at this
awesome.
beautiful plating. Wow.
That's great. Yeah. I am hungry. Sitch, what's going on? Where's my dinner, work wife?
how does your normal life feel about this? Huh? That you fantasize about being married to another man
About our
on the internet?
relationship?
Yeah,
Wait, I thought Short Fat was working on Sitch. Is
he is
Adam
working on
and
me. Yeah,
SFO working on you?
they both are. I'm getting gaslit and groomed by from all sides, by all sorts of men. I don't
Nice.
know how I feel about this, but what
Gaslit
I
and
think
groom.
I know. I think relating to the sort of the original question about, guys play this game on the internet where they're debating and they're like, "Oh, you're emotional." I think that stems from like way, way, way back in the day, before debate bros were even a thing. The way in which people would troll each other would be whoever gets mad first loses,
Yeah.
essentially. And I think that's just basically what we're witnessing here. I think it's just that simple. Whoever gets mad first is dictated to be the loser.
Yeah, except I
I
would say it's almost like the
I
people who get mad first
disagree.
are the winners, you know? If you like
Hmm.
squawk the loudest, then you get rewarded.
Well, it's very dependent on the situation. And
Mm.
like and also this came up in the conversation, with you and Max, Adam, is if whether the people watching view your anger to be
Justified,
worthy or
yeah,
not, or justified or
of
not.
course. Yeah.
So it's a delicate game. Unfortunately, Kurt was listening to our conversation and
Oh
is now
no.
mad. Kurt, this was a secret public strategy meeting, okay? You're not don't This was not to be
Send Kurt the link. Let him come in now if he's listening, if he's
this
really
is
listening.
if he wants to come in, he can ask in the DMs. I'm not sure if he wants to come in now, but
Did he
we're
super
just we're
chat?
just trying we're just this isn't on Twitter in the DMs.
Oh,
We're just trying to brainstorm ways to make ourselves more effective communicators, Kurt. So we're not trying to disparage you or Dave or anything, even though I disagree with your points on the Ukraine situation.
first of all, I believe that I said I love Kurt, so I mean,
That's true.
no foul there. I'll send him the link, see if he wants to come in.
Kulavar for $20 says dangerous question for
I
Erudite.
guess you can't.
I think
Uh-oh.
Destiny desperately wants to be a mentor to Lav and Sneeko. I don't think he actually is, nor do they actually need it. What are your thoughts on this?
I think Destiny says what he means and means what he says. He said that he doesn't want to mentor people because there's nothing more annoying to him than giving people advice and then them not taking it. I don't think he wants to mentor them. I think I think Destiny genuinely wants to see Lav and Sneeko be successful and kind of correct some of their thinking that's not very productive, and that leads to bad conclusions. But I don't think he wants to he's not trying to save them.
Right. Why not? I think he said this. I think he sees like a young version of himself in Sneeko. So maybe he's
Yeah.
trying to save him, the past version of himself.
Yeah, I just don't think he's trying to save them.
Mm-hmm.
He'll wrestle them and point out their dumb ideas, and he'll talk to them as much as they want to talk to him, but
Right.
he's not trying to save somebody energy and expectation.
Sure. I think people interpret it that way just because, and maybe this is just Destiny kind of trying to be different. He seems to be, well, maybe not with Lav recently, but with Sneeko, he seems to be far gentler than he's been in the past with people that he has strong disagreements with. So maybe that's where that interpretation is coming from. But I think he's trying new strategies of convincing people, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think he also realizes that they're kind of young in a lot of ways. They think very young. And so he's trying not to and I think this is true. If somebody is young and they think very poorly, it's probably better not to lambaste them and attack them publicly on stream where everyone can see when it's when you're young, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and sometimes it's nice to have someone be yeah, you fucked up. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely. It's very weird because this is the first time maybe in human history where kids are watching content produced mostly and created mostly by people their same age, as opposed to content created by adults.
Yeah.
And so I think it puts a lot of kids in this. I mean, kids are already egotistical enough. I mean, I remember it was to be that age.
Oh,
and yeah,
imagine being that age, but on TikTok.
I know. I would have been. I'm barely sufferable now. I can't imagine myself.
Have you heard of Docs Talk?
No.
Okay, well, I self-named it. That's probably how I heard it. But there's a bunch of really big channels on TikTok that are dedicated to functionally doxing people and organizing mass harassment campaigns against people. And they virtue signal about it because they're we're not doxing, we're doing accountability. But recently there was a bunch of teens on Halloween who did blackface and were super offensive. I mean, it was, I don't know how their parents let them leave the house looking like that. It was dumb fuck shit, really bad idea, and very offensive, genuinely an issue, not an okay thing. But also, they're in high school, they're also children.
Right.
One of the docs talkers, her name is Aunt Karen, released video footage of them doing this, and then found them both on Instagram with names attached and their high school, and then publicly released the name, the phone number to their athletics department of their high school, and then encourages all of her viewers to call them to let the high school know that they have a bunch of kids doing extremely inappropriate things, which is insane to me that we're mass organizing, doxing, and harassing on TikTok. And it's just and they're kids, they're children. Like it was dumb. It was a bad idea. They're also children.
Yeah,
Probably shouldn't ruin their career.
it's totally insane, and it's so like it's so insane to me when I hear people say canceling isn't real or cancel culture isn't real, and often they focus on like the people that end up becoming celebrities or famous for it. It's like, yeah, but what about all the kids who? I mean, that's really how a lot of cancel culture started. It was some kid did something, and then you try to destroy their life. And you're like, this is a high school or college kid. They're gonna make a lot of dumb decisions.
Yeah.
That's part of growing up. This was it school? Was it Yale with the Halloween costumes, Adam? Or
Yale
Harvard?
Halloween costumes.
The teacher, remember there was like the kids that were
Christakis, is that it? Nick Christakis. His book
yeah,
is really good too.
the kids were all freaking out because basically he was like, I don't think we should be setting like these very woke costume guidelines for kids. Let them kind of explore and figure out what they shouldn't be doing themselves. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's sad. It's a sad world we're kind of entering in. But I'm optimistic. I think we'll pull out of this nosedive.
I'm reading so Kurt is watching our other stream. Kurt is not watching this stream right now. I don't
Oh,
even know if he knows.
what is he? What other stream is he talking about? Though?
The stream where we talk about we did a stream on Dave where we talked about Ukraine. Yeah.
That makes more sense. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, he's got to do his background check, get all his ducks in a row.
Hmm. Do the proper research and not
That's
research
right.
Adam 22 instead. Like a moron.
I mean, we DM'd with each other, and my links to the channel are in my bio.
I know that. I know. I'm not pretending like there's an excuse. It is.
Well, no,
That's why
listen.
I'm so mortified. It is embarrassing.
That's hilarious.
Exclusively.
Listen, she saw a white guy named Adam, and she's like, well, they're all the same, right?
Handsome white guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Look, you
All
got a
the same.
compliment out of it.
Oh, nice.
Is it a compliment or is it brown nosing at this point?
I said,
Something
come yell at Sitch. He deserves it. Come
No.
on, Kurt. Come on.
Broken Gamer for $10. You can say the yelling for Sunday. Says, just got done watching the conversation between Adam and Max. I can't begin to imagine the frustration Adam went through in that conversation. Max felt so easily during the whole convo, and it was frustrating. So there you go.
Max
Adam.
seems Weasley.
Yeah.
What?
Look at that.
What do you mean? You guys are gonna have so much fun with Sunday. I'm so excited for that stream.
Oh God, I'm not excited at all. Oh man.
We good.
I mean,
What are we
it's
we're talking
interesting.
about what are we talking about? There's no such thing as centrist or there's no such thing as
that's
non-socialist
Thursday.
leftist.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that what we're talking about? There's no such thing as non-socialist leftists?
Yeah,
or
we're going to
lefties?
talk about his centrist video.
Okay. Well, there's something else. Oh, no teacher has been canceled by progressives on campus
Right.
or been forced to quit their job.
That's
I
like
think.
an ancillary secondary topic if we get
Okay.
to it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Mm.
He tried to say that he's trying to like frame that Brett Weinstein,
Had it coming.
technically wasn't fired. So, it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. He just had a settlement agreement after the campus got shut down and people were looking for him with baseball bats. But, I guess you can interpret that however you want.
You should ask him about epistemic humility too. That's his favorite topic.
Is it really?
Okay.
No. No. But it would be funny. I'd be super curious to see what he
What
would
is
say.
the most popular epistemology?
What's the most popular one?
All right. It should be science. I think we probably agree on that.
But it's not.
Empiricism, I think, is what you'd call it philosophically.
Yeah. Probably in North America.
My argument is the most popular epistemology is in fact tribalism, which is super sad. It's super sad because you get people who are just like, "Oh, I believe it because my friend said it." And it's like it's like this huge game of telephone. Look at the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Like so many people were tainted on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation because, they saw some news report or something and they could never update their software. Like confirmation bias just kicked in and they could only see it one way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, same thing with the Covington kids, too.
Yeah,
So-
exact same thing.
Though at least people seem to acknowledge after the fact that they were wrong about Covington kids. A lot of people refuse to change their thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse for some reason.
Yes.
So that was weird.
That was, yeah. Talk about delusion syndrome. It's Kyle Rittenhouse delusion syndrome as well.
Yeah, that was very, very bizarre. Very
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we
Is
did get some art. Look at this.
your guys' goal with this channel basically to like have conversations with people of varying opinions? Or is
Yeah,
there
sure.
a broader goal?
I like that. Yeah, sure. What is our goal? Do we have a goal?
Oh, I making money is always fun.
Well, if our goal is to make money, we're doing it. I don't think we're doing it right. We need to be a lot more tribal, a lot more stupid with
True.
our takes, a lot more
That
one-sided.
that's
Bombastic, and then
true.
retreat to a better position.
Yeah,
Neither
exactly.
one of us are really greedy enough to go down that path, though. I guess
Hmm.
it started just we had fun hanging out with each other, and then like kind of arguing with one another, and we kind of just
Mm.
have opened that up to other people as well.
I guess.
I think about that. So go ahead,
Hmm.
Sitch. What is
My
this channel
goal,
about?
my goal is to
Mhm.
provide a space where people can talk about politics or listen to someone talk about politics in a way where it's actually someone trying to figure out what is true, as opposed to just saying I'm on team red or team blue.
Mhm.
And I think that's kind of my view of my purpose here.
Mm.
We're trying to use the right epistemology instead of the popular one.
Yeah, because I mean, we get in all sorts of trouble because we were both pretty firmly on the left, and then we kind of got shook out of it by all the woke stuff. And then it just seemed like a lot of people that got shook out of being on the left by the woke stuff just kind of went in the opposite direction. They just decided, well, I'm going to just become right wing now. And I'm like, well, maybe the truth is that the left and the right are right about some things and right and wrong about other things. And you have to
Mm.
kind of operate in this space in between and discern the truth from both camps. And no one wants to do that because it's not profitable and it's not psychologically comfortable to do that.
It is becoming actually more popular, though. I saw an interesting study by Pew Research that showed that obviously, young people are always liberal and they're always
Hmm.
very left.
Yeah.
Gen Z is becoming moderate to conservative more quickly than any other generation before
Yep.
them. They're like flocking to the moderate position,
Yep.
which is
Well,
good.
they hate all the woke shit too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm part of why, like a lot of people, like we have a lot of right wingers in our audience who are very black pilled, and they think that basically communism is going to sweep the country, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't think that things are getting better, and I've seen those same stats that you've seen, and I've also talked to a lot of younger people who they are getting more and more put off with woke shit too. So
As you
it's
should.
yeah, as you should be. So.
Have you guys met IRL? Like, does Adam know what you look like, Sitch?
I do.
We met a very long time ago at VidCon,
Hmm.
Ooh.
but Adam, he thinks I look like a friend of his, and it's been too long, so now he just sees his friend in his mind instead of me. But
If
I'll
I
probably do.
if I struggle really hard, I can
Uh,
remember,
okay,
but I'm just remembering from a photograph someone took of you because I do have some
that's right.
photographs.
That's true.
Yeah,
There actually is a YouTube video somewhere out there with my face in it.
but
People are going
you
to go
do
hunt
look
now.
just
I
like
know.
Jeff, my friend Jeff. So it's not a
Mm.
big deal.
I think Jeff looks like me.
Who's older?
Did you know Tim Pool looks exactly like
Between me
my
and Jeff,
dad?
or me and Adam.
You and Jeff. You and Jeff.
I don't know how old is
I
Jeff.
am mentally younger than Sitch, but
That's
physically
a nice
old,
way of putting it.
but physically older. So
Adam is an
Okay.
Xer and I'm a millennial. So
yeah.
Oh, an Xer.
I know.
The forgotten generation.
That's right.
You guys are the
The
Manitoba of
the
generations.
base generation. Can you
You
do
know
you
what
have
Manitoba is?
no? What does that mean?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Look, it's my generation. I should know, but obviously I don't. So
It's a province in Canada that like everyone jokes about like being the most forgettable. Like people always forget Manitoba even
oh,
exists. It's
okay.
huge.
Hmm.
It's massive.
Look at
It's right in the
this.
middle.
A
There you go.
Canada joke within Canada. Canada is self-aware.
Somewhat. Somewhat. We're self-aware about the French. Like we'll make fun of the French people.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, the French. This whole thing where every politician comes out and gives a speech in two languages. Just knock it off, okay?
It's legally required.
That's even worse.
That is
Oh
worse.
man.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
We
so
have an interesting
bad.
history. Yeah.
Could you imagine how people would flip their shit in America if
If they
like
did that,
politicians had to
oh
come
yeah,
out and give one speech in English and one in Spanish?
they would. Yeah.
Oh
The
my
difference is
God.
like French and English were like competing for the boundaries for a really long time.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
not
I
like,
understand. Right.
yeah. So it's like a little different, but
Talk
It is
about a
different.
dirty
they
fence sitter,
lost.
though. You can't even decide on a language.
I know.
That's true. That's true. It's English, let's be honest. Even
Yeah,
even French
totally.
people don't like Quebecois French. They call them like mudmouth Frenchers and stuff. Very mean. Yeah.
And
Like my
vaguely
one
racist.
Wow.
I went to France with a friend of mine who's from Quebec,
Hmm.
and they were speaking to them in French, obviously. And then
Uh-oh.
the tiller was like, no, let's just speak in English. Like they were like, I don't want to hear your Quebecois French, okay? And I was like, holy shit! Like it's like really, honestly, like
Nice.
as much as the Canadian English harp on the French Canadian, I think French harp on
Yes.
French Canadian way more.
That's hilarious. Listen, when is Canada just going to become the 51st state of America?
When you guys invent universal health care.
Oh, okay.
There's
Listen,
not a single Canadian who will give that shit up.
I'm on board with that. We'll get universal health care and we'll get Canada as the 51st state.
That's a
Based.
problem. America feels like it has to invent it. Why can't we just adopt it?
Because everything we invent is better, Adam.
Well, that is true. That is actually factually correct.
Except for your guys' education system. That one's kind of sucky.
Well,
Oh. Uh-oh.
Do you-
Depends what you mean by that. But,
do you have the stream up? I pulled the artwork up from
Oh.
Sammy G.
Sammy, oh God. What horrible picture did Sammy make today?
It's us. Says, let's go get that Halloween candy. And it's-
Sammy says Halloween is the one day a year when you can dress up like a total slut and no one could say anything about it. And so she made a
I
picture.
think I
of,
said that. I think that's
That's true. And so we
an
have a
Adam
picture
revelation.
of me and you in drag, and I'm popcorn. I'm wearing a sexy popcorn outfit, and you're wearing a sexy corn outfit. And I say, let's go get that Halloween candy. And Adam says, CT switch costumes with me, and she's wearing a butter outfit. And she says, no. So thank you, Sam, for this horrible, degenerate art. I hate it.
Sam also said she dodged the 3 questions when she was on, so we got to have her back on.
Oh.
No, she didn't. What do you mean?
Did she answer the 3 questions?
Oh, Sam. thought you meant NotSoErudite.
Sammy G, yeah.
Sammy, we didn't ask Sammy the 3 questions, did we? We forgot.
Did we forget, or were you too embarrassed to ask?
Did you protect her from them?
I might have protected her.
And like this sweet
From the
someone.
degenerates in the chat. Listen, there was a lot of simping in chat going on. I had to protect her. Okay. If she wants to come on and give the 3 questions, I'm down. We're all down for that. XSL for $2 says Adam, quote, feeling friended versus PSA, why is guy Sitch? Okay.
I mean,
I'm
not
not sure I got
untrue, right?
Nihilistic Anonymous for $10 says all of you guys should talk to Stephen Michael Davis about Ukraine, either with Dave or after. He laid out a good case in his video supporting Ukraine as the most libertine perspective. I did see his video on it. It was great. It was great. And maybe we will talk to him at some
A
point.
little too
I'm a
hard
big-
on the Dave, though. A little bit.
Well, listen. You can be the good cop in that conversation, okay? I'll be the bad cop.
I'm definitely going to be the good cop.
Wow, look at this. Sammy G's calling me a simp in the chat. God, I get
Wow.
no respect. Get hit from all sides, okay?
Would
That's
you
okay,
ever do
Sam.
a face reveal? I'm going to be fixated
Uh-huh.
on the fact that I haven't seen your face now.
Oh,
I
okay.
always want a face reveal.
I'm planning to at some point. I'm just too lazy to, make a nice backdrop, actually. So.
Do what like COVID professors did, where they just do the 3D backgrounds, and so literally like
I hate that.
your
I don't
hair's like
that.
blurred out at the edge, and there'll be like
No,
leaves
I don't
falling
like
in front of
that.
you.
No. I hate that. The problem is I'm too used to just being like, I can just come to stream now, like half my face is shaved, my hair's
Underwear.
all crazy in my
Yep.
underwear. Yeah. And now you're like, oh, I have to like look presentable like a human. I don't like this.
Just from waist up, you can still wear your underwear.
Okay, there you go. Well, I don't want to get in. Well, there's some problems. I don't want to get in a Mac situation. So
Too soon. Too soon.
that's right. I should open an OnlyFans account. You have to pay $100 to see my face. That's a
Ooh,
good
good
idea.
one. Patreon. It's a Patreon
Yeah.
member thing.
There you go.
Right. I'm gonna run to the washroom. I'll be right back.
All right. Mystery Guest 01, thanks so much for the $50, Mystery Guest, our surrogate uncle. And Mystery Guest gave us 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Based.
Weird stuff I post. Thanks so much for being Frugal Seeker for 8 months. Says, I think this is the first mature conversation of male behavior that isn't about correcting it that I've ever heard. All aboard the A train, motherfucker.
Wow. Nice. Sweet. I mean, if adults are going to be on the show, we try to be adults. Okay. That's like, but
you're saying whenever we're not adults, it's not our fault. It's the people we have on.
I mean, what's wrong? What is untrue about that?
Right.
Look, Skylar Fiction came on and he was the same way. I have a low tolerance for that.
Yeah, but see, that was a good cop, bad cop situation.
I feel
like I got Skylar to move on things he might not have moved on because you were being adverse and I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, no,
but I don't know. I don't think that would have worked with Max. So
I don't think so either. Are you still thinking over another conversation with him? Or?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I haven't made a decision on it. Lord of the Brains for $2 says French is hillbilly for Canadians. True, or so I've heard.
Ouch.
Or so I've heard. Let's see. So I read all the super chats. I think I have. We have like a bunch of art to do for the wheel, Adam.
Okay. Where is it?
It's in the joint DMs. CT
really?
sent it to us. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You got you spin the wheel because I am
we got to bring up the art
my
first before we
computer's
spin the
going to
wheel.
crash.
Yeah.
We showed
Aiden
some of
says,
this artwork already, so.
We showed some of it, but not. There's a lot we didn't show. Aiden says in response to Sammy's picture, it belongs in a museum with protective coverings to save it from spaghettio throwers. Thank you, Aiden.
Yeah.
Solos for $2 says, Adam, I think you're conceptualizing libertarians wrong. We aren't single factor people. We literally make the argument that government interfering in the market makes it less fair. So you're misunderstanding us already. Once again, you have this idea that libertarians are selfish because you think we just only want liberty for ourselves. We want everybody to be free and think it's selfish to impose your arbitrary worldview on others because you can't take care of yourself.
Do you want to explain to him why he's wrong?
Well, when Adam talks about libertarians being motivated by a single factor, he's just relating specifically to Haidt's
moral foundations theory.
Moral foundations, and that they're not affected, at least by his research, they're not really affected by the other moral foundations except for liberty oppression.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's what he's talking about. I don't think I understand how like I don't think Adam's trying to say that libertarians are selfish. I don't think that's what his position is.
The Liberty Oppression Foundation is characterized by psychological reactance. And the study of psychological reactance is that it's that feeling that you get when somebody tells you you can't do something and it makes you want to do it even more. And just libertarians have psychological reactance, levels of psychological reactance off the charts. You know, you tell them pay your taxes and they think, any imposition of government drives them insane. Yeah. So how is that not being driven by your emotions? Look, I don't freak out when I mean, taxes
he wasn't complaining
suck.
about that. He was complaining about the single factor, not the driven by emotions thing.
My God, this artwork is freaking amazing.
Which one?
Cow. Just all of it. It's like,
I know. It's all we have very talented artists in our audience.
That's cool. That's nice. Do you guys make merch from it or?
Yeah, sometimes.
Not really.
We have little Sitch and Adam plushies.
Oh yeah, we have those.
We got to make sure now. I want to make sure that no artist whatsoever make sure that you do not draw a picture of Oprah Winfrey transforming a crowd of children into
Honestly,
rice.
you should. That sounds like an amazing picture.
And
although
not
kind of offensive.
running away in terror from the soy sauce.
That is an amazing. And if somebody doesn't create that picture, make sure you send it to me.
Yes.
The key to getting artwork is actually just showing artwork on stream.
That is the key, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just did a merch contest, so I'm excited to throw them up on screen soon. And
God, I wish I would have realized this thing was going on sooner. I would have.
What thing? The art thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of art here. So,
yeah.
But here, I'll bring up another one. You have the stream up, right?
I have the
What I
stream
don't
up. I
know.
always have the stream up.
I don't know what's going on in this picture, but I think this might be my new favorite Sitch and Adam art.
Which one?
Let me see here. Who is this? Ditch Son? Ditch Son?
Uh, oh, that's that. I
Or
haven't
is it
seen
or is
this.
it Derek? Is it on top or on bottom?
It's on bottom
Okay. Ditch
because
Son.
Landendorf did the blackface one, so
Okay.
the shadow face one. Yeah, I've seen that character. I don't know what anime that's from. The little guy, but
Hmm.
chat. I'm sure chat knows what anime that's from. Sitch is Emil. Oh, it's from Nier. I never played Nier. That's the all I know about that. Isn't that the video game with the robot girl with her butt that everyone's obsessed with? That's all I know about that game.
Mm.
So thank you, Ditchson.
Oh wow. There's a Watchmen theme one here.
Mm-hmm.
All
This
right.
is
Well,
crazy.
I should probably get going. I can't see the art, so
That's
I'm
fun.
just hanging out in the background. But thank you so much for having me on. It was super fun.
Yeah, there's a
Seems like
link
we don't
in.
disagree about much, but
Well, we have to find something we can argue vehemently about.
Yeah.
libertarian feelings.
Well, neither of us are libertarians, so I don't care. Even though we have a lot of libertarians in our audience who get mad whenever we talk about libertarians, but
Yeah, they feel like
Mm.
we're mischaracterizing them.
right.
There, I put a link to your channel in the description, so click on the link, subscribe.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate
Thanks for
that.
coming on. It was great talking to you.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
super fun. Okay.
Bye bye.
Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Peace. Okay. That was good. We've found another kindred centrist spirit.
Yeah,
So that's always good. It's always good.
it is. It is. Are you out of super chats? It's just artwork.
Yeah. I'm just artwork.
Okay.
Just waiting for the artwork, yeah.
I brought up the next one. I don't
Doomer
know.
Media says libertarians have thin skins. There you go. Get them, chat.
Yeah.
What picture? You're gonna have to tell me what picture you bring up because you know there's like a 20-second delay.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I figure I brought it up 20 seconds ago, so you should be seeing it any second.
Oh, I
now.
see it now. So, Wolfgang Allen or Alien. Is it Allen or Alien? I think it's
Mhm.
Allen. Wolfgang Allen. Thank you. This is pretty awesome. This is Adam as Gordon, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Freedom, Mr. Freeman. And there, I'm not familiar. I'm not exactly sure what character I am, but I do look pretty badass. I do
Amazing.
like Adam as Mr. Freeman is appropriate.
This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's the Watchmen themed one.
The Watchmen
Adam,
theme was-
what is wrong with you? Oh, did I paint you? Is that what's going on here? Ta-da!
So it's annoying because Twitter keeps doing that thing where it keeps scrolling up. Commodore Chris drew this picture. Commodore Chris, and there's Adam as Rorschach,
Mm-hmm.
also known as Rorschach, who's dumped a bucket of blue paint on me, painting me as Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
So appropriate.
Zoiks.
Listen, I would take that blue paint in stride, okay?
Okay.
Show off everyone my blue penis.
Oh, hey, Sitch, didn't know you were going to, as a girl. So it's me as a firefighter and you as a lady pirate?
So that Mac drew this picture, and my Twitter's dying. Why is Twitter? Twitter used to work totally fine, and then like 2 months ago, they changed the coding, and it works so crappy now.
That's because they knew Elon Musk was coming in and
They sabotaged it on
they
purpose.
sabotaged it. Exactly.
Okay, here we go. That Mac says, "Oh, hey Sitch, I didn't know you were going as a girl," and I'm like, actually. So I haven't watched what's it called? Oh my God, I'm totally blanking. Attack on Titan. So I don't know what character this is, but I'm assuming I'm supposed to be a male character from Attack on Titan. And you are from that anime, the firefighting anime, and you just assumed that I was a girl because you're a bad person.
Right. Sexist.
God, how dare you, Adam?
Now this is obviously the
Fire Force.
IJP Mexican.
Mhm.
Sitch
You
as
said Lady Pirate.
I did.
I mean, I get the aesthetic is kind of Lady Pirate. I understand it. Yeah, that's fine. I never thought about it, but the IJP Mexican has me as Kratos and Adam as Medusa.
I like it.
Awesome. You know what that means, right?
I'm turning you to stone.
No, it means I'm gonna kick your ass and then cut your head off, and I'm gonna carry it around for the rest of the game and turn people into stone with it.
Really?
Yeah.
You sure it doesn't mean I make you rock hard?
Well, it could be both those things, right? Why do you think I want to keep your head around?
Ouch.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. A lot of connotations there.
Okay, I guess this is Metard.
Metard, or also Metard, which I like better.
Metard.
Uh, says Sitch and Adam, and there's me as like a zombie,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like freaking out. I'm triggered, and there's Adam, and he's like not amused by my triggeredness.
This is great artwork, guys.
Mm-hmm.
This is really.
You have a. I don't know if you noticed this. You have a hand that's coming out of your dick that's holding a thing of popcorn.
Awesome. I
So
always
there you
wanted
go.
to. I always wanted to do that.
A dick hand.
I always wanted a dick hand.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I like this picture. It's great. This is how I feel like a lot of the stream. This is how I feel in my mind. I'm raging about something, and I'm just like whatever, eating his popcorn silently.
Sometimes, I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes you do that to me.
That's true. That's true. We do it to each other.
It goes both ways. Yeah.
Yes.
This is badass.
Mm-hmm.
This, let me see if I can get a name on this one. See if I get it before Sitch.
No, you're not gonna get it.
Thoth? Oh, Thoth.
Thoth, who's been a long time fan. Thank you, Thoth. Says Sitch as Karstein. Karsten.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not familiar with this anime. I assume it's anime. Karstein. What's this from? Oh, this is from Warhammer.
You're asking me?
It's a Warhammer character. So there you go. It looks very cool. And it says also Adam, and there's a little Adam bat.
I'm a bat, yeah.
In the background, yeah.
I like that.
Very cool. Like it. Thank you, Thought.
Here's another Warhammer character. This little badass Warhammer figurine.
Yeah, Genos Kun.
Yeah.
Thank you, Genos Kun. He did a little Sitch and Adam Warhammer figurines, which he painted.
Yeah, I love it. Look at that little dog and the soft focus in the front foreground.
Yeah. Super cool. You got your blue laser vision
with my red outfit.
In your red outfit. Yeah,
very
I like
cool.
It.
Very, very cool. This is another one. Let's see if I can find the name here. This is Just Avi.
Just Avi. Also known as Just Avi. I like this picture a lot. You got me. There's Adam and me. And Adam said, and I say, Adam, I bet you don't know who I am. And Adam says, Sitch, I don't even know who I am.
That's awesome.
That's
funny. That's pretty accurate. Yeah, that's
funny.
About how it rolls.
So I love this costume. I'm dressed up as the play version of the giant water spirit in Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is hilarious. That's a great reference. And I don't know who Adam is in that picture. He looks kind of like a random Final Fantasy guard or something.
Looks like I have some kind of laser vision, so.
Yeah. Who is Adam supposed to be? Is he supposed to be the guy
Props to that.
Oh god, what's that guy's name from the space video game?
I don't know.
Well, I'm saying it for the chat. I know you don't know.
They'll say.
But and you got a Tifa in the background and Just Avi in the background, his little Halo Chief avatar. Oh, he's the Ace Attorney guy. Oh, that makes sense. That's right. That's right.
Well, that's good. I hear attorneys are very popular. So
There you go.
Derek did this one, which is a comic.
Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. We got Derek drew me as Shigo and Adam as that character whose name I forget.
Shigo
Uh,
says, "Are you sure that these costumes are a good idea?" And Adam
mhm.
says, "Trust me. I read recently about the power of nostalgia. It'll be great."
Draken. Thank you. It's the character's name. So there you go.
Are these nostalgic characters?
They're from Kim Possible, which I actually never
Oh,
watched.
wow. Okay.
I actually never watched, but we'll see. I think we are hitting the nostalgia bait by dressing up as Shigo as Kim Possible characters. And listen. I make a sexy Shigo. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I make a sexy Shigo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I knew
fight me.
another I knew another artist that worked on the show Kim Possible. And
Oh, really?
he actually bought a painting from me. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. It is cool. Okay, here this
That's
must
right. She used
be
to say, "What's the sitch?" I forgot. Yeah.
Phalanx.
Hey, Felix.
This is pretty awesome. Phalanx definitely has a style,
He does.
which I love.
This is Felix drawing people in a Discord server. There's me with blonde hair, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
There's CT. There's Vox. There's you, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
You're melting and you have little shorts.
Mm-hmm.
There's Harker. There is Stallion. There's Trunks. There's Ninja. I don't know who's supposed to be with the horns. I don't know if that's supposed to be Felix himself or Das or something. No, Das is a little red face.
Yes, with the
So,
eyes. Who and
but
there's
very
an
cool.
elephant. There's a
Yeah, it's Trunks.
happy loving elephant.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
It's supposed to be Rena. That makes Rena's the zombie girl. No, blonde hair. No, white hair Sitch is canon, not blonde hair Sitch.
What?
That was the rule.
There's a cannon,
There's a canon, yes.
but isn't Sammy G always breaking the canon, which really makes it like not canon?
Listen, canon is a complicated question, Adam.
It
Okay.
is, yeah. Especially in the
You just have
Star Wars universe.
That's right. You just have
Oh
to accept
my
you just have
God.
to accept that sometimes it doesn't make any sense. But sometimes it does make sense.
This artwork is so amazing. I use it on the Sunday show.
What picture?
It is the Frankenstein.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we looked this
Shinto.
Sunday. This was Shinto's. Yeah, this was great.
Just
I finally done it.
are
I
we
created the
gonna
perfect moderator. He's alive. Grr, Adam Haidt. What about his
Mhm. Don't dodge the question. Stop dodging. Stop running away. Don't go full debate brain. That debate brain is good. That's like a regular.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. CT did this one. This is the Fred one.
The Scooby Doo one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good one.
This one's amazing.
That is amazing. I think the only one you haven't shown yet, including what you showed on Sunday, was you haven't shown.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. That's
You
like
haven't shown Asters.
yes. Gonna show that last. What do you think? Or you want me to show it now?
Well, we've shown everything else,
You
including
can't wait.
Sunday.
Oh, do you want me to show? You don't want me to show Raina's again?
You can show it again, yeah.
Are
I'm
are
down.
we not picking from these for the like the? Are you gonna spin the wheel and
No,
pick?
I'm assuming that they're all in the wheel.
Okay, but you're not gonna spin the wheel and pick right
I will
now.
spin the wheel, but I'll show all the art first.
Yeah, that's why I'm showing the ones from Sundays because I
Right.
figure they're on the wheel and they might win. So
Yeah.
right,
Right.
busted deal. Face the wheel, guys. Okay, here is the comic with me as Corn and Sitch as Blonde
There's
again.
Biddles. Yes. Thank you, Biddle. Biddle's
And
horrifyingly beautiful art.
CT as the sexy
TradCon wife.
trad wife. Wow.
Yes.
Guys, look at that.
Uh-huh.
The
Making a lot of
tr-
dreams come true.
the trad life coming true there.
And there's Adam
And
as the most horrifying corn. And I didn't realize this till
it's
today.
not so
That
horrifying.
corn, that corn has like a little bit of a beard mustache going on, which makes it even worse.
Nice.
Oh God, that's a terrifying picture.
And then I'm glad NotSoErudite is gone because here's the racist one with the black face
The
and
black.
the white face.
Thank you, Landendorf.
Yes. And I think the only one left is this one here on the cardboard background. This is really good.
Yeah.
Like, nice job. This is,
Aster did this one.
yeah.
We have CT is like a little goblin, me as a mummy, and Adam as a Frankenstein. And we're doing a little pose.
That's sweet. Great job.
Yeah, I like this. It's a very wholesome picture. We look like a trio from a slice of life anime that goes on wacky misadventures.
Yeah.
But at
I
the end of the
dig it.
day, we're all good friends.
It's amazing. So, did I miss any? I think I got them all.
I think got them all, yeah.
So, spin the wheel.
They're all on the wheel, CT, right? They're all on the wheel. How many times am I spinning this wheel, by the way? I gotta know
Can
this
you?
before start.
I wonder if you can share the wheel on Zoom and I can bring it up.
Let's see.
Here, look. I'll make you. How do I do that? Make host. You're in complete control now.
See.
Don't mute me, okay?
Oh, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of you, boyo. Just you wait.
Can you mute him? Will you mute him for me, please? Who am I?
Oh, Christian's last name is Watson. Christian.
Oh, that's
Watson.
it. Yeah.
He did a PragerU video on the DEI disaster.
Yeah. I
Closing
like
all my
Christian
extra
Watson.
tabs.
I mean, I guess I understand why he doesn't like me, but I mean, I feel like it's a little soy, right? I mean, I read that when guys fight, they usually get over it, but something seems to be going on here
Uh-huh.
that he's not getting over it like normal people do.
Right.
Like normal guys do.
Oh, like normal guys. Okay.
well,
you.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm gonna. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Okay, let me try to see if I can bring this up. The wheel. The wheel.
Yeah.
Of the best. Not the
Bust a
worst,
deal,
but the
face
best.
the wheel. Bring that thing up. Come I still got the
Okay.
Zoom call in the.
Here we go.
In the.
Wait, how many times am I supposed to spin this? Let me see. I'm assuming CT answer in the chat. First prize is $50. Spin it 3 times. Second prize is $25. And the third prize is a month of Nitro. Awesome. Awesome.
There's a $50 prize on the line?
There's a $50 prize on the line.
Are we paying that or is CT paying that? Like, I feel like we should pay that. Jeez.
I don't know. I mean, CT did this on her own, so I assume she was paying for it, but
Yeah. She didn't run that by either of us.
no.
But that's okay. Let's oh look.
Can
here
you see
comes
the wheel?
I can. Here, let me put it in the thing.
Okay. I had to close all my porn tabs before I shut the wheel.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be able to make it so no one can even see your tabs anyway.
Okay. Good.
I'm gonna
Because I had some like hard to get porn that I want to keep, you know. I want to go back to after the stream.
I don't need that Sitch and Adam Halloween contest part of it, right? I just need the wheel here.
You just get the wheel, yeah.
Some good cat boy stuff. Some good trans porn. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, Transformers. I'm really big into robots.
More than meets
my-
the eye.
That's well, that tagline has a little bit more connotation now.
Yeah. All right, look at this. So
Okay.
Sitch is in control here. Sitch will be spinning
First
the wheel.
spin, $50. Who?
No,
gets the-
hold on. That's the last spin. You got to go. The first spin is the smaller one. Yeah.
Is that how we're doing it?
Yeah.
Reverse
First
order?
spin. Yeah, of course.
Wait,
First spin
chat,
is
how do you feel about
that's
this,
how it
chat?
always works. Come on. You got to build up to the.
Okay.
Got to keep
Well,
them in
now you've
suspense.
I want you to know that whoever it lands on now would have got $50, but because of Adam, it's now getting a month of
Why?
playthrough.
Why are you doing this? Okay, we'll do it your way then.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wow. I feel like I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it should be first spin gets first spin because the way like the odds work. Because once you start knocking people out, it changes. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, no, I mean,
Just tell me how you're doing it.
I'm doing first click gets first place. Okay.
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 All right. I got you.
First place for the annual Sitch and Adam Halloween costume contest goes to. Oops, got a little sound effect.
Look at there. Here we go. Whoa.
Tick, tick,
Where's
tick,
who
tick.
is it? Oh no.
Oh, Derek! There it goes. Derek with the $50.
Wow.
Awesome. Thank you, Derek. Thank you for the great art.
Amazing.
Oh wait, remove. Oh, well, look at that. That's clever.
It came
Lets
out.
you get rid of the whole thing. Oh wait, let me try to open my Twitter.
To see
my
which is
phone.
Drake's.
Yeah, which one was Derek's picture?
I don't even see a Derek. Did we show
Derek
Oh,
was
yeah.
the Shigo picture, the Shigo and
There it
Draken
is.
picture. So thank you, Derek. Okay, second place. Second place for $25 goes to.
Here it comes. Here it is. Here it is.
Shinto. Thank you so much, Shinto.
Oh wow, Shinto we used on Sunday show.
Shinto
Yeah.
drew the Frankenstein moderator picture that you like so much.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Shinto.
Excellent.
And finally,
Here it is.
third place, a month of Discord Nitro goes to.
Now, what if I want to use all that nitro in one night? What happens there? Is that bad for me?
Then you don't. Landendorf! Thank you so much, Landendorf, who drew the blackface picture.
Okay, cool.
So there you go. Thank you guys so much. You're all part of the Sitch and Adam family, so you're all winners.
Yeah.
Okay, you're all winners in my book. So, but thank you. These three people are just a little bit more winners.
Mm-hmm.
So, are we paying for this, or
I mean, we can. I don't mind.
CT paying for this? Sitch control. Thank you.
We should make CT pay for half just for not running it by us.
No, well, okay.
No.
Thank you. Okay.
All
Well, that
right.
was awesome.
All right.
Rich Jammer for 50 PPPs says A Train. He says A Train TREIN or A Train TREIGN. A Team reigns supreme. There you go.
CT says it's already paid for. Me and Danny are splitting it. Well, let us pay you back for it because this was
There you
great.
go.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
we can do
Yeah,
that.
I guess we should pay for it. We
Yeah.
should be,
Happy holidays. Jeez.
happy holidays. Let's not be stingy, okay?
Of course.
Can't live up to stereotypes.
Yeah.
I can kill Jesus, but I can't be stingy.
So
Tarmsy, thank you so much for the
Oh, okay.
4 Aussie bucks and the little emoji of the guy giving coffee. I
Mhm.
always love me some coffee.
Wow. That is cool.
There you go. Well, that's it. Anything else?
Tune in Thursday.
Anyways,
for...
Thank you all for coming.
yeah.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you all for your amazing artwork and for those that participated in the amazing artwork contest.
Yes.
And thank you, NotSoErudite, for coming on. I thought it was a great conversation. So,
Hell yeah. Amazing
Yeah.
conversation.
yeah.
We should
It's
do
nice
it
to-
again. Maybe
we
we
should.
can like pull
Do a
her
video
away
or
from Destiny's orbit and into our orbit.
There
We
you
could,
go.
like,
There
you know,
go.
she could have a dual orbit even. You know,
Right.
I've heard there's stars that do that.
There you go. There you go.
So we're talking to President Sunday on
Thursday, we're
Thursday.
talking to President Sunday about, I guess, his center, the video we watched of his.
Right. Should be a lot of fun. He's
So
a madman on Twitter, just completely insane. You
that'll be
can't
fun.
interact with him
Yes.
on Twitter without him insulting you like 50 times.
And yep. And I
And
saw you so it was funny because he was supposed to talk to us like a while ago and then didn't. And then I saw you kept needling him.
of
Then
course.
I
Look,
guess you wore him down. I guess you broke him.
well,
That's
no,
coming on.
he one of his things on Twitter is to
Yeah.
bitch about how Destiny backed out of a debate with him. And I was like, you got no glass houses, motherfucker. You back out of a debate with us.
Right.
And he tried to play it off like he didn't, but we all know he did. I mean, we know the truth. Come
Right,
on.
right. He's saying that, and this to me, I think is very silly. He's accusing Destiny of backing out of the debate about whether Brett Weinstein was quote unquote fired from Evergreen or not.
Right.
Which I don't think that's a good position for President Sunday to defend.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Especially
think-
when he's
yeah.
just like going to be arguing against facts.
Well,
Which,
he's going to make a very narrow semantic argument.
of course,
So-
yeah. Hopefully we
so.
can have a more productive dialogue with him. If not, maybe we can make him cry. I mean, there's always, we can always hope, right?
That's true. We can always hope.
And then we have Dave and Kurt on Sunday, which should
On
be,
Sunday, yeah.
I'm looking forward to. Should be a lot
Yep.
of fun. So,
That'll be
all
a lot
right.
of fun. Anyways, thank you all for coming. See you all Thursday. Hope you had a happy Halloween. Take care.
Bye bye.